Moreover, whatever people may feel about his politics, they conducted themselves so well as a family at the White House.
Let's just kind of sit back for a second and watch this moment as it unfolds.
President-elect, how are you? Good to see you. Congratulations. It's so nice to see you. How are you? I'm doing very well. Thank you. We got the official picture. So now we'll get used to the protocol. You go right here.
President Obama telling Donald Trump, President-elect Trump, you will get used to the protocol. And for those of you who have done some shopping around the country at a store called Tiffany's,
you recognize
that little blue box, don't you?
There are a lot of spouses that recognize that blue box. By the way, something about the Marines. It isn't just any Marines that get to do this. They are the best of the best that get that.
A word on the box, and we remember where Tiffany's is in New York, rather close to Trump Tower, so I think it was not a long walk to make that purchase. In 2009, Michelle Obama gave a present to Laura Bush, who was the outgoing First Lady, which was a journal in which she was encouraged to write her memoirs. So this may be a new tradition.
Michael, it's not always just the president-elect and future First Lady and the President and current First Lady at these gatherings. There have been times in the past where it's been expanded to include a Vice President. Some children of the presidents and President-elects have also been present.
Right. Speaker of the House sometimes, the chairman of the inaugural committee, and even sometimes a dog. When George H.W. Bush was coming out of the White House to greet Bill Clinton, who had defeated him, Chelsea Clinton walked up the stairs and patted the Bush's dog, and George H.W. Bush, with that enormous bonhomie and civility of his, said, "Chelsea, welcome to your new house."
By the way, you brought up something. One of the things that this tremendous White House staff does during this move-in day is they have to de-pedify, essentially, the place because they don't know, they want to make sure there isn't any allergies or and that the process of, the Clintons, you had to get rid of the cat stuff with, dogs and this or that. We don't know what the allergies are of the Trumps, but it is funny. That's among the things they are doing today.
And that move is they're given 5 hours to do it, basically, from the time the procession leaves the White House to the time at the end of the inaugural parade. Peter Alexander's piece was pretty thorough a little while ago, but they basically change some of it has already been moved out of the White House. One moving van will leave on this day. That is tradition. But they change everything, Michael, from the toothbrushes to the brand of shampoo that the incoming first family desires to have in those bathrooms.
And they do it effortlessly, and the first family comes in and opens the refrigerator and finds all the foods they like from the places that they like, with one exception. In 1969, when the Nixons came in, they asked for ice cream, and turns out all they could find was butter brickle ice cream, which was apparently the favorite of the Johnson girls.
I was thinking about, there's a McDonald's about a half a block from the White House, and as we all know, the incoming president loves him some fast food. And that McDonald's, we've had a White House that hasn't been pro-fast food, I think.
They don't-
outgoing president does
don't-
enjoy it.
I know.
But I have a feeling that McDonald's going to get busy.
They don't always get it right in the transfer. When Lyndon Johnson left office, he left behind the shower that apparently, if it were not regulated, could take out the west wall of the White House. And he told Richard Nixon, "You're going to love this." And Nixon went in there, got blown into the far wall, and came out and said, "Get rid of this thing." And he also left a recording device, which gave Nixon an idea. Maybe I should be recording things. Not the best idea in the Nixon presidency, it turns out.
Well, Michael, I was just thinking, he brought up the things that Nixon and Johnson. Nixon had a bunch of TVs ripped out.
Absolutely.
Right.
Johnson, obsessed with television, and maybe we haven't had a president that wants to watch the media as much with Trump since Johnson, right?
Right. Johnson had not only triple television, it seemed bolted onto just about every surface, including bathrooms, which was unusual.
And this is the
today.
60s, yeah.
This is the 60s, and also 2 enormous wire service tickers for our younger viewers. The wire service ticker was a clattering device.
The Twitter of them, right?
Precise, yeah, shorthand. That's exactly what it was.
And a spigot with Fresca, right at
Exactly.
the president's
Which Johnson referred to as fresco.
Right.
Michael, we glanced past it a second ago as we saw President Obama leaving that letter on the desk in the Oval Office that he will leave for soon-to-be President Trump. Talk to me about some of the sentiments that have been expressed by past presidents in those letters.
That's another very new tradition, goes back to Ronald Reagan, who left a letter for his vice president, George H.W. Bush, when he was coming in 1989, on a piece of stationery that said at the top, "Don't let the turkeys get you down." And he said in the text of that letter, "There will be some days, George, when you want to use this stationery, well, go for it." And after that, every outgoing president has written a similar letter to his predecessor.
There was a kerfuffle, as you'll remember, between outgoing Bill Clinton and incoming George Bush 43 about the condition of the White House. That there were, it turns out to be spurious reports that things had been lifted and that there had been trash in parts of the White House where there ought not to have been, and kind of snarly messages that left in
The
different
missing
areas.
W's? Wasn't that the missing
Missing
W's?
W's on
on
the
the
keyboard.
How real was that, Nicole?
Yeah.
Well, listen, we got to the business of getting to work pretty quickly, and George W. Bush, I think, tried to pay it forward and ensure a very smooth and gracious transition between himself and President Obama.
We've talked that at shortly after noon, then President Trump will deliver his inaugural address, perhaps undoubtedly the most important speech that he will have ever given in his life. Does he have any chance between this moment and that moment to sit in some quiet room and go over those remarks before he delivers it to the world?
Not much. I mean, you look at presidents and see, did they, for instance, just before they walked onto the Capitol steps, did they step into a telephone booth? Again, I won't describe what a telephone booth was to and make a few notations, and they really don't have the time.
Can I just mention we have George W. Bush and Laura Bush there arriving at the Capitol, making the trip to Washington despite the fact that his father and mother are in ill health, but saying they're coming to represent the Bush family. And again, the good news is that George H.W. Bush and Barbara Bush are said to be doing better.
And not only that, we even got to hear some stories we won't share of how much better he's doing. So it was really good news to hear.
That's a tease, Chuck. You're not allowed to do that. What goes on in commercial stays in commercial.
Another great Reagan story is after he left office and he came back and he described to a public audience what it was like for the first time to return. And he said, we made the slow turn over the nation's capital, saw the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Monument, and David Gergen in the Rose Garden.
Yeah, okay. David Gergen, an old joke from back in the day, who served in, 4 or 5 straight presidencies, it seemed like, Democrat or Republican.
It is inevitable that in the hours that follow, somebody will post an aerial view of the mall in Washington and overlay this scene with what happened 4 years ago and 8 years ago for Barack Obama and try to compare the size of the audience and equate it to enthusiasm. Isn't that inevitable?
It is inevitable. And look, this is a different, he comes in very divided, but let's also remember, had Hillary Clinton won, she also probably would have been the most unpopular and incoming president at the time. This was a divisive election. It's a divided country. So you're going to have a different level of enthusiasm. And I go back, I do think that in the Trump transition, I think they've missed some opportunities to little moments that could have brought the country together in a bigger way.
Yeah, I agree with that, and that's especially important for a president elected without the popular vote, with a very narrow, relatively narrow electoral vote majority. I think if he had done a little bit more of that, I think that we would probably see numbers higher than they are today.
I think about what your boss did, Nicole, George W. Bush. He spent a shorter transition constantly worried about the asterisk, as I call
Yeah.
it. And he erased it.
But can I tell you, I'm watching these pictures and I'm imagining they're saying, honey, did you pack my golf clubs? I don't know. Do you have my tennis? And I just can't, this is the last time they will stand there. And it's remarkable. You know,
This is tape. I want to make sure people understand it's just a different angle
of him
the
waiting
video
for them
that
to
we
walk
saw
in. That was what I was
before.
thinking. They were waiting for the car to pull up. And you want to hear the inside of these conversations. And what
I
they're
think
thinking on
he's
their last
saying,
day.
"Hey, hon, what's for dinner tonight?"
Maybe. Or like, what do you want to do tomorrow? We're free.
I'm sitting there just like thinking, I hope those Marines didn't lock their knees.
It's a long time to wait.
Yeah.
We saw that video that Michelle Obama posted a couple of nights ago of her taking her last walk through
Yes.
the White House with the dogs.
Yep.
And then she tweeted, "It has been the honor of my life to
Yes.
be your first lady." Behind the scenes, what is the feeling about her emotions as she prepares to leave?
I think that President Obama pulled back the curtain on that in that press conference too, when he said our daughters saw this election as Michelle described it, when he talked about her saying she'd been shaken to her core by Donald Trump's statements in the Access Hollywood tape. And I think that they took this campaign very personally, and their graciousness is, you know, despite their feelings that were very real during the campaign.
You know, when he was running for office, when Barack Obama was running for office, there was a fleeting time in Chicago when she was described as not a sister because she'd gone to Ivy League schools and she'd done well. And then the Chicago Sun-Times had a wonderfully revealing front page story about her in which she said, "What do they expect from me? I came, my father was a municipal worker. He was handicapped in many ways, and I went to Princeton and Harvard. Isn't that what we're supposed to do?"
We're now seeing that's Donald Trump Jr., along with his wife and their children, arriving at the Capitol. And it occurs that we're going to see a very different first family in the White House. Although Barron Trump is 10, he's not going to be moving to Washington immediately. He'll stay back in New York with Melania and finish the school year. But when it comes right down to it, and this is what I was going to get to, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump are not two children, obviously one is a son-in-law, growing up in the White House. These two are going to become the power couple in Washington.
Look, this is, and not only that, this is, you know, Trump has embraced the idea he wants to be compared to the Kennedys, and in some ways it is a fair comparison because the Kennedys, politics was family business. And for Donald Trump, basically business is family business, and now the new business is politics. And he wants the family. That's who his trusted advisors are. The most trusted will always have either the last name of Kushner or Trump.
Donald Trump Jr. is the oldest of the Trump children. Ivanka is second in the order. Eric is third, then followed by Tiffany, who we see going by there, the daughter he has with Marla Maples Trump, and Barron, as I mentioned, 10 years old. You have to stop and think about how, and we've seen this with, obviously, Jenna Bush Hager and her sister and Sasha and Malia, but how life is going to change for Barron Trump, and yet I don't think it's going to be the traditional change that we've been used to seeing.
And you always have to cut the family the most slack. They don't ask for this life. Most of them don't want this life. We know that Melania was sort of a reluctant participant in many of the same ways that Laura Bush was a reluctant, and it sounds like Michelle Obama as well. So I think when you have a 10-year-old child who's in the middle of a school year, you're very wise to sort of keep his interests first as your first priority.
You were asking about Michelle Obama. She is looking forward to civilian life, I think, more than any of the
Out of the bubble.
Out of the bubble. Look, she has been on stage for 8 years, and she had a rough time during early parts of that 2008 campaign. And so she really sort of, decided, okay, she wasn't always going to speak her mind. It really wasn't until this campaign that you saw her speak her mind more so politically than ever before. It'll be interesting to see the role she carves out for herself because, and I've heard others close to Obama say this, that he is mindful it's her turn. What she wants to do, he wants to support that.
And there was some talk about some people in Democratic circles saying, Michelle, maybe it's your turn in a different way next.
She
shot that down pretty quickly.
About 3 seconds.
But she does leave incredibly popular, and most first ladies are always more popular than their husbands, but she does have quite a platform.
And usually their books outsell the memoirs of their husbands.
Exactly.
To cut to
People
the
are
chase.
curious.
Right.
That's the thing. We'll really know what they were talking about at that moment, probably more in Michelle's memoir, not President Obama.
Right.
Stands at the Capitol are filling up. That's the VIP section you can see there at the west front of the Capitol. The area in front stretching out onto the mall filling up as well for the ceremony that begins at about 11:30 this morning, with the swearing in taking place at just about noon and the inaugural address coming shortly after that. There's Kellyanne Conway, Stephen Bannon arriving at the Capitol.
He shaved. Bannon is one of those guys. God love him. Hey, we're all for the facial hair guy. Nothing wrong with that. He always seems to have 3-day growth, but I think he's got 0 growth.
It's a big day.
Well, the arrival of those two in the campaign, by the way, was very important to
The
them.
beginning of the comeback that delivered a victory.
I am going to turn things over to my esteemed colleague Lester Holt in just a couple of minutes. Michael Beschloss, Nicole Wallace, Chuck Todd, Tom Brokaw, all sticking around. Long day for you guys. Thanks so much for being a part of our coverage this morning. NBC News continuing coverage of this inauguration. Right after this, we'll take a quick break.
I, Barack Hussein Obama,
Do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office
of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
congratulations.
that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror.
would you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and repeat after me?
execute the office.
I will faithfully execute the office.
That we cannot live alone.
Governor, are you prepared to take the constitutional oath?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
What your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
We love you. Thank you.
The U.S. Capitol, and we are following it all now. Our coverage on NBC News begins right now.
From NBC News, the inauguration of Donald Trump. Live from Washington, here's Lester Holt.
And there's a live picture of the White House, the Capitol, actually, of course. And there is the White House. In a short time, President-elect Trump and President Obama will begin their trip to the U.S. Capitol, where Mr. Trump will be sworn in around noon Eastern time. It'll be the start of a new era in Washington and this country, what many see as a clean break from the last 8 years under President Obama. I am joined for our coverage by Chuck Todd, our political director and moderator of Meet the Press, by NBC News special correspondent Tom Brokaw, who has covered the comings and goings of presidents since Lyndon Johnson, and by Nicole Wallace, NBC News political analyst. Good to be with all of you here on this historic day. Tom, let me start with you. We have seen in many, many campaigns where, harsh words were said, but to see the relationship that we've seen between President Obama and President-elect Trump in the last several weeks, how would you describe it?
Well, I think that President Obama wanted to go out on a high note. He's got very good approval ratings as he leaves office. I think he has a great sense of the dignity of this moment and the importance of it. And the country, he also understands, needs to be healed. And perhaps he's thinking we can begin the process, the two of us, for all the division that went on during the campaign. Now it's time to find ways that we can work together. It's a symbolic act, but it can be very important in my judgment.
And Chuck, they're sitting down having coffee right now at the White House. President Obama called Donald Trump at one point unfit, woefully unprepared. We know that Donald Trump questioned, his citizenship. Talk us through this.
Look, it is, in some ways, it may be remarkable that they have forged a relationship, but they have, and it's out of necessity. With President Obama's motivation, one, I think, being what Tom brought up. The other part is the serious business of the transition. Part of it is also how he was treated by George W. Bush in his transition, and he wants to pay that forward. But this relationship, look, Donald Trump has reciprocated. As Barack Obama's reached out, Donald Trump has also reached back out to him. And by the way, Joe Biden and Mike Pence have also forged an interesting personal relationship. Look, it is helpful to the country to know, and I think it for anybody that's not excited but feeling anxious about today, they probably feel better knowing that President Obama and the next President Trump do get along.
You're looking at this is the peaceful transfer of power that we have talked about through even some of the low points of the campaign. This is the way it is done in the United States. Nicole, what about the issue of advice? We know they've had a lot of conversations. I would suspect what's happening right now is more polite in nature, but how much business has gotten done? How much influence do you think President Obama has had on Mr. Trump?
Well, listen, that first meeting between the two of them just 2 days after the election was so extraordinary, and it went long. It went about 30 minutes longer than it was planned. And there Donald Trump, who created the birther movement, sat almost knee to knee with President Obama, who the day before the election was making the arguments that Chuck just described about his lack of fitness for the office of the presidency. But they both stand to gain something important to each of them. Donald Trump is not a particularly ideological man. And while he's made some ideological appointments, there's an opportunity for President Obama to shape some of the issues he cares about most. And I know they've had some conversations about the future of Obamacare, how Trump might tweak it and put his own spin on it, if you will, rebrand it in some ways, but keep some of the things that are most important to President Obama in it. And on Donald Trump's part, he is going to have a moment in his presidency where he's going to need the other half of the country that didn't vote for him. It bothers him that he didn't win the popular vote, and we know that because he talks about it incessantly.
That's right.
It bothers him that he's being sworn in with some of the lowest approval ratings, and we know that because he talks about it all the time. And it bothers him when he's criticized on television. We know that too because he talks about it all the time. So when he wants to lay a bipartisan feel on something, he has that open line of communication with President Obama, and I could see him asking something of the former president.
Presidents don't turn down other presidents.
Yeah.
They just don't. That club is small, and it'll be interesting. Look, I think that as president-elect, he has not used that convening power that he already has to create moments. As president, I think, will he use that again, that sort of convening power that you have to get when it's necessary? I think President Obama will be answering that call when asked. I am still surprised he hasn't done it with Hillary Clinton.
None of the former presidents who are here today voted for him. I don't know that that's happened before.
Well, let me bring in Michael Beschloss, NBC News presidential historian. Michael, on that point, and this point of it being a very small club, how much do they ultimately rely on each other historically?
Oftentimes they do a lot. For instance, John Kennedy in 1961 encountered the huge failure of the Bay of Pigs, the failure of CIA-backed freedom fighters to take the island away from Castro, he was very embarrassed. The first thing he did was call up Dwight Eisenhower, the still immensely popular hero of D-Day, who had just retired from the presidency. They were photographed together at Camp David. That helped Kennedy politically in public, but also Eisenhower gave him very specific advice. And he said, Mr. President, forgive me if I'm being blunt, but if you ever do this again, make sure we don't fail.
And there's a view of the Capitol right now, people gathering around the West Front where the swearing-in will take place in a little under 2 hours from now as the camera pushes in there. It's the choir, and many of those will be taking part in place right now. The other end of Pennsylvania Avenue is what we're keeping a closer eye on right now, the White House, where that conversation, that informal greeting, or formal if you would, between the current president and first lady and the future president and first lady. You see some of those blank spots now in the Capitol Mall being filled in. Some of that, I believe, is the seated VIP area. Maybe that's what we're seeing in the foreground here. And then beyond that, people are filling in up and down the mall to witness this historic event. I was outside just a few minutes ago. It is kind of a damp cold out there. It is drizzling.
But I'm happy for all the march as a kid who was in a marching band himself and played an instrument. The fact that it is not freezing today, the fact that that they get to, I mean, I'll never forget in, I believe it was 85, when we couldn't even let those poor marching bands. So I'm glad for those kids today that get to be in this inaugural parade, that they get to play their instruments.
It is a great opportunity, and a lot of people have asked me about, what is happening here and talk about the divisiveness and the tough election fight. But I always want to remind folks, at some point today, just take a step back and witness the spectacle of American democracy. It doesn't matter how tough it gets, how noisy it gets, how loud it gets, that, we're able to do this peaceful transfer of power. It sounds corny, but I'm
with you.
Absolutely.
I'm with you. The election nights are special to me. This is almost the way you feel on the 4th of July. There's an extra bounce in your step about how you feel about Inauguration Day, because it is the ultimate celebration of this country's democracy.
All right, we want to go right now to Peter Alexander. He's outside St. John's Church. Peter?
Lester, good day to you. We've had an opportunity to see the president-elect and the vice president-elect here a short time ago as they came to St. John's Episcopal Church. Had an opportunity to speak very briefly with Mike Pence about the sermon, which he called very moving, and about this day that he said was very humbling. Donald Trump didn't say quite as much, but he certainly was all thumbs up, pointing to me repeatedly as he said he felt good about this day. I actually exchanged a couple of text messages with his son Eric Trump a short time ago, who said that his father is going to do very well and make this country very proud. The family is feeling particularly good, as you can imagine, on this day. And what was notable as they arrived here was just how big that circle is that sort of grew into this office with them. We saw Steve Bannon, the chief strategist, Reince Priebus, the chief of staff, as well as so many of the family members, including Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner as well. In terms of what's happening inside that White House this morning, at about roughly 8:30, I should say, in the morning, the president was in the state dining room with his family. It was their opportunity for the last time to say goodbye to their staff. And as is tradition, he was presented with a gift. We have learned exactly what that gift was. It was a hand-carved wooden box with the flag that flew above the White House on his first inauguration day, as well as the flag that flew above the White House on his final day in office. That is a tradition that dates back decades here, as well as they meet right now during that tea, that coffee taking place. As soon as they depart, President Obama and Michelle Obama leaving for the last time. That's when the chaos of the day begins. It's at that moment that the transition of property, as it were, the peaceful transition of power. This is the peaceful transition of property. That begins in earnest. They have roughly 5 hours in total to swap out all of the property within the residence that belong to the Obamas and ultimately replace it with stuff that the Trumps prefer. That even includes redecorating in the West Wing, specifically the Oval Office today as well. Lester, back to you.
Yeah, and Peter, we've heard a lot about that quick transition, but what about the business of governing in terms of the key offices in the White House? Do people go right to work?
You know, that's a good question. In fact, at 12:01 today, we were told that some of those key individuals, those closest advisors who are already appointees, who are already in these roles, Sean Spicer was telling us about this morning, will go directly into their offices. What was notable this morning is that overnight, in fact, we saw some pictures from inside the West Wing that was basically barren. It's something that I've never seen before, having worked in the White House as a reporter, of course, for the course of the last 4 years. The walls are usually filled with photographs, a gallery of photos of the Obamas are there. When President Trump arrives a short time from now this afternoon, the photos will already be replaced outside his office by tradition with some photos from the inaugural ceremony today. And by the time he arrives, many of his aides and staffers will already be in place to assume their positions and responsibilities.
Okay, a pair of former speakers there is walking their way out onto the platform at the Capitol. Let's go to Hallie Jackson to set the scene. Hallie.
Hey there, Lester. Yeah, the VIP platform here behind me on the West Front is filling up. We are just watching now former speakers Newt Gingrich, John Boehner walking out and taking their positions. Throughout the morning, we've seen other lawmakers popping in. Congressman Jason Chaffetz doing what a lot of folks are, which is snapping pictures on the phone of everything that is unfolding. Republican mega donor Sheldon Adelson is here as well. He's got an aisle seat not too far back from the podium where the president-elect, soon-to-be president Donald Trump, will be delivering his inaugural address. I had a brief text conversation with one member of Congress. I asked how they're feeling about today, and the response was one word: wet. I can tell you that the rain has stopped here at the Capitol, although there were some folks out wiping down the seats to make sure that everything is comfortable for the people as they get ready for the program to begin not too long from now. We've talked a little bit about Donald Trump's activities this morning publicly. Privately, we know he started his day where he sometimes does, and that is on Twitter, sending out a message to his millions of followers saying the movement begins today. We are going to get to work, essentially. And a little bit about this Twitter situation. He will take over later today the official POTUS account. All the tweets from the last 8 years from President Obama under that POTUS account end up rolling over to a new handle, and that is POTUS 44, where those tweets will be archived for the record for essentially the rest of time, if you will. Donald Trump has said he will use both his personal account and the official White House account as well. We expect the inaugural address to be roughly 20 minutes. That's about how long President Obama's prior addresses have been as well. So that's typically sort of within the time frame we would think as we watch more people walking into the Capitol here. We know several governors have arrived too. Governor Chris Christie, who was one of the first former rivals to come out and endorse Donald Trump in the campaign. There was a lot of expectation over the summer that perhaps Christie would land a coveted spot in the cabinet or in the administration. Ultimately, it did not turn out that way. Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker has arrived as well, I'm told, along with Ohio Governor John Kasich, who, as you know, was one of the leaders, frankly, of the Never Trump movement for a long time. He is here today to witness the inauguration of Donald Trump. The Marine Corps band is playing down below. You probably hear those sounds wafting up from where we are, and it is certainly filling up. More and more people, not just below the West Front stands here, but out on the National Mall. The view is pretty incredible, not just of the podium where the speech will happen, but all the way down. About an hour ago, we saw one of the president-elect's top aides, Stephen Miller, his policy advisor and speechwriting guru, stepping to the podium to do some of those last-minute checks, making sure, for example, the microphone was at the right height, checking the teleprompter. They've removed the plastic from the chairs. Everything ready now for the arrival of Donald Trump. Lester?
All right, Hallie Jackson, thanks. Let's review what's been going on this morning and what is to come. The president-elect and his family began their day leaving Blair House to attend a worship service at St. John's Church, known as the Church of the President. It's an Inauguration Day tradition dating back to FDR in 1933. From there, Mr. Trump and his wife Melania headed to the White House for morning tea and coffee with the president and first lady before the procession to the Capitol. They'll all be riding together. Always interesting to hear about the conversations that take place in that car. The swearing-in ceremony starts around 11:30 on the west front of the Capitol. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts will be administering the oath of office, and President Trump at that point will then give his inaugural address. It's expected to last about 20 minutes, and Trump's team says it will be a very personal and sincere statement about his vision for the country. And we'll be turning to our NBC News correspondents throughout our coverage for reporting here in Washington and beyond. But right now, we're going to take a short break and be back with more of our NBC News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
I'm gonna fight.
I got this huge standing ovation after I used this term, make America great again.
He speaks very simply.
And how simple is it?
He's often vague enough about things that you can project into it whatever you want.
These are non-partisan parts of psychology. These are just parts of how our minds and brains are organized. A person in authority repeatedly tells you this is the way the situation is, then you come to believe that because you say, well, that's an authority about this form of knowledge, so I'm going to accept that belief.
All of this with the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax. I mean, it's a money-making industry, okay? It's a hoax, a lot of it.
Anything that is repeated a lot becomes cognitively more available.
If I say inner city crime, for instance, if you keep saying it over and over, that conceptual combination becomes very frequent and becomes kind of stored.
We may not even remember where we heard it before. So we lose the source, but we know that it is there and it is familiar.
What about if I want to talk about inner city diversity, inner city opportunity, inner city architecture, and so on? That becomes now overridden by the relentless and repeated expression of inner city crime or bad. That's part of the belief fixation.
And so we tend to come to accept it as a truth because I've heard it so many times.
Crime in our inner cities. Our inner cities are rife with crime.
This kind of pairing of relatively straightforward concepts, typically with a negative adjective, is very powerful. It speaks to your intrinsic and intuitive fears or worries about concepts.
We are going to make America great again.
Great is simply saying some aspirational abstract thing. You want to know great because ABC. So I think if it can be expanded in that way, this communicative style can possibly bring in a broader audience. The particular communicative style that President-elect Trump cultivates, there is not much actual range here. I don't think this is constructed. I think this is a very gut-level instinct. This is actually the man and how he speaks.
Welcome back. A live look at Pennsylvania Avenue, the Capitol, the route that President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama will be taking very shortly with President-elect Trump and Melania Trump, who right now are together in the White House at a tea and coffee before they make their way for the ceremony, which gets underway at 11:30 Eastern time.
Senator Susan Collins in a boot there. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
But she looks like she's recovering from some sort of leg injury there.
Yeah,
you remember 8 years ago that Dick Cheney, the vice president outgoing, was in a wheelchair on that day of turnover. He really is a miracle patient. He had a heart transplant. He was living with an artificial heart for a long, long time. We'll try if we're going to see him today at all, by the way.
We'll try to get the backstory on Senator Collins there. But again, we wait for this.
Look who that is.
There's Hillary Clinton.
They are.
Arriving at the Capitol and President Clinton. It's not clear whether there will be any interaction, any chance for an interaction today.
This is, according to my pal, my partner Mark Murray, will be the first time they are in the same space. You don't want to say same indoors since they're not indoors. Same space since the Al Smith dinner. Right
They're the
before
Cheneys,
election.
there's Mr. Brokaw.
You were asking, and
Yeah.
here's the hat.
Ask and you shall receive, Mr. Brokaw.
Looks great, doesn't he? Looks healthier
Yeah,
today
he's
than he did a decade ago.
He's doing great.
Daughter Liz, a member of Congress.
Yep.
Hey, he looks
by the
well.
way.
He's out there fly fishing and holding forth. And lives in Jackson Hole.
It is Steve Scalise and Steny Hoyer, two leaders in the House on the Republican and Democratic side there.
As we kind of listen in a little bit here.
Always fun to eavesdrop, right? Never know when you get the cool hot mic moment.
Well, we are joined here in our panel right now by Hugh Hewitt, NBC News and MSNBC Republican analyst, host on the Salem Radio Network. Hugh, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be here, Lester. It's fun watching this from this perspective and see all of the old faces. And Tom is right. 8 years ago, the Vice President Cheney was in bad shape, and since that time has recovered remarkably well and looks terrific this afternoon, this morning as they gather. And I think Chuck said when I was offset, it's the 4th of July. It really is a pageant. It's the civic pageant, and I don't know how anyone cannot enjoy it, whatever their politics.
Yeah, before you stepped in during the break, we were just kind of teeing up a conversation I wanted to have about the state of the country today with this transfer of power versus 8 years ago when the country was on the economic brink, auto industry was on the brink. Will Donald Trump have more running room, more of a honeymoon of some sort, given the fact that the country's not in an emergency state, as it was?
He needs to earn this honeymoon. I think he has an opportunity to earn it, but I'm sorry, I've said it before, he missed some opportunities these last 6 to 8 weeks to, and again, I'll go to just erase the asterisk. Whatever you want to say about it, and I know some supporters will say, why do you say that? But look, when you win an election this way, the split popular vote, you know it's a divided country. George W. Bush did a tremendous job in that shortened period to make outreach, pointing a Democrat to the cabinet at the time that hadn't been done in a while, and just doing tiny things there to just start the healing process. I think Donald Trump's gotten a late start here, Hugh Hewitt, but that's what he ought. I wonder if he'll be thinking about that at noon today.
I think the appointments of Generals Kelly and Mattis being nonpartisan are both very significant, and that if he continues on with the key of we is what I think he should sing in today in this very short, as we are told, inaugural address. I think he ought to be very inclusive and not divisive, and I'm hoping that's the case. It's an interesting bit of history. 1789 is the first inaugural. It took 76 years to get to Lincoln's second, by most accounts the greatest inaugural speech. 76 years thereafter, it was FDR's third inaugural on the eve of World War I in 1941, as bombs rained down on 1941. And then 76 years brings us to this. So it's an interesting cycle, and in each of those three ones, Washington's, Lincoln's, and FDR's, very inclusive tones. I hope Mr. Trump hits that today.
You would not include JFK in 1960?
It's rhetorically very high, but not a moment of crisis in the way that 41, Lincoln's second inaugural, and
it's interesting you call it a moment of crisis. You brought up 09 versus today. So in 09, we were in the process of we were on the brink of an economic disaster, experiencing it in the moment. At the time, we almost were losing 1 million jobs. That month that Barack Obama took the oath of office. Yet this town, this capital, there was a euphoric atmosphere. Here we are. The economy feels better. The country seems, on one hand, economically more stable today than it was 8 years ago, and yet there's an uneasiness.
But the euphoria, listen, I spent all last week covering Trump voters. The euphoria is in the places where they got their guy. So this town, I wouldn't expect to be euphoric. I mean, certain pockets of it will be. But the euphoria is out in America where I think that the result was experienced like Brexit, where this was a celebration and a victory against elites,
Let's
against
listen
the
in here.
establishment of both parties.
Listen in. Kellyanne Conway greeting folks here. It's her birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, I remember. That was very nice. I do remember that. I didn't see the letter, but I do remember that.
She is just out of mic range, but
depends how good your hearing is there.
You mentioned earlier in 1984, the coldest one. I was here for that, the coldest ever. But everyone was happy, both Republicans and Democrats.
This looks like they're on the move now. I'll let the control room confirm that for me, but this looks like
the exit from
they have left the White House. The first couple and the soon-to-be first couple riding together along Pennsylvania Avenue, making their way to the Capitol. Stephanie Gosk is with a lot of folks, very excited folks who have crowded on the mall. Stephanie.
Hey, Lester, how are you? Yeah, a lot of people have already gathered out here today. I'm here with a couple of sisters from Pittsburgh who decided that it was important to come to D.C. This is their first inauguration. Carrie, tell me why it was important for you to be here today.
I believe in Mr. Trump, and I believe what he's trying to do for the country, and I think that we needed a change, and I'm really hoping he does what he says he'll do.
And Dana, for you, what was it about Trump that drew you to him?
I think the fact that he was not a politician and he was willing to step up and do things that other people haven't done.
And tell me a little bit about this as first-timers, to be in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day. What does it feel like?
It's really exciting. I love the atmosphere. I just wish we could get to the mall. That's the only thing we wish. But you know,
you've got the Capitol right down there.
And we have a great view for the parade too.
Right. Excellent. You will have a bird's eye view because the parade's going to pass right by here. Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Nice talking to you. Thank you very much. Lester, back to you.
Go Steelers.
All right, Stephanie, thanks. We were watching the presidential motorcade there just a few moments ago as they make their way here for the Capitol. Things getting underway in about an hour. The actual ceremony and the swearing in will be around noon Eastern time.
Vice President, I think, actually gets sworn in before the president. So for a brief moment, I think we will technically have President Obama and Vice President Pence.
That'll be
for about 2 minutes.
A very brief moment. All right, we'll take a break. We'll continue with more of our coverage of the inauguration after this.
I, Richard Nixon, do solemnly swear.
I, Gerald R. Ford, do solemnly swear that I...
To be a part of this ceremony. You know, we are peacefully going from one leader of the United States of America to the new leader of the United States of America, and to have the honor of being a part of that makes your heart feel very, very good. I received the medal on November the 19th, 1968, and then January 1969, we had the inaugural ceremonies to attend, and that just blew our minds totally. Well, I would have to say that Ronald Reagan's was the most memorable, simply because he incorporated us into the inaugural ceremonies. He invited myself and Medal of Honor recipient Gary Wetzel to come up. We stood behind him. I have the pieces of wood that Ronald Reagan stood on when he took the oath. When after the ceremony was over, the Secret Service men said, "Would you gentlemen like to have these, the little pieces of wood that they made the platform out of?" Well, certainly. So Gary Wetzel, Medal of Honor recipient, has a hook, and he reached down in and popped one up, and then the rest of them came up easily. So I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but every time I look at them, I go, wow, that's cool, man. That's where Ronald Reagan stood to take his oath of office. In attending the inaugural ceremonies, all of them touch your heart, which they're designed to touch your heart. And I can remember sitting there and standing there, listening to my president reminding us how important it is to all of us stand up firmly for what we believe in this nation. And that's what keeps America free, and what keeps America strong is that we all stand up for what's in your heart.
Welcome back. The west front of the Capitol, which will be the site of the swearing in of Donald J. Trump as the 45th President of the United States, here in just a little bit. Let me clear something up. We showed you before the break. We saw what appeared to be, looked like a presidential motorcade. It wasn't. There's one of the vehicles right now. We now believe that's the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies arriving in a motorcade. So we did not miss the exit from the White House of President Obama and Michelle Obama and the new president-elect.
We were tricked by those Cadillacs.
We were tricked. The Cadillacs.
There are a lot of them in town today.
A fleet of those beasts.
Who knew how many they had?
GM makes four specifically, with these armored doors and everything specifically.
So I was thinking, how did we miss the exit? But we did not. So we will show that to you when they do leave the White House. And one other bit of business to clear up: we saw Senator Susan Collins walking in a medical boot a minute ago. And Chuck, you checked on what?
She broke her ankle, slipped on ice. It's Maine, slipped on ice at her house in December.
January.
Broke her ankle in 2 places. So actually, it's a tough recovery, as anybody knows, because you got to keep moving and keep off your feet. Good luck with that as a senator.
All right, and there she is right there.
Thank you, Dr. Todd.
Well,
well, we wanted to clear that up. We did see her being escorted in there.
Always in such a great mood and optimistic.
All right, it is January in Washington, and that can sometimes mean brutal cold. We don't quite have that, but we had some drizzle, and Al Roker is watching the weather for us. What's it going to be like for the next couple of hours out there, Al?
Well, the good news, Lester, is that we are going to see a very quick line of showers move through. Right now, things are dry, and that's okay. We've had some drizzle, as you mentioned. Temperatures are in the mid-40s. That's not so bad either. And we are looking, in fact, as we check out right now the radar, you can see that there is a line back to our west that is going to be pushing in. We're in between showers, as you can see. So as that pushes through, it's a fast mover. That's great news. And so, boom, as we put the Futurecast into motion, it pushes through. It's a fast-moving system. And the good news is it should just about be out of here as we look at the forecast There may be a lingering sprinkle or two during the swearing-in ceremony, but then for the parade at 3 o'clock, cloudy skies, cool temperatures in the mid-40s, but still temperatures nice and seasonal. And all in all, it's going to be, the weather should not be a problem for either the swearing-in or for what's going on with the parade as it makes its way toward the White House, Lester.
All right, Al, thanks very much. And there's a line of folks there. Bob Dole has made his way to the Capitol.
Elizabeth Dole, right?
Dole, sure.
Wow, she looks great.
Tell you, everything I've heard recently on Bob Dole is he's really been feeling very good.
I've been spending a fair amount of time with him, and he's working very hard on the Eisenhower Memorial for the mall, raising the money. The family finally has signed off on the design.
That has taken way too long.
But the family signed off on the design, and the old warrior is out there raising money for it, talking to everybody that he can find. Mrs. Senator Dole, Elizabeth Dole, has created a very good program for supporting veterans' families, which need a lot of help. Not just the veterans themselves, but they need help. She's gotten Congress involved. The Today Show is deeply involved in it. She had a big ceremony down. These two people are public servants every day of their lives.
And my favorite thing about Senator Dole is he is as up to date on the political gossip as anybody. When I interviewed him, he had already that day and a couple of presidential candidates who were about to announce. But he had already called him. And remember, as Mr. Republican, he was the only living nominee that said, I'm going to the convention.
Right.
He has been very loyal to the Republican Party and Donald Trump as the nominee since he got the nomination.
And also his client, of course, was in China.
Taiwan.
That's true.
And that was an important.
He got something there.
Let me just set the scene. What you're looking at there on the left side, that is the entrance to the White House, where we expect to see the Obamas and the Trumps emerge here shortly for the short trip up to Capitol Hill, to the Capitol. They are enjoying what we're told is a coffee and tea moment. It's a formality that has become a tradition on this day.
We're watching the new cabinet on the right side. I saw Rex Tillerson walk through. You saw Tom Price walk through.
Scott Pruitt.
Yep. So we're seeing the new potential cabinet. Not all. I think we will see at least 2 or 3 confirmations today. General Mattis may officially, by the end of the day, be the Secretary of Defense, and John Kelly may, by the end of the day, officially be the Secretary, the Department.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Dr. Carson. Yeah. Gary Cohn.
Keep an eye on Gary Cohn. He's a name you haven't heard a lot. He's going to be the President's chair of the Economic Council. He has already seen he has really earned the trust, I'm told, of the incoming president in a way very quickly. A real member of that inner circle. You hear Bannon, you hear Conway, you hear Kushner, you're going to start hearing a lot more Cohn.
I actually had a brief airport conversation with him. I mean, you got to remember, he was president of Goldman Sachs, which is not exactly a club that you put together overnight. That is a big, sophisticated international organization. They both are New Yorkers. They both have kind of the same tough attitude about how you get things done. And I asked him about how he was doing, and he said, well, I think I'm really making progress. I'm trying in some regards to get him not to tweet so much. I'm not as successful with that.
He's not an ideological guy either, just like Donald Trump. Yeah. And that's where you see a bonding there.
Yeah.
And the two of them are just sort of, they think of themselves as doers. They don't think politics.
And that was a campaign promise. That was exactly the kind of person he promised to populate his government with.
Let me get to Katie Tur right now, who is at the Capitol. Katie?
Hey there, Lester. We're at the foot of the dais where Donald Trump will take the oath of office, and behind me what we can see is, unsurprisingly, a sea of red hats, those emblematic hats, Make America Great Again hats that became part and parcel with Donald Trump's campaign. I'm also here with Jim and Pam. They are from Maryland, a blue state. So how did it feel voting for Trump in a state that went for Hillary Clinton?
Great. It was great to at least, try to help, try to move the needle a little ways.
What do you hope to hear from Donald Trump when he delivers his inaugural speech today?
I hope to hear that how he's going to unite the country again and just bring us all back together. Whatever our differences are, this is a great day, and that he brings our country and makes the economy better and us safer, and a great nation once again.
So you're from a blue state. What do you think are the issues that can unite you and your fellow voters who maybe didn't cast their votes for Donald Trump?
Tax reform. Lower the taxes, Donald.
Anything else?
Yeah, just make a better business climate so we can all, maybe prosper a little bit more than we have in the last 8 years.
How do you feel about the transition effort so far? Do you think Donald Trump has made an effort to unite the country? Do you want to see him do a little more?
I think he has. I think it was evident when he had the stream of people that were coming in Trump Towers. You could see he was reaching all across the aisles, and I think he has made a very good effort to try to bring our country together.
Did you want to see a Democrat in the cabinet? Usually past presidents have put a rival in the cabinet.
I would not have minded if he felt there was a qualified person and their political views were of that party. That would have been perfectly fine.
Pam, Jim from Maryland, obviously a blue state. Guys, thank you so much.
All right, Katie Tur, thanks. And I just completed a week-long tour of different parts of the country, talking to people about the changes that are coming in America. And to a person, they all talked about this notion of bringing the country back together and healing these wounds. But when you press people, you find the divisions are still pretty sharp. And you start to wonder, and Nicole asked this to you, I mean, how much are we asking too much of any president to bring the country together?
Yeah, listen, I was on a parallel journey. I think you went north, I went south.
Yeah, that's right.
And I heard the same thing. They are thrilled to have been right. They're thrilled to have prevailed against what felt like, an establishment political class, Democratic and Republican, and a media that was sort of going along. So they're thrilled by the upheaval. But I think they'd like to see him do some of the more traditional things. Every single one that I asked would like to see him stop tweeting, and particularly at individuals. He's now the leader of the free world, and they want him to stop tweeting at union bosses. If he wants to make a policy case on Twitter, that's fine, but they want to see him act a little more presidential.
I also saw the division was not just along ideological and political lines. There was also division over character. Some people who had supported him, acknowledged that some of the offensive things he had said and done along the way, but said that's not why they were voting. But other people, they couldn't get past that, even as they might agree on some policy issues.
I've heard from parents on this a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be honest, in my own neighborhood, I've heard from parents, I've heard from teachers on this issue, and I have to say that is something that, look, I think Vice President Pence can have a lot of influence on him. It is important that the President of the United States is a role model that all parents want to feel comfortable pointing to, and that is something that I think he needs to make an effort on. I think Vice President Pence will try to push him in that direction.
But I think
we're looking at the members of the Supreme Court as they walk in. Go ahead, Nicole.
But I was saying, for parents who did vote for him, I went out and talked to mothers before the election and after about how they got there with him. They said they weren't asking him to raise their children. That was their job. So it divided parents on both sides of the Trump question.
But there's an optimism here that I wish people would get, which is, I think about the last 10 years, guys. And with the election of Barack Obama, there was a group of Americans that thought, oh my God, my voice can be heard. And in this election, you ran into these folks, Nicole and Lester, who thought, oh, my word, I didn't think I could be listened to anymore. And they thought, oh no, I have been heard. Let's look at it from 30,000 feet over the last decade, and all Americans have felt as if their voice can get heard at the ballot box. That's the upside of all of this. It is now on the shoulders of our leaders, both the next president, Trump, as well as it was with President Obama, to sort of grab that and
grow it.
Grow it. That's where there is commonality between Obama and Trump. Mm-hmm. They both came in as outsiders, as populists. So is there a way to forge that? A successful politician, if Donald Trump can learn to be a successful politician, he'll do that, Hugh.
The most intractable institution is the Senate. We had a brief picture of Mitch McConnell, who has waited his entire professional life for a unified Republican government.
Here's Senator Schumer walking in now.
And Schumer would be crucial to this as well. If things work, that will bring the country together. If Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell can make the most intractable institution work with this most unusual president, that would be very optimistic.
The irony could be, Mr. Beschloss, that the way that Everett Dirksen and LBJ had a bipartisan relationship, and in many ways LBJ found himself closer to Dirksen than with some of the Senate Democrats, Trump may have a better relationship with Schumer than McConnell.
May well do, and that was a feature of those times where, for those who don't remember that as a household word, the name of Everett Dirksen, he was the Senate Republican leader of the minority. Johnson was very close to him. They disagreed about almost everything, but they would horse trade around the clock.
They might be working together on infrastructure. For
That is
yeah,
where,
that's a big one.
but it does get, look, there's going to be a tension here. The Democratic Party, the base wants to resist. The base wants to fight.
Elizabeth Warren here, Senator Warren.
Speaking of fighters.
Speaking of.
Right, I mean, and I think she feels that pressure, and you could see it in these confirmations. This is what's going to be Chuck Schumer's great challenge.
Well, simultaneously, the Democratic Party has to decide what it wants to be. I mean, that's going to be a very important part of all of this as they go forward. I saw a young Democrat today who lost in this election cycle, and I said, what are you going to do? And he said, we're kind of at sea at this point. The fact of the matter is that there are things that they can do together, but the Dirksen, LBJ, they had served in the Senate together.
Yep.
They spoke each other's language. They knew Donald Trump is coming from outside.
But Schumer and Trump speak New York.
Speak New York.
Well,
exactly.
They speak New York.
Speak each
That's not an unimportant language.
But Schumer has a different Democratic Party behind him at that point.
Right.
And here's the Supreme Court Justice Roberts, who will be administering the oath, and you see Justice Thomas there. He'll be administering the oath to.
And we hope he gets it right this
Pence.
time.
And by the way, in the middle, literally and figuratively on there, right there, is Justice Kennedy.
Right.
Who is once again, assuming we know where the vacancy goes and the direction that the vacancy goes with President Trump's eventual appointee, puts Kennedy right smack into the middle again.
That's Tom's memory of the Chief Justice boxing up the oath 8 years ago. They had to re-administer it to President Obama the next day. Hopefully it won't happen
guessing
again.
he's not going to try to do it from memory.
Yeah. How quick?
Nothing wrong with the teleprompter there, Justice Roberts.
How quick do you all think that the President Trump will be moving on the Supreme Court pick?
Oh, he promised very quickly. I think this is something, and by the way, I wouldn't dawdle if I were him politically. This is something with confirmations and all this stuff. Get it done early, because it's going to be a painful process too politically, and you don't want to have that linger. There's the future person.
All right, here is the Trump family now.
It's very unusual. Jared Kushner, who is the son-in-law and a very successful New York businessman, is going to be in the White House with an official role. The question then is, who will listen to him, beginning with the president?
Kristen Welker is now looking down and at the VIP arrivals. Kristen?
Striking to see the Trump family members arrive, Lester. It's one of those moments, I think, for everyone here that it starts to feel increasingly more real. Another VIP who we just watched enter, Senator Bernie Sanders, and sort of reminds everyone of how hard fought this race was. He is, of course, the former rival of Hillary Clinton during the primary. We are highly anticipating her entrance. As you were discussing earlier, this will be the first time that she and President-elect Donald Trump are in the same space since that bitter campaign. So there are going to be a lot of eyes focused on her as well. President Obama has talked so much about the importance of the peaceful transfer of power, and that's something that really matters to the Clintons as well. So of course they are here because of former President Bill Clinton, but they think that this is part of their responsibility to this democracy. We've seen a number of other VIPs arrive, and that will continue. 1,600 in all on this platform, Lester.
All right, as we continue to watch folks make their way, we're also keeping a close eye on the left side of your screen where the Obamas and Trumps will be emerging shortly. Senator Ted Cruz there, who waged his own battle against Donald Trump for the Republican nomination, but has climbed on board and said today he's very excited about what's to come in Washington.
By the way, we saw Jared Kushner there, the son-in-law. Another interesting thing, he comes from a family that has deep Democratic Party ties. His father was one of the biggest and most important donors and supporters of a former Democratic governor of New Jersey named Jim McGreevey. And so there are non-ideological people that have a lot of influence on this president, and that is going to be an interesting dynamic, Hugh Hewitt, between the base of your party.
I agree. I saw Scott Walker earlier today going over and Reince Priebus arriving. There is a ideological conservatism in the White House. At the same time, Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump, very valued advisors, are not known for being ideological. So I think it's an interesting White House, maybe the most interesting since Reagan brought me.
Here comes President Rosalind Carter.
Can I just tell you, Twitter had a bunch of passengers on a Delta flight.
You went and said hi to all of them.
President Carter, right, flew here commercially, by the way, folks, and shook everybody's hand. And in coach. Yeah, shook everybody's hand. He has, talk about medical recoveries, Tom.
Oh my God!
I mean, how about this?
It is. I mean, he's cancer-free, and the fact is, it's a tribute to farm life. He's,
rural life. Both Dick Cheney and Jimmy Carter.
and
the rural America.
Also tell you,
we're in trouble.
It's also a tribute to his faith, as he will tell you,
And his wife.
It is very important to him. Yes, they're very, very strong. I saw her at Nancy Reagan's funeral, and I hadn't seen her for a while, but
Marco Rubio?
He's a young man looking for a future, Mark Rubio. But anyhow, Jimmy Carter has been an almost perfect ex-president in terms of his interest around the world, how he does it. The Carter Center is extremely well organized. It's not a show place.
And
it's a
one
workplace.
of the most positive people I've interviewed. I've had a chance to interview him a number of occasions, and just what a great outlook on life.
This ideological question, though, is so interesting on a day like today, where we've been talking about how half the country is elated, the other half is beyond despair. A lot of people in my Twitter feed, I can't watch, sorry, I'll tune in next week. I mean, this is this impulse in Donald Trump to not be ideological could be some sort of ray of hope. He has said kind things about Planned Parenthood. He has said things that are more closely aligned with Democrats on trade, on infrastructure, on foreign policy. So it's going to be interesting to see if Jared Kushner takes on the role of protecting the president's impulses and instincts and preserving those places where he doesn't want to fall in line behind Republican orthodoxy, or whether he tries to sort of round off those edges and move him more closer to the Republican establishment.
He's a populist through and through. He's a populist through and through. He has an ear. Chris Matthews has a great line about him. He says he thinks Donald Trump has the best ear going right now in politics. And the person that helps him with that ear, not just Jared Kushner, Steve Bannon, who's also not ideological.
Like Dr. Jill Biden, emerging now from the White House. And we would expect to see the Obamas and Trump shortly.
Keep track of the Bidens. I think Joe Biden is going to be the Democrat that speaks out the most for a while. More so than in the same way, if you remember, former Vice President Cheney for that first year was sort of as the Republicans were searching for a leader. I have a feeling Biden's going to fill that vacuum for a little while.
Yeah.
Well, I have a personal hope. I hope that he'll stay as well in Moonshot, which the launch for cancer. He's deeply committed because of Beau and other cases that he knows about, and he's worked very hard at understanding. Boy, there's a contrast for you right there, Bernie Sanders.
By the way, that was Karen Pence we saw walk out with Dr. Biden. And here now, the First Lady and the soon-to-be First Lady.
This is the stuff that's just sort of a history junkie. I love that split screen we were just showing, people coming in the Capitol. It's living history.
And reading the expressions and body language.
I put my own.
Figuring out what was said behind the scenes.
Don't you put your own thought bubbles on there?
Right.
So let's remember that Ivana Trump, for all the talk that he had about immigration, is the American story. She's an immigrant.
Melania Trump.
Melania Trump, who came here as an immigrant, married Donald Trump, and is now going to become the First Lady of the United States. That doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, and you have to keep that in mind.
And we're waiting for President Obama and President-elect Trump. But first...
and they're matching blue ties.
Almost. Vice President Biden and soon-to-be Vice President Mike Pence.
They've known each other, obviously, because Pence was in Congress, and Joe Biden has a good regard for him.
Oh, and the two of them have gone. Vice President Pence said they've. It's not perfunctory. They have spent deep amounts of time with each other. You know, Vice President Biden giving him basically his own tour of the world to the next Vice President Pence.
I heard another, one of Donald Trump's principal economic advisors said yesterday he had a very good meeting with Valerie Jarrett, who called him in and gave him kind of a brief on what you can expect and what the difficulties are.
You know, one thing I think might be said is that, we've heard a lot in this campaign about technology and what that does to people's jobs all around the country. And just to give you a sense of the pace of technology, 100 years ago, this year, Woodrow Wilson was inaugurated for a second term, and he came out of that front door and he got into a horse-drawn carriage and rode it all the way up to the Capitol, just 100 years ago.
And here the door swings open, and there is President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. Now, he arrived in a armored SUV. He is about to step into what's affectionately known as the Beast, the presidential limousine. Another reminder of the transfer of power. He arrived in Washington on an Air Force plane, not his private 757. So it is all becoming very, very real in small steps. And about an hour from now, one large step with the swearing in.
Those ties mean that they're the leaders of red and blue America.
Looks like it, yeah.
Yeah, President Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton.
But their wives are wearing the reverse, so there you have it.
Outreach.
So, Michael, have we heard any stories along the way of what occurs in this short car ride?
Usually people getting along pretty well, and that was particularly the case in the first one of these, which was 1837, when Andrew Jackson was riding with the new president, who happened to be his vice president, Martin Van Buren. They were on great terms, but it has not always been that way. Franklin Roosevelt defeated President Herbert Hoover. 1933, they rode up to the Capitol. Roosevelt kept on trying to engage Hoover in conversation, and Hoover so detested Roosevelt and was so depressed he barely spoke. And so finally Roosevelt was reduced to saying, "Look at that building being built over there, what wonderful steel."
As we look at this picture of Hillary Clinton, your mind just can't help go there to what she's thinking. She and so many people thought that this would be her day. And at the same time, what an important symbol this is of what I keep coming back to, this peaceful transfer of power.
And let's not beat around the bush. I don't know if she's over it. I know it took her a long time. I know that, and I don't think she is in some respects. And especially when you pick up your New York Times today and you see that story about the idea that the Russian investigation continues, and every time one of those stories hits, you hear through that grapevine that it stings her a little bit more.
She got more votes than any losing candidate in history, almost 3 million more in the popular vote. And you're right, it's got to sting.
Her choice will be very interesting, how she lives the next 4 years and what she decides to involve herself in the politics of the day. And no clues yet, I don't believe, from anyone as to how she intends to do that.
And the motorcade is on the move now, leaving the White House grounds, making the short drive to the Capitol, where a very short time from now, Donald Trump will become the next president of the United States. There's former President Bush.
You know, the Bushes and the Clintons have become friends, and one thing that might make it a little easier today on the Clintons is that friendship between George W. Bush and Laura Bush and the Clintons. And, I said this before, none of the former presidents on that stage will have voted for Donald Trump. So
when you said that before, Nicole, I have to say it was sort of like, it was a wonderful observation, but it really hit me like a sledgehammer. It is such an, it did. This is why I think there has been a difficult time to unify the political world around this moment.
And probably very healthy, because I think the people that voted for Donald Trump and put him over the edge wanted a shakeup of establishment politics, not just Republican or Democrat.
A big, big piece of why they voted for him, quite honestly. Going by the Treasury Department now, on their way to, we'll be looking at the west side of the Capitol, which was the Ronald Reagan innovation for this day. You want to be sworn in with the Capitol looking west as a son of the West.
This is a round trip for Donald Trump. The next time he'll be going the opposite direction, and he will be President Donald Trump.
I must say that as a reporter, of course I was never in that, but I would go as part of the pool to the Capitol for the State of the Union address. It was very exciting. It was one of those things you look around and say, wow. I picked the right profession after all. All the excitement of going up to the Capitol, the anticipation, and you're in the presidential limousine. I've ridden with presidents before, and the back, and you're knee to knee with the Secret Service there as well, because they slip in and they've got a jump seat.
So, and it's not as private as you think it is.
And by the way, in a moment he will be passing his new hotel, which was I believe his first stop when he arrived in Washington yesterday.
We're talking about the limo. It's called the Beast because it's so heavy, and when presidents fly overseas, they have to take the Beast with them. There's a cargo plane that literally flies the motorcade to any foreign country, but yeah, they are.
I had a chance to step inside the one that preceded this one.
Yeah.
When that door closes, there's just a steep thump,
Yeah,
and you feel like you're in a
this
sealed
thick,
chamber.
yeah.
So Michael, they don't go down.
Tamron Hall is right by the Trump Hotel. Tamron?
Hey there, we are right by the Trump Hotel. Within a few minutes here, we should see what you were referring to as the Beast carrying the president-elect and President Obama. The next route back from the Capitol, Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States, with his hotel perhaps being the first time that the president steps out to greet some of the people who are just to my left, who've strategically placed themselves in front of Trump Hotel, formerly the main post office for Washington, D.C. I'm now hearing cheers here. So as the motorcade passes with the president-elect, his family, the soon-to-be First Lady as well, we see Dr. Jill Biden there, and there is Melania Trump with First Lady Michelle Obama, and you see there Mike Pence. I'm trying to step out of the way so you can see more here, and there you have it. The president-elect and the current president headed now to our nation's capital. When they make this or when the route returns, we will have President Donald Trump.
All right, Tamron, in that hotel, and not a small matter, in the broader conversation about potential conflicts that this president will face from the moment he
takes the oath.
He takes the oath.
No, there's a reason they can't do a direct shot on Pennsylvania Avenue, Michael, and it has to do with a president that maybe Donald Trump is most modeled after, Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson, and he did so much to change this Capitol. And that's the argument that the Trump people make, that this is a new Andrew Jackson, and there is a lot about Andrew Jackson, I guarantee you, that does not remind us very much of Donald Trump. But one thing does, and that is that Jackson was the one who said, essentially, elect me and I will end this period in which the White House has been held by the elites, the aristocrats. I will bring in the common people, to the point that on Inauguration Day, they opened the White House to everyone. They came in and trashed the place and broke the furniture.
Apparently, the Trump transition at least inquired about doing something similar. There is an affinity for Jackson.
They were breaking the windows and having fistfights on the lawn.
Exactly right.
It was the frontier all over.
We saw a picture a moment ago of the crowds passing by. Imagine what life is like as a president. Your whole view on the ground is in a motorcade. And everywhere you go, you will see people waving. You will see crowds gathered. I had the privilege of being in the Obama motorcade a couple of times last week when we were working on our interview about his legacy. And that was one of the things that struck me. 8 years. That's how you see the world.
Yeah.
You're in a world, there's no such thing as a stoplight. There's no such thing as waiting in line.
There's no such thing. When after 9/11 and TSA started making you take your shoes off, George Bush he was already president, obviously, and I ran into the Oval Office. I was late. I said my flight was late. It takes forever now to take off my shoes. Thanks a lot for that, Mr. President. He said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "What am I talking about?" I said, "The gosh bleep TSA makes you strip naked, and because of you," and you really do live in this sort of rarefied. Well, he knew, but he hadn't experienced.
No one faults him. No one faults him.
Right.
It's the reality.
It's for their own security.
That's what that life is like,
But in Marine, you take a helicopter to go to an airport, to go to New York City.
Right.
You land in Wall Street, and you complain about traffic, and they look at you like you're crazy.
Dwight Eisenhower, when he left the presidency, went back to his house in Gettysburg, picked up the telephone, heard this buzz, which was a dial tone. He had never heard one. For the previous 20 years, he would pick up the telephone, there'd be an operator, and he'd say, "Get me Joe Smith."
Right. The other thing is that Donald Trump has had more than a little experience riding in a limousine. I mean, this is not
correct, and a private airplane.
And a private airplane.
Well, no, and look, that is a concern that actually some folks around Trump have, that he does. Here's a guy that was elected supposedly having this common touch, but he actually doesn't interact that much. Will interact even less so as president, just because of the nature of the way the job is going.
Governor Chris Christie, who was seen for quite a while as being a potential rising star and having some major role in this administration.
The transition process sort of a mess with a lot of finger pointing, some in Chris Christie's direction and some supporters of Chris Christie in the other direction. That's sort of why it's a mess, right?
Right. As you know, he ran the process for a year and had an office down here and a staff. And 2 days after Donald Trump won, he fired Chris Christie from that job and basically started the work anew.
We were looking at the picture of Hillary Clinton a moment ago. She tweeted here recently. I'll read the tweet. She says, "I'm here today to honor our democracy and its enduring values. I will never stop believing in our country and its future." Hashtag inauguration. So if you're wondering what's on her mind, that was the tweet she issued a short time ago as we see President and Laura Bush making their way down and being greeted by folks.
And actually, her tweet echoes the words of Al Gore when he conceded the election of 2000, when he said, "For the sake of our democracy, I offer my concession."
And our thoughts, of course, with President H.W. Bush, who remains hospitalized in Houston after a health scare this week. But obviously,
we've heard nothing but good news from Jenna earlier today on the Today Show. So we're very excited to hear that.
And obviously, the situation is such that that President Bush could make this journey.
I'm sure they're watching.
And here the arrival of the motorcade now to the Capitol, where they'll go in. And Chris Jansing is there. Chris?
Dramatic images of the peaceful transition of power with the current president and the president-elect now arriving at what is known as the carriage entrance. This is a practice that dates back, Lester, to 1837 with the current and soon-to-be president riding together in the same vehicle. It's worth noting that President Obama, of course, retains power now until the oath of office is given. There is, in fact, a skeleton staff at the White House right now. But this is the moment that we have been waiting for. They will arrive through the doors here, greeted by an inaugural committee, military cordon. There are Senate and House sergeants at arms who are here waiting for them. I see Michelle Obama closest to me and Melania Trump, soon to be First Lady, being directed around one of these vehicles here. They will go up these stairs and through the door. And this is a very finely timed event. They will go into holding rooms. Anyone who has ever been to the Capitol, who's taken a tour of the Capitol, there is a place in the center of it that has 13 statues representing the 13 colonies. It is called the Crypt. They will go in those holding rooms and wait for the symbol, the sign, to go out. But they're having a conversation right now. You can see the first ladies together, getting some directions from people, also some pleasantries. They've worked closely with members of this inaugural committee and obviously the transition committee. They will go up the stairs, through the doors, down the hall, and once that hold is over, of course, the last person who will go out will be President-elect Donald J. Trump. He will walk down a set of 35 stairs. I walked it just the other day. There will be, right before he goes through the red curtains, a mirror that is hanging on the wall. A member of the inaugural committee said to me, that's the last checkpoint where he can see how he looks.
There's Pete Souza.
And then he will go to take the oath.
And here we see them entering inside the Capitol. President-elect Trump, President Obama.
Speaker Ryan.
Let's listen, see if we can pick up some of the conversation.
Hello. Hello, everybody.
Are you going to reverse the immigration order in the next few days?
God bless our fellow colleagues here, getting that shouted question in.
Okay, Laura, we're moving.
But to the question, we are going to be looking for some reversals here in the next several days.
Don't expect it today. I find it somewhat unusual that they have talked that Monday should be viewed as the first real day of the presidency.
The Pences.
That they're not going to do this, quote, hit the ground running aspect today. There'll be a couple of orders, but it's really Monday that they're building towards.
One of the key aides, however, told me that he would not be surprised if they were challenged on the weekend in some form. economically or otherwise.
We can talk about the one challenge that everybody's concerned about, and that's that North Korea, they are anticipating a test launch of some form.
Here are the Trump children. There's Ivanka and Tiffany and Donald Jr. and Eric Trump. Somber faces as they prepare to step out and watch their father become the next president of the United States.
And Barron there, too.
Was Barron? Yeah, Barron.
You know, Chuck was talking a moment ago about the possibility of a challenge from North Korea. We talked about the symbolic importance of a smooth transition, but one thing that's developed in recent years is that the old president and the new president and their people have national security exercises so that if, God forbid, something like this happens 1 minute after the oath taking, the new president and his staff will be a little bit more up to speed.
And these are post 9/11 reforms. You know, I was talking with Andy Card, who was the chief of staff for George W. Bush, and he was talking about they put in some new in order to make this transition smoother. And he said that the Obama administration sort of enhanced it even more. They did an exercise last week. It was basically both teams. They did a essentially practice emergency exercise, as you call, and that is a sobering moment for all of the advisors. That's the first time they feel the weight of what they're about to
As we look at the kids come in here, it's worth noting Ivanka Trump was asked point blank about whether she would serve as the pseudo first lady, and she shut that down very quickly.
And emphatically so, almost saying that's insulting.
Yeah, it had been talked about a lot. I think it's the first time she got to answer that. So she will have no official role in this White House. And there is the view. Hallie Jackson has got a great view looking onto that west front where all this is taking place. Hallie, what are you seeing?
Hi, Lester. We are just across from the view that you are showing now on a meteorizer filled with hundreds of journalists here to witness this. Just a little bit of color from the ground here. As people are watching on the monitors, every time they see a shot of, for example, the president-elect or his family, a big cheer goes up. There have been announcements now as each of the former living presidents has walked in, President Carter and then President Bush and President Clinton as well. I'll tell you that the senators who have gathered here on the platform are doing what a lot of folks in the crowd are doing, and that is picking up their phone and taking pictures and selfies. Lester?
Okay, and here I believe it's the first time the public is seeing the Trump children. I believe they're about to walk out into the public view. There they are. And you can hear that applause. Let's listen.
See, even the chief of staff is doing photos there. Much previous.
One of the folks I interviewed this week is texting me from the crowd. He said there were polite cheers for Hillary Clinton when she walked out from the Trump supporters gathered on the Mall. It's a nice sentiment.
And which leads to one of the questions I wanted to ask later on, but let's ask it now. Would you expect, as President Trump, to name her in his speech? And
he should. I would hope so. He has nothing to lose and everything to gain by trying to grow his support by being gracious.
But I'm sorry.
Nothing to lose.
I'm shocked that they haven't had a private meeting.
Right, and they
lunch,
used to know each
coffee.
other. I mean,
that's right. She went to his wedding.
Yeah.
This is, I think, the biggest mistake he made during the transition.
Yeah.
Look, she may not have wanted to do it, but there's no way she could have turned down that invitation from the president-elect. His decision, the fact that they haven't done it yet, I just think was
keep in mind,
as a mistake.
Keep in mind, he never fully closed the door on prosecuting her. He said, it's not something we're going to deal with now. But remember, he had thrown that out before the election. And
well, it is. I'm glad to hear that about the crowd. I don't, I think there was we were discussing earlier, with the crowd, how would the crowd, would it feel like a Trump campaign rally? Would we start hearing some chants that we'd gotten used to during the campaign? And my feeling is no. I think I don't care who you are as an American citizen, you walk into this Capitol this week and democracy is just raining on you.
Yeah.
And you start thinking as an American, not as a partisan.
And Nicole, I don't know if you heard this, but when I was touring the country, and one woman said it so articulately. She is against Donald Trump. She was for Clinton, but she said, I hear all this, not my president. She goes, he is my president.
Yeah, we all.
She says, I've got to root for my president to succeed.
And where you hear that is in the military. And Donald Trump did really well among military families and among veterans, but he didn't win them all. But they have to live that. They don't get to just say it. The rest of us get to say it. They have to live with this man as their commander-in-chief. And so it really is I know people that say it mean it, and they are really still hurting. They feel despondent about the outcome, but it's not a particularly productive sentiment.
Yeah, and there is some of the crowd. A lot of folks. I know the Park Service and others are. They don't like to get into the crowd counting business. I think there was talk of anywhere from 700,000 to 900,000 to come and witness this. There are protests in various parts of town. There were threats to.
We'll get a crowd estimate from somebody.
Somebody will get.
Probably get one from Donald Trump. Are you guys kidding me?
That's who I was referring to, Nicole. We'll get an official estimate, perhaps from the podium.
We may get some new poll numbers, you guys. A report on how we're doing in the coverage of the event. I mean, he's still Donald Trump.
Katie Tur is down in the crowd right now as we look. I think that was Eric Trump. Katie, what is the mood down there like that? People have been staked out for a while.
Yeah, they've been here for quite a while, and they're covered in ponchos. They're wearing hats. They're cold, but they're clearly very excited. You know, I was wondering as well what the reaction would be when Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton walked down. And while there wasn't a large cheer in the same way there was for George W. Bush, there was not anybody who was jeering in any way at Hillary Clinton. They said to me that they believe that this was probably a pretty hard moment for her. They acknowledged that. But these people are Trump voters. They're the ones that put him into the office. They're the ones that they feel defied the odds, and they feel very vindicated right now. And now they're going to start chanting USA, which is obviously what we heard quite a bit of on the campaign trail.
What can you see with the naked eye from where you are? People mainly seeing this on a jumbotron. Can they see anything?
So we have a really good view. I'll show you. We're like at the foot of the dais. So we have a bird's eye, not bird's eye. We have a direct view of Donald Trump, easy to see. But there's also a big screen over here so they can see people that are walking down the stairs. They can see faces a little bit more clearly, faces of Donald Trump's cabinet. There was a number of cheers as Donald Trump's cabinet took the stage. They asked people to move out of the way so they could see the big screens. But they have a great view of Donald Trump and how he will be taking the oath of office. In terms of the crowd and how far it extends, guys, you have a better idea of that because you're going to see it on various shots. But it does look pretty filled to me here. These folks have been waiting now for hours. They are excited, of course. This is a day that they hoped they would see come, and it's a day that they feel they deserved. Back to you.
All right, that's an incredible picture right there of the mall, and folks are gathering out to watch.
I can't wait till our folks look speed up. You know, we do those speed things we've been watching all morning. The crowd filling in. We've been watching all morning. You know, it's 7 a.m. As you might expect, stragglers, and every half hour it's been kind of neat to watch it fill in.
Yeah, and I think Jacob Soboroff is near the far end of the mall. Jacob, what are you seeing?
Festivities are going to take place in just a little bit. You can see the Capitol building all the way down there in the distance. But if you walk with me, I want to show you there are supporters that have filled in all the way down to the back. When President Obama was first inaugurated in 2009, 1.8 million people were here. It was an all-time record. They went all the way back, if I can actually show you this way, to the Washington Monument. It's not quite as filled up here right now, but everybody has been watching each and every moment from, I guess, what you would call the nosebleeds up on these television monitors here. We can see what you guys can see up close and personal from about 1.1 miles away. Security is very tight. Part of the reason that it took such a long time for people to fill in here, but the crowds are finally coming, and they're certainly enthusiastic.
Jacob Soboroff, thank you very much. And just to recap, if you're just tuning in, President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama and the Trumps have now arrived at the Capitol. They are in a holding room. Virtually all the VIPs have taken their place on the platform on the West Front, and we will be getting underway quite shortly. I think 11:30 Eastern is when the ceremony itself begins. And there's some of the notables, of course, President Bush, Secretary Clinton, and President Clinton, so many members of Congress. It is, of course, been noted that a number of members of Congress have chosen to boycott this gathering today. I think the last number I heard was around 60 or so.
Following the late of John Lewis.
Yeah, mainly in reaction to the flap that John Lewis had. and his comments he made to you originally about
that's right.
the legitimacy of the event.
And an untold number of people around the country, before we get to Kumbaya here, are not watching and are still
And by the
very,
way,
very angry.
There's going to be a large protest in this town tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, and not an insignificant one on that same mall.
Apparently, they're beginning
The women's
to
march all over the country. Women are marching all
So
over.
let's not forget there are people who look at her 3.5 million or 3 million vote margin and the whole Russian hacking episode, and they have not given up.
And here is First Lady Michelle Obama being escorted now, along with Dr. Jill Biden.
Right. I believe that was Paul Pelosi.
They've been very close. They've been working on veterans issues, the two of them. They have a high regard for one another, and they've gone to different bases and had seminars and other.
And Dr. Biden has continued to teach. I was on an event with her within the last year, and I said, "What are you looking most forward to when it's over?" She goes, "Jogging alone." I remember she says, it's weird jogging along, and she says you end up getting competitive with the Secret Service agents.
And they're
running
really
as well.
fit.
Yeah, they're really fit. And she said, I just want to be able to run alone.
And by the way, vice presidents lose their Secret Service detail fairly quickly. Obviously, former presidents never lose it. So Michelle Obama and Barack and former they'll never fully be alone again. And that is a hard thing for former presidents to.
We should check this. I thought there was at some point they were going to limit. I'll have somebody check into the limit how long, how many years.
At Kennebunkport, there's still a full complement of Secret Service.
I had a college classmate who was a Secret Service agent for President Ford. That was very good duty.
Yeah.
You were at Vail in the wintertime for skiing. You were in Palm Springs in the springtime.
Remember bumping into Lady Bird Johnson not that long ago at the Roosevelt Memorial. I was just there with my family, and there she was, and there were two agents.
Well, and this is going to be a large first family. There's Rick Perry, Governor Perry. This will be a large first family to protect because they live in separate places, and all but one are adults.
And it's going to be actually, we talk about security. There's a big question about the Trump-branded buildings. What extra security? How much does the government? This is actually something that still hasn't quite been worked out yet. In national security circles on this issue of security at Trump.
The First Lady, Mrs. Michelle Obama, and the wife of the Vice President, Dr. Jill Biden, escorted by the Democratic Staff Director of the United States Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, Kelly Fado, Miss Irish Weinschall, and Mr. Paul Pelosi.
As they take their seats, Michael Beschloss has been looking at the security around the Trump Hotel,
which is apparently very strong with barricades and hundreds of police officers and Marines.
This is a remarkable picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the stuff I love. And Michael, you must just get you. Trust me, there's no Twitter feed to follow like Michael Beschloss's feed because of the wonderful photographs, the images you share with such a great eye, and I could just picture you tweeting out this image in 5 years,
right?
In 10 years,
or 25.
And can't wait to know what's on all of their minds. What you were saying earlier, Chuck, we're imagining those thought bubbles, and you can imagine pretty hard, but I'm sure the reality will be different.
Well, we talked about the Clinton and Bush relationship. Mrs. Obama and George W. Bush were last together at the memorial service in Dallas, and they were holding hands and swaying to some of the hymns at the end. So the Bushes have gotten to know Clintons and the Obamas quite well. I have to say something about Mrs. Obama and her contributions to fashion because I'm sitting next to 4 men in blue suits.
Non-fashionable.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. You look great, but you were all wearing the same suit. But Mrs. Obama has been
an occupational hazard, Nicole.
She's been known the world over and watched the world over for picking out designers, young and upcoming designers. And Melania Trump is a beautiful woman and obviously a fashion icon, a former model. But it'll be interesting to see if that is her practice. Women care about stuff like this, you guys.
Okay.
Y'all looking at me dumbfounded.
Come on, I want Nicole.
Thank you.
I'm not.
Get a thumbs up from the
Can't
women in
you
the studio.
Name the designer she's wearing. I'll know you really have a good idea. You can name them.
I don't know who
Michelle
Michelle
Obama
Obama is,
designer.
but she wears a lot of. She wears J. Crew. She wears high end. That's why people love her.
I'm sure people have
Someone
already
will
tweeted
tweet
out
it.
where to buy what she's wearing right now.
And Melania wearing Ralph Lauren.
The first
looks
family will
stunning.
soon be able to shed their coats. They're heading to California for a little warmth after this.
And that echoes Gerald Ford, who in 1977 did exactly the same thing. Got on the
And went to Palm Springs, right?
Went to Palm Springs and
Yes.
was in a golf tournament
right? Yeah.
that afternoon.
Yeah.
It is that is a hobby that Barack Obama wasn't into golf before he became president. He realized golfing was one of the few chances you got to walk alone a little bit. Perhaps it was a place that maybe you could sneak a cigarette or two. Not saying that is what would happen, hint, hint, before he quit.
Be outside.
But he'd be outside. And can I tell you, he now loves the sport.
We haven't seen a lot of Melania Trump. She did not make many campaign appearances. She famously spoke at the Republican National Convention, but has kept a rather low profile during this entire campaign and the transition.
Remember,
she's going to step out on the world's biggest stage.
She has a 10-year-old son, and I think she's worked really hard in that campaign to make sure, she was mother to her son during this period where, his father was having to travel the country. So I think she was.
She's also very shy, and her foray at the convention was a wonderful performance of a halfway plagiarized speech. It was a humiliating experience for her, and really not her fault. It's a staff's fault to protect the principal from stuff like that. So I'm sure she's hoping that Take Two is more successful.
And there's their youngest son, Barron.
And it's our understanding they'll probably finish the school year in New York. Totally understandable. On that front.
Ladies and
It's a
gentlemen,
tough decision for
Mrs.
any parent.
Melania Trump
Go
and Mrs.
mid-year or
Karen
not.
Pence,
Okay, here's
by
the-
the Secretary of the Senate, Julie Adams, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, Karen Haas, Mrs. Abigail Blunt, Mrs. Jana Ryan, the Honorable Elaine L. Chao, and Mrs. Judy McCarthy.
Looking at the juxtaposition of former Vice President Dick Cheney, and just in front of him, just to his right, is Mrs. Obama. Of course, Dick Cheney was particularly tough on this president and on this administration, saying no president in American history has done more to aid our adversaries, which for someone who was so involved in the launch of the war against Iraq, a lot of people were stunned by that judgment and conclusion of him. So it's we haven't seen Donald Rumsfeld, by the way.
And here's
There
the
they are.
president and vice president.
Speaker and the Democratic leader of the Senate.
And for most of American history, you could never see this kind of thing behind the scenes, both because there was no television, also for last decades, television was oftentimes not of this quality.
By the way, Nancy Pelosi there is wearing a pin, a button, and many Democrats today are wearing that same button. I'm told it says hashtag protect our care. It is their way of just a quiet advocation of keeping essentially Obamacare.
Let's listen for a moment as they're about to be introduced.
Donald Trump always wears a red tie. Are you noticing that all the Democrats have blue ties on today?
And on the day that she conceded, Hillary Clinton wore purple and her husband wore a purple tie.
Let's listen. And in a moment, the introduction of President Obama and President-elect Trump.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama, and the Vice President Joseph R. Biden, escorted by Senate Democratic Secretary Gary Myrick, Senate Democratic Leader and Rules Committee Ranking Member Charles E. Schumer, and House Democratic Leader Nancy Pelosi.
The last time Hail to the Chief will be played before President Obama as president.
Yes,
Yeah, what are the Trump daughters?
that's Bo, huh? The entire Trump family there.
So Dan Quayle, former vice president.
We actually are going to hear from Barack Obama one last time today. He will be speaking as an ex-president over at Andrews.
That's correct.
Sometime later this afternoon, obviously.
An exchange between President Bush and President Obama.
They look like they're ribbing each other.
Can you walk by President Bush and not get ribbed?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thinking the last time we saw them together was at the memorial for the
In
police
Dallas.
officers in Dallas.
Yes.
You know, President Obama has talked about the president-elect and says there's a big difference between campaigning and governing. And in just a few moments, think about it, in just a few moments, the weight of the world will be on Donald Trump, and he will know what governing is about.
Well, in defense of that, it takes presidents a long time to get out of campaign mode. Longer than you think, doesn't it, Michael?
Yes, it does.
Listen to the crowd. Well, I don't think that they were silenced, but I think the mic was silenced. It was picking them up.
All right, here we go. There's some blue ties there on some Republicans, Tom.
Yeah.
All right.
Here is President-elect Donald Trump. Let's listen.
Michael, in the long history of American presidential politics, has anyone ever defied greater odds more successfully than this man who's about to become the president of the United States?
Can't imagine one, particularly because, you know, there was a law that we would have always said probably was an iron law in politics until the last couple of months, which was you don't get elected president if you don't have serious military experience or serious experience in public office.
Donald Trump actually speaking to the camera there for a moment. Didn't quite hear what he said, but looked into the lens. This is a man not easily humbled, and you have to wonder, is this truly a humbling moment for him as he is about to take the oath?
It certainly looks like he's feeling the weight. He looks like the Donald Trump we saw that sat next to Barack
Ladies and
Obama that
gentlemen,
first time.
The Vice President-elect Michael Richard Pence.
Vice President-elect greeting folks as he's about to take his place. And just a point of fact, I mentioned that Barack Obama and President Bush, last time they saw each other was in Dallas. I stand corrected. They were at the opening of the African American History Museum.
And I made the same mistake, so your correction counts twice. That was the problem.
Okay.
I think they're running so on time, they're actually waiting to make sure they hit
Ladies
their
and
marks
gentlemen,
here.
escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Stacey McHatton McBride, the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Frank Larkin, the House Sergeant-at-Arms, Paul Irving, the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Roy Blunt, Rules Committee Ranking Member and Senate Democratic Leader Charles E. Schumer, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul D. Ryan, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, and House Democratic Leader Nancy Pelosi.
Yes, they've had to do this twice.
They look
They
familiar.
escorting people and then they get introduced. You actually got to hear from a couple of them who have some remarks here before the oath.
Michael, is there anything magical about the time? We talk about noon, the swearing of the oath. Constitutionally?
It's the moment that goes all the way back, and an interesting thing is how hard a moment that is, because in 1981, when Jimmy Carter was the outgoing president, as you know, he was trying to get American hostages released from Iran.
Right.
And at 12:01, one of his aides called the Situation Room to ask for a report, and they said, "I'm sorry, you're no longer cleared for secret information."
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Officially say that's a trademark thing with him. Thumbs up. It's his version of a wave. Signature. That's what we call it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee for Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Roy Blunt.
Thank you all. If you have a seat, you can sit down. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President-elect, Mr. Vice President-elect, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration of the 45th President of the United States of America. Today, the legislative, the executive, the judicial branches of our constitutional government come together for the 58th inauguration of the President of the United States. Millions of people all over the world will watch and will listen to this event. 36 years ago at his first inauguration, it was also the first inauguration on this side of the Capitol, President Ronald Reagan said that what we do here is both commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace, every 4 years since 1789, when President George Washington took this exact same oath. Miraculous, because we've done it every 4 years since 1789, and the example it sets for democracies everywhere. Washington believed the inauguration of the second president would be more important than the inauguration of the first. Many people had taken control of a government up until then, but few people had ever turned that control willingly over to anyone else. And as important as the transfer of the first transfer of power was, many historians believe that the next election was even more important. When in 1801, one group of people, arguably for the first time ever in history, willingly, if not enthusiastically, gave control of the government to people they believed had a dramatically different view of what the government would, should, and could do. After that election that actually discovered a flaw in the Constitution itself, which was remedied by the 12th Amendment, Thomas Jefferson, at that inauguration, beyond the chaos of the election that had just passed, said, "We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists." After 4 years of civil war, Lincoln's second inaugural speech tried to find reason for the continued war when he pointed out that both sides prayed to the same God. He'd earlier written about those fervent prayers that one side must be and both sides may be wrong. But in 1865, he looked to the future, and the memorable moment in that speech was "with malice toward none and charity for all." In the middle of the Depression, the country was told that the only thing we had to fear was fear itself. And President Kennedy talked about the obligation in democracy to country. The great question that day was, ask what you can do for your country. So we come to this place again, commonplace and miraculous, a national moment of celebration, but not a celebration of victory, a celebration of democracy. And as we begin that celebration, I call on His Eminence Timothy Michael Cardinal Dolan, Reverend Dr. Samuel Rodriguez, and Pastor Paula White Kane to provide readings and the invocation.
The prayer of King Solomon from the Book of Wisdom. Let us pray. God of our ancestors and Lord of mercy, you have made all things, and in your providence have charged us to rule the creatures produced by you, to govern the world in holiness and righteousness, and to render judgment with integrity of heart. Give us wisdom, for we are your servants, weak and short-lived, lacking in comprehension of judgment and of laws. Indeed, though one might be perfect among mortals, if wisdom which comes from you be lacking, we count for nothing. Now with you is wisdom, who knows your will and was there when you made the world, who understands what is pleasing in your eyes, what is conformable with your commands. Send her forth from your holy heavens, from your glorious throne dispatch her, that she may be with us and work with us, that we may grasp what is pleasing to you. For she knows and understands all things, and will guide us prudently in our affairs, and safeguard us by her glory. Amen.
From the Gospel of Matthew, the 5th chapter. God blesses those who are poor and realize their need for Him, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. God blesses those who mourn, for they will be comforted. God blesses those who are humble, for they will inherit the earth. God blesses those who hunger and thirst for justice, for they will be satisfied. God blesses those who are merciful, for they will be shown mercy. He blesses those who are pure in heart, for they will see God. God blesses those who work for peace, for they will be called children of God. God blesses those who are persecuted for doing right, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. And God blesses you when people mock you and persecute you and lie about you and say all sorts of evil things against you because you are my followers. For you are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. No one lights a lamp and then puts it under a basket. Instead, a lamp is placed on its stand where it gives light to everyone in the house. In the same way, let your good deeds shine out for all to see, that everyone will praise your heavenly Father. Respectfully, in Jesus' name.
We come to you, Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, with grateful hearts, thanking you for this great country that you have decreed to your people. We acknowledge we are a blessed nation with a rich history of faith and fortitude, with a future that is filled with promise and purpose. We recognize that every good and every perfect gift comes from you, and the United States of America is your gift, for which we proclaim our gratitude. As a nation, we now pray for our President, Donald John Trump, Vice President Michael Richard Pence, and their families. We ask that you would bestow upon our President the wisdom necessary to lead this great nation, the grace to unify us, and the strength to stand for what is honorable and right in your sight. In Proverbs 21:1, you instruct us that our leader's heart is in your hands. Gracious God, reveal unto our President the ability to know the will, your will, the confidence to lead us in justice and righteousness, and the compassion to yield to our better angels. While we know there are many challenges before us, in every generation you have provided the strength and power to become that blessed nation. Guide us in discernment, Lord, and give us that strength to persevere and thrive. Now bind and heal our wounds and divisions, and join our nation to your purpose. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The psalmist declared, let your favor be upon this one nation under God. Let these United States of America be that beacon of hope to all people and nations under your dominion, a true hope for humankind. Glory to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Missouri State University Chorale.
Strangers welcome, we who once walked in strangers' shoes. Once we were strangers, we were welcome. Once we were strangers, we were welcome. Keep watch, take heart, take courage, take heart, take courage. Our spirit, feed love, feed longing, feed longing. Here are the cities where we have gathered. Here are the bells with sword. We are the gleams of every being, filled with the dreams that build the build the day. Once we were strangers, keep faith, guard mind, take heart, guard spirit, take heart, guard spirit, take courage, keep watch, feel longing, feed love, feed love, feed love, feed love.
Well, the Missouri State University Chorale practices and performs about 2 blocks from my home in Springfield, Missouri, so it was easy to find them, and we're pleased they're here. It's also a great opportunity for me to introduce my colleague, the Senator from New York, Chuck Schumer.
My fellow Americans, we live in a challenging and tumultuous time, a quickly evolving, ever more interconnected world, a rapidly changing economy that benefits too few while leaving too many behind, a fractured media, a politics frequently consumed by rancor. We face threats, foreign and domestic. In such times, faith in our government, our institutions, and even our country can erode. Despite these challenges, I stand here today confident in this great country for one reason: you, the American people. We Americans have always been a forward-looking, problem-solving, optimistic, patriotic, and decent people. Whatever our race, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, whether we are immigrant or native-born, whether we live with disabilities or do not, in wealth or in poverty, we are all exceptional in our commonly held yet fierce devotion to our country, and in our willingness to sacrifice our time, energy, and even our lives to making it a more perfect union. Today, we celebrate one of democracy's core attributes, the peaceful transfer of power. And every day, we stand up for core democratic principles enshrined in the Constitution: the rule of law, equal protection for all under law, the freedom of speech, press, religion, that the things that make America, America. And we can gain strength from reading our history and listening to the voices of average Americans. They always save us in times of strife. One such American was Major Sullivan Ballou. On July 14, 1861, when the North and South were lining up for their first battle, a time when our country was bitterly divided and faith in the future of our country was at a nadir, Major Ballou of the 2nd Rhode Island Volunteers penned a letter to his wife, Sarah. It is one of the greatest letters in American history. It shows the strength and courage of the average American. Allow me to read some of his words, which echo through the ages. My very dear Sarah, he wrote, the indications are very strong that we shall move in a few days, perhaps tomorrow. If it is necessary that I should fall on the battlefield for my country, I am ready. I have no misgivings about or lack of confidence in the cause in which I am engaged, and my courage does not halt or falter. I know how strongly American civilization now leans upon the triumph of the government, and how great a debt we owe to those who went before us through the blood and suffering of the Revolution. And I am willing, perfectly willing, to lay down all my joys in this life to help maintain this government and to pay that debt. Sarah, my love for you is deathless. It seems to bind me to you with the mighty cables that nothing but omnipotence can break. And yet, my love of country comes over me like a strong wind and bears me irresistibly on with all these chains to the battlefield. Sullivan Ballou gave his life on the battlefield a week later at the First Battle of Bull Run. It is because Sullivan Ballou and countless others believed in something bigger than themselves and were willing to sacrifice for it that we stand today in the full blessings of liberty in the greatest country on earth. And that spirit lives on in each of us, Americans whose families have been here for generations and those who have just arrived. And I know our best days are yet to come. I urge all Americans to read Ballou's full letter. His words give me solace, strength. I hope they will give you the same. Now, please stand while the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, administers the oath of office to the Vice President of the United States.
Just a note, Vice Presidents take a different oath since there's no requirement in the Constitution. They use the same text that's administered to all federal officials who must take an oath in order to serve.
Mr. Vice President-elect, would you raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, Michael Richard Pence, do solemnly swear.
I, Michael Richard Pence, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. God bless you.
Mike Pence is now Vice President Mike Pence. We believe the presidential oath will take place, based on where they are on the schedule, will be about 12:05, less than 10 minutes from now.
This is that brief moment where we have President Obama and Vice President Pence.
Either way, Donald Trump becomes president at the stroke of noon.
It was very fortuitous for Governor Pence. He was governor of Indiana when Donald Trump's plane broke down.
Almost ran for president himself in 2012. Right. Many people think that the only person that might have been able to beat Mitt Romney in a primary that year would have been Mike Pence.
Getting a congratulations from President Obama.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band.
In a moment, Chief Justice John Roberts will be introduced to administer the oath to Donald Trump.
Justice of the United States John G. Roberts, Jr., who will administer the presidential oath of office. Everyone, please stand.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Heretofore, he is President Donald J. Trump, and the sound of cannons and a 21-gun salute sounding across Washington, D.C. right now. Ruffles and flourishes followed by Hail to the Chief. First time Donald Trump hearing Hail to the Chief as Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States.
What a great honor to be able to introduce for the first time ever anywhere the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Did
I get that one right?
Chief Justice Roberts, President Carter, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, fellow Americans, and people of the world, thank you. We, the citizens of America, are now joined in a great national effort to rebuild our country and restore its promise for all of our people. Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. Every 4 years, we gather on these steps to carry out the orderly and peaceful transfer of power. And we are grateful to President Obama and First Lady Michelle Obama for their gracious aid throughout this transition. They have been magnificent. Thank you. Today's ceremony, however, has very special meaning, because today we are not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from Washington, D.C., and giving it back to you, the people. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government while the people have borne the cost. Washington flourished, but the people did not share in its wealth. Politicians prospered, but the jobs left and the factories closed. The establishment protected itself, but not the citizens of our country. Their victories have not been your victories. Their triumphs have not been your triumphs. And while they celebrated in our nation's capital, there was little to celebrate for struggling families all across our land. That all changes starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. It belongs to everyone gathered here today and everyone watching all across America. This is your day. This is your celebration. And this, the United States of America, is your country. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. Everyone is listening to you now. You came by the tens of millions to become part of a historic movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. At the center of this movement is a crucial conviction that a nation exists to serve its citizens. Americans want great schools for their children, safe neighborhoods for their families, and good jobs for themselves. These are just and reasonable demands of righteous people and a righteous public. But for too many of our citizens, a different reality exists. Mothers and children trapped in poverty in our inner cities, rusted out factories scattered like tombstones across the landscape of our nation, an education system flush with cash, but which leaves our young and beautiful students deprived of all knowledge, and the crime, and the gangs, and the drugs that have stolen too many lives and robbed our country of so much unrealized potential. This American carnage stops right here and stops right now. We are one nation, and their pain is our pain. Their dreams are our dreams, and their success will be our success. We share one heart, one home, and one glorious destiny. The oath of office I take today is an oath of allegiance to all Americans. For many decades, we've enriched foreign industry at the expense of American industry, subsidized the armies of other countries while allowing for the very sad depletion of our military. We've defended other nations' borders while refusing to defend our own. And spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas while America's infrastructure has fallen into disrepair and decay. We've made other countries rich while the wealth, strength, and confidence of our country has dissipated over the horizon. One by one, the factories shuttered and left our shores, with not even a thought about the millions and millions of American workers that were left behind. The wealth of our middle class has been ripped from their homes and then redistributed all across the world. But that is the past. And now we are looking only to the future. We assembled here today are issuing a new decree to be heard in every city, in every foreign capital, and in every hall of power. From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first. Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to benefit American workers and American families. We must protect our borders from the ravages of other countries making our products, stealing our companies, and destroying our jobs. Protection will lead to great prosperity and strength. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. America will start winning again, winning like never before. We will bring back our jobs. We will bring back our borders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. We will build new roads and highways and bridges and airports and tunnels and railways all across our wonderful nation. We will get our people off of welfare and back to work, rebuilding our country with American hands and American labor. We will follow two simple rules: buy American and hire American. We will seek friendship and goodwill with the nations of the world, but we do so with the understanding that it is the right of all nations to put their own interests first. We do not seek to impose our way of life on anyone, but rather to let it shine as an example. We will shine for everyone to follow. We will reinforce old alliances and form new ones and unite the civilized world against radical Islamic terrorism, which we will eradicate completely from the face of the earth. At the bedrock of our politics will be a total allegiance to the United States of America. And through our loyalty to our country, we will rediscover our loyalty to each other. When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice. The Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity. When America is united, America is totally unstoppable. There should be no fear. We are protected, and we will always be protected. We will be protected by the great men and women of our military and law enforcement. And most importantly, we will be protected by God. Finally, we must think big and dream even bigger. In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving. We will no longer accept politicians who are all talk and no action, constantly complaining but never doing anything about it. The time for empty talk is over. Now arrives the hour of action. Do not allow anyone to tell you that it cannot be done. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America. We will not fail. Our country will thrive and prosper again. We stand at the birth of a new millennium, ready to unlock the mysteries of space, to free the earth from the miseries of disease, and to harness the energies, industries, and technologies of tomorrow. A new national pride will stir our souls, lift our sights, and heal our divisions. It's time to remember that old wisdom our soldiers will never forget, that whether we are black or brown or white, we all bleed the same red blood of patriots. We all enjoy the same glorious freedoms, and we all salute the same great American flag. And whether a child is born in the urban sprawl of Detroit or the windswept plains of Nebraska, they look up at the same night sky, they fill their heart with the same dreams, and they are infused with the breath of life by the same almighty Creator. So to all Americans in every city, near and far, small and large, from mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words: you will never be ignored again. Your voice, your hopes, and your dreams will define our American destiny. And your courage and goodness and love will forever guide us along the way. Together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. God bless
President
America.
Donald Trump concluding about a 16-minute remarks there in a speech that in many ways was taken from the pages of many of the campaign speeches we heard on the road. And he's being greeted there by President Obama, who at times seemed to be biting his lip.
I have to say it was surprisingly divisive for an inaugural address. And I say it this way. We said it was a challenge when you're elected as an outsider, you're elected as a populist, and you're channeling what was real anger out there with his supporters. It's tough to be both the unifier and that populist carrier. He went with populism, and I think that it's going to play well with his folks. But that wasn't the type of inaugural address that was intended to bring this country together.
Playing well with the crowd right now as he reaches out and greets the people who are gathered there. If there was a theme, there's a new sheriff in town.
America first. I mean, there was a point there, Lester, where it felt as if he almost was insulting every living president that was sitting next to him.
Well, he was also insulting
in very personal ways.
He was also insulting all the Republican congressmen and senators who are on that stage. He has a majority, but he went after politicians point blank.
This is Rabbi Marvin Heyer.
Bless President Donald J. Trump and America, our great nation. Guide us to remember the words of the psalmist, who may dwell on your holy mountain, one who does what is right and speaks the truth, who knows that when you eat the labor of your hands, you are praiseworthy, that he who sows in tears shall reap in joy, because the freedoms we enjoy are not granted in perpetuity, but must be reclaimed by each generation. As our ancestors have planted for us, so we must plant for others. While it is not for us to complete the task, neither are we free to desist from them. Dispense justice for the needy and the orphan, for they have no one but their fellow citizens. And because a nation's wealth is measured by her values and not by her vaults, bless all of our allies around the world who share our beliefs. By the rivers of Babylon, we wept as we remembered Zion. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, may my right hand forget its skill. The doer of all these shall never falter. May the days come soon when justice will dwell in the wilderness and righteousness will abide in the fertile fields, and the work of righteousness will be peace, quietness, and confidence forever. Amen.
Mr. President, in the Bible, rain is a sign of God's blessing. And it started to rain, Mr. President, when you came to the platform. And it's my prayer that God will bless you, your family, your administration, and may He bless America. The passage of Scripture comes from 1 Timothy chapter 2. I urge then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, for kings, for all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. This is good, and it pleases God, our Savior, who wants all people to be saved and come to a knowledge of the truth. For there is one God and one mediator between God and mankind, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all people. Now to the King eternal, immortal, invisible, the only God, be honor and glory forever and ever. In Jesus' name, amen.
The next benediction from Bishop Wayne Jackson of the Great Faith Ministries
you,
International.
Father, for letting us share this great moment together. Let us not take for granted the air we breathe or the life you've given us. We were all created by you with one blood, all nations to dwell upon this land together. We're not enemies, but brothers and sisters. We're not adversaries, but we're allies. We're not foes, but we're friends. Let us be healed by the power of your love and united by the bond of your spirit. Today, we pray for our 45th president, the vice president, and their families, and give them the wisdom to guide this great nation, the strength to protect it, and the hands to heal it. We bless President Donald J. Trump. We ask that you give him the wisdom of Solomon, the vision of Joseph, and the meekness of Christ. Solomon, who kept peace among many nations, Joseph, who dreamt better for the people, and Christ who accepted us all. O Lord, mend our hearts and stitch together the fabric of this great country in the spirit of the legendary gospel songwriter Mahalia Jackson. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe the Lord will see us through, I do believe. We are on our way to victory, I do believe. We will walk hand in hand, I do believe. We shall live in peace, I do believe. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe. America, we shall overcome. May the Lord bless and keep America, make his face shine upon us, and be gracious unto us, and give us peace. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jackie Evancho, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing while the President and official party depart the platform. You will be released by sections shortly.
So President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be now exiting the platform. Perhaps a few more greetings there. They'll leave along with the Obamas and Bidens and Vice President and his wife Karen Pence. The president greeting members on the platform here. What is going to happen next is they will retreat inside the Capitol, and there will be a departure ceremony for former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. They're on their way to California for vacation. They will be boarding a helicopter that will look quite familiar, but it'll have a different call sign than the one it's had for the last 8 years. Former president greeting the Doles,
as
Bob Dole and Senator
President Trump did the same thing. Both of them giving the Doles a lot of time. President Obama really giving him a lot of time.
And there is President Trump walking through the Capitol the first time as president. Everything today will be the first time as president.
Lester, we were talking earlier, it is difficult to both channel what his supporters want to hear and sometimes try to bring the moment of unity. And it's not, you can't do both sometimes. And I think that he he wanted that clearly was an inaugural that was intended for his people.
Well, a woman who has looked at a lot of inaugural addresses and might have some frame of reference is Doris Kearns Goodwin, presidential historian. Doris, thanks for being with us. As I had noted, a lot of the themes we heard in that inaugural address were straight from the campaign, clearly true to what got him here and speaking to the base. What did you note about his speech?
Well, I think on the one hand, it probably was the best campaign speech he ever made, in the sense that it wasn't I, as he usually talked about. He just mentioned we are part of a movement, and I will fight with you for every breath of me was one of the few times he brought the I in. But I agree with you. I think a campaign speech to your supporters, they will love what he spoke. It was simple, it was declarative, but yet he made enemies, as populism always does. He had to make an enemy to get his supporters roused up. One enemy was the whole Capitol Hill and the politician establishment, and the other was the world at large. Somehow he was saying America is getting itself lost by helping other countries become rich while our middle class is being squeezed. No mention of a redistribution of income within the United States. And then I think America First is a troubling memory. Obviously, the isolationists before World War II, and to use that as a slogan conjures up those scary notions of our not having alliances, even though he mentioned alliances near the end. The Forgotten Man is a good slogan that FDR brought that up, but still, it was interesting.
I felt myself squirming at times because he was clearly indicting many of the people he was sharing the platform there with, and clearly by design, and that is certainly the heart of his campaign. But Chuck, you did feel a little awkward at times there.
It was awkward because I guess I expected a little bit more of an effort to. I thought Michael Gerson said this earlier when he was somewhat critical. This was a former speechwriter to George W. Bush, a columnist now in the Washington Post, and he was criticizing Donald Trump. He says sometimes it feels as if he doesn't want to talk about the American story enough, and he thought that in the way he handled the John Lewis situation. And I was listening to that speech today, and somehow it felt disconnected a little bit from the American story. And I understand. I thought Doris makes a good point that a populist, you can't ever forget who you're running against, and that's what was in that inaugural. But again, if he was looking to build political capital here to expand things, I don't think he did it.
Tom Brokaw, was there anything there that those who have been uncomfortable with the idea of a President Trump, anything they can take as a...
You'd have to talk to them. I think what he did was this was the core Donald Trump. I mean, he reached out to those people who were in Macomb County, Michigan, the people in Ohio who are out of work, the West Virginia coal miners. But America's richer than that, frankly, and I mean that in terms of its voter tapestry. The fact is that housing now is booming at a record pace. The auto industry is charging along. Oil prices are as low as they have been in the last 25 years. There is a recovery underway. It doesn't affect everybody. There's no question about that. And his Republican majority that he has in the House and Senate now, he just turned around and kind of head slapped him. Because he said these politicians in Washington, they just want to take and they don't want to give you anything. That seems to me a very hard door to open. It goes right back to what happened when he came to see the Senate leadership, when it was clear that he might get the nomination. And the Senate leadership said he was pretty good at the beginning. And then when we said to him, we'd like to talk about some issues that we have to do, he said, no, I'm not here about that. I put on a show. That's why people, this is a quote from somebody who was in the room, a senior member of the Republican Senate leadership. I put on a show. You guys, you don't get me. So I see what he said today was put on a show for his core group who did get him there. But how you put the country back together again and get everybody moving the same way. Am I off base here, Hewitt?
No, I resonate everything you say. I was surprised again. I'm as surprised today as I was on election night. I expected a lot more joy. It was disciplined, it was authentic, it was quintessentially Donald J. Trump, but it was grim. And on inaugural day, there is typically more joy on the podium than there was today, and typically more coming together.
In fact, Hugh, I think many people were hopeful that he would take a page out of your old boss's book, Richard Nixon in '69.
Lift up a driving dream.
It was a divisive campaign. It was a divided country, an angry country. No doubt a moment like this, and he he decided to go up.
Let me ask you this. For a long time, President Obama would look back and say, well, the economic problems were started before I got here. He would remind us of what he inherited. Donald Trump gave a very full-throated speech there about that America's going to be great again. How long does he have before he owns it?
He gets 9 months to legislate. I believe that Chuck and I have talked about this a lot. You get 9 months to do things. And that was definitely a call to arms to the members of Congress there. We are not going to screw around. This is not kumbaya. But it was very bracing for people, even like me, who believe much of what he had to say about Washington being the center of elites and perhaps the Davos man not understanding the average American man. But you can sometimes put a little honey on there and make it more palatable.
And just to note, you're watching certainly the role reversal there in all its glory. There is President Trump now walks the other way with former President Obama, and they will soon be sending the Obamas off. So we're going to watch that play out here.
He just painted a picture that I think many Americans don't recognize. There are some Americans who think that's the picture, and some will say he's painting a warped picture or a different reality. And this goes to the whole thing, this idea that there have been two Americas. It was, and he only painted a picture of one of them.
Here's a very important distinction that he failed to make. He's not the president of the Electoral College. He's the president of the whole country. And the fact is he came up short by almost 3 million votes. And the wins that he had in the important Electoral College states were reasonably narrow. And a lot of those states, things are beginning to come around a little bit. And it wasn't just the economy, it was also the fact that they did want some change. But is this the change that they want?
Let me just quickly point out what you're looking at. There's the helicopter that's often known as Marine One when the president's on board that will take the former First Family away. You can see the folks gathering for the official send-off as we watch that. Let me go to Kristen Welker. She's still on the platform there with some reaction to President Trump's speech.
Hi there, Lester. I'm here with Senator David Perdue of Georgia. He is the cousin of Governor Perdue of Georgia, former governor, who is, of course, just nominated to be the Agriculture Secretary. Thank you so much for joining me. Your initial reaction to that speech, some people thought that it felt a little bit like a campaign speech at the end. Did you feel like it was unifying enough?
Well, he's an outsider. It's a little different approach today, but what he said was America belongs to the people. The government belongs to the people. Isn't that what we're all about? And what he really called on is Congress to get to work and get things done. So this is a guy that's used to getting results. So I walk away from here listening to one thing. He's calling for unity. Stand shoulder to shoulder, independent of your political persuasion, and let's pull together and make America great again.
You say unity, but to some of the Democrats, they may not have heard that?
Well, they may not have. But
and I'm getting a hard rap. Thank you so much, Senator. Lester, back to you.
Kristen, thank you. There is President Trump and former President Obama here for the departure of the Obamas. Typically, we have seen former presidents fly out of Washington to their next homes. In this case, they're off to vacation in Palm Springs, and it will be a round trip. They will return to Washington, D.C. to begin their life post-White House.
That's since Reagan and Jimmy Carter. Well, we have actually two presidents living in Washington, D.C. At the same time the Carters stayed to make sure Amy Carter got through the school year, sort of the similar reason why the Obamas are staying.
And there are the Bidens to wish their goodbyes as well. This is a symbolic moment. We've seen the official moment, but this is really a symbolic moment of the continuation of the transfer of power. Let's listen a bit.
The Bidens get on the train. They have the best commute in Washington for a power couple. They get on Amtrak and ride it to the, second stop, I guess, Baltimore and then Wilmington. Joe has been doing that throughout his Senate career and also his vice presidential time.
Hugs and kisses all around, and we certainly know that the Obamas and the Bidens have become lifelong friends. There is a very, very close bond there, and we saw that with the Medal of Freedom with distinction that was awarded by the president, the former president to former vice president. I'll get this right. This is like when you get the new year, you keep writing the letter.
Still writing the same check.
Yeah. I'm going through that process now, so forgive me. But it appears that the Bidens will be departing first in a motorcade.
He's going to be setting up shop a couple places, University of Delaware and Penn. Essentially at Penn will be sort of where he'll pursue some interest in international affairs, and University of Delaware some domestic.
And a lot of Democrats will continue to look at him and wonder what if.
What could be. I don't think Joe Biden is done. There was a time where people thought that if you're in your 70s, You're not going to be. It's going to be tough to run for president anymore. Donald Trump got elected at 70.
And the oldest to be.
But Joe's older than 70.
He is. He'd be 78 in 2020. Donald Trump would be 74. I have to say, I didn't think we would have 3 straight baby boomer presidents, or let alone, I guess, technically 4. Although I don't count Obama fully baby boomer.
As someone who's the same age as Joe, I'm going to tell you there's a difference between 70 and 78.
Tom, I think there's going to be a lot of run, Tom, runs for you there. So you never know there, buddy.
Also, the Democratic Party is going to have to raise a new generation. The fact is that what they've got to do is find the next generation of leadership in the Democratic Party, even with new ideas. And the same way Bill Clinton came up. And Joe Biden, in fact, was part of that reinvention of the Democratic Party. That's the case before the Democratic Party.
They have some energy. Kamala Harris, the senator from California, Chris Murphy, the senator from Connecticut. They have some very good, talented young people, but they don't have the talent of that couple. President and Mrs. Obama are uniquely gifted, and so there's always going to be a gap between what follows them.
And President Obama just kind of seems to be taking it all in as he prepares, he and the former First Lady prepare to depart the Capitol by helicopter. They'll be going the short distance to Andrews, Joint Base Andrews, to board a VIP Air Force jet. It will not be known as Air Force One, but an Air Force jet nonetheless, to take them to California for vacation.
And he's likely to make some remarks there to staffers, former staffers at OPM.
There has to be a lot of emotions, certainly a lot of nostalgia. It couldn't have been easy at times to hear some of the things said in that speech. But the former president has taken the high road, certainly in this transition.
Here's a lead paragraph in the Wall Street Journal today. After 8 years in office, Barack Obama has a market record any red-blooded American capitalist could be proud of. U.S. shares have soared, oil prices have come down, borrowing is cheap, profits are up along with the dollar. Even those who bet against President Obama made good money with returns in their investment. Now, that's the investment group. But along with that came jobs. We know that there has been a recovery. It's imperfect. It's got holes in it. But the fact is, it's not nearly as grim as the speech that we heard here today.
He was speaking to the Peggy Noonan Unprotected today.
And let's take in this moment as the former president saluting crew members. And the last time that we expect he will board that helicopter and make that wave. Chris Jansing is out there on that east front of the Capitol. What have you been able to observe there, Chris?
This is an emotional time, obviously, for the millions of people who love the Obamas, supported the Obamas. They now begin their post-presidential life. And it's described, this moment, in a handbook for the inauguration that dates back to 1889, which says, the president leaves the Capitol as fast as is practicable after the inauguration of his successor. What it doesn't describe is what this means to the country, this moment, this day that is all about Donald J. Trump. This moment is about 2 people who have served their country for 8 years, getting on that helicopter, as you say, for the last time, and going off on a new life at a very young age, 55 for the president, 53 for the First Lady. They will go to the former Air Force One, now called Executive One. I want to just point out that something happened here that was a tradition the Obamas started. It used to be that the goodbyes were said up on the steps, but as a sign of respect, 8 years ago, President Obama walked to the helicopter with the Bushes and not just said goodbye there, but as was noted at the time, he actually hugged George W. Bush. After what had been a long and difficult campaign, he had really made a statement that he appreciated the way that the transition was handled, just as Donald Trump has said that. So perhaps we have seen a new kind of farewell as we see the president and vice president wave, that they will escort them to the helicopter as they make their way to their new life, Lester.
I spoke to President Obama a little over a week ago, who said to me that he thinks the country's in a better place than when he took over. And certainly by many measures, he inherited a country with a brink of a financial disaster, shedding jobs, but he certainly has been open to critics of his foreign policy and some of the executive actions he's taken.
Ironically, toward the end here, the progress that the American military has made against ISIS, particularly in Iraq, has been very impressive. By the way, even at the end here, so what he got hit for early, you might see that strategy that a President Trump keeps it in place because it seems to be working.
But I direct you to the speech, though. He said, we will eradicate radical Islamic extremism from the face of the earth. That's a pretty bold.
That was the most memorable declarative moment in the speech, is that, and it's a big reach too.
From the face of the earth. Yes. Especially when you're talking about an ideology. But nonetheless, he said it, and he's made some. And, when I did a tour this past week, talking to people around the country, both for and against Mr. Trump, President Trump, they want him to move quickly. They believe in his promises and they want to see it. And people gave various times, but as to when they wanted to see it. And there's the picture, the Obamas leaving official Washington behind.
Wait for the memoirs.
We're actually watching it right over our window. It's coming.
They're coming right to us.
Coming right over our studio here.
We'll find out in the memoirs what they're saying to each other and what they're thinking as they.
And there
they actually have a nice little shot. They take the president around so he gets to see.
No, what they're saying.
Them all.
Look, there's Lester Holt right
You think? No. There's got to be a mixture of relief and I suppose some regret. He talks about some of the regrets in office. He wishes that he had done more to organize the grassroots. When talking about the Democratic loss, the loss of Hillary Clinton, he told me he was surprised that his popularity on the campaign trail did not translate to her. So there's some regret about that. And as he said, for every president, there's always going to be something that you didn't get to or something you wished you had spent more time on. But he takes the longer view about his legacy and feels that history will judge him kindly.
There will be a hangar speech, and you'll recall 16 years ago, Bill Clinton took a long time at the hangar.
My God.
It went on for a long. I wonder if he'll respond to President Trump in the hangar.
Boy, I don't know.
We could not get off the air on that day. That's what I remember.
Well, listen, the president spoke, and he wasn't necessarily speaking to all of us in the room. He was speaking to the people. And let's get out there. Jacob Soboroff is out on the Washington Mall with some reaction from the folks who came from some cases a long way to hear and see this moment. Jacob?
Hey, how are you, Lester? So I'm here with Pam and Jackie. They're from Pittsburgh. They are two of the, I guess, hundreds of thousands of people who are now leaving the National Mall. They are Donald Trump supporters through and through. We just stood here and watched former President Obama take off, and they came here specifically to hear President Donald Trump make those remarks. I got to ask you, Pam, what'd you think?
I thought it was great. I think he's just going to be an amazing president, and I hope the future looks a lot brighter for the country.
And Jackie, you came here from Pittsburgh, a very important place for Donald Trump to winning this presidency. What did you think? What was your most memorable part of the speech for you? Did you feel like it was a unifying speech?
Oh, yeah. And then he did use the word God, too, which is not something that usually is done by the presidents.
Were you surprised to hear that from Donald Trump?
I was, but,
All right, well, Pam, Jackie, thank you both very much. And Lester, just two, like I said, of the many Donald Trump supporters out here heading towards that parade, which starts around 3 o'clock.
All right, Jacob Soboroff, as we continue to watch former President and former First Lady Obama make their way out of official Washington aboard that helicopter carrying them to Joint Base Andrews, where we do expect to hear from Mr. Obama before the family departs on a vacation. In a much warmer climate.
Lester, something struck me there by that by the person that Jacob was interviewing when she said, she hadn't heard God before up there, hadn't heard that in a while. And of course, I don't think I've ever heard a president speak and not say, "May God bless America," after every single speech. But the point is, it sort of gets at there were two versions of the Obama presidency that the public saw. There's a version that one half of the public saw, and there's a version that the other one thinks they saw or perceived. And boy, it is that perceived divide here, almost an informational divide. I mean, there's this woman there who truly believes that she had not heard presidents talk about God up there anymore. And it's like, that's just not, obviously it's just not true, but I think it sort of surfaces the information divide we have.
Well, but and she plainly was a very enthusiastic.
Of course, no. I take nothing away from it.
A supporter of Donald Trump, and it was those kinds of voters that got him to where he is. There's no question about that. What I don't know yet is what's going on social media. My guess is he's getting a hoorah and, well done, high fives. And those idiots on television, Brokaw and Hewitt and Todd and Mahone, they don't know what they're talking about.
They don't understand America.
That's what's going on out there. They don't get it. That's what's going on out there.
You're looking inside right now. This is Sanctuary Hall in the Capitol here, where there will be a luncheon. Statuary Hall. Statuary Hall, where there will be a luncheon here in a short time. We will only be able to show you the beginning of this luncheon. At some point, the cameras will be shut down as the guests are seated for the luncheon, but the presidential party will be there, of course. Tammy Leitner is inside the Capitol. Tammy?
Hey, Lester. We're out here in Naples, hundreds of people, big Trump supporters. This has been a lively crowd, and some of the liveliest are these ladies over here. Tell me what today has meant to you.
Oh, it's thrilling. It's thrilling that we can come together as Americans and unite on making America great again. We're so pleased.
Yes, that's very thrilling. I'm so happy to be here. This has been a great experience. My first.
And Lester, if we could just go over here, this moment has been a long time coming for many people. Matthew, you are a diehard Trump supporter. What does today mean to you?
Well, I think it's a great celebration of America. I mean, this is an opportunity for the whole country to come together, unify, peaceful transition of power, and we're excited about the change that's about to take place.
And how did you feel about his inauguration speech?
I thought it was really honest, and I thought it was to the point, and I don't think that it was political, and I liked that. I thought it was blunt, and it's exactly what we elected. It's Donald Trump.
There you go, Lester. A lot of people very pleased with what they heard from President Donald Trump today.
All right, and Tammy, I apologize. You are in Naples, Florida. Here is the Biden, Dr. Joe Biden, former Vice President Biden, and they are about to board Amtrak. Not quite as glamorous as a helicopter, but nonetheless, that's the way as a senator he would commute back and forth to Delaware, and that's the way they're going home.
And by the way, that's Chris Coons, who replaced Joe Biden, sits in Joe Biden's former Senate seat there, as well as Tom Carper, the other Delaware senator, both of whom do use Amtrak all the time. The Bidens haven't really been able. Jill Biden used to take Amtrak quite a bit. I'd been on it every once in a while when she's on it, but as vice president, they didn't.
Well,
Secret Service.
I can tell you, it is one of. If you want to see the who's who of the political elite, just ride that train from time to time. It is. I have had seen some remarkable folks on board.
It's everybody Donald Trump was running against.
At
times.
It is, but it is
the Acela corridor.
It is a favorite. Among a lot of folks who come back and forth. You can fly. You can fly, but of course the delays and traffic. It sometimes takes about the same amount of time.
One of the things I wish that Donald Trump, the new president, talked about today. And we're going to fix the tracks on Amtrak.
Well, he did talk about railroads. He brought up the railroads. Yeah. He did bring up that, and I know he wants to fix LaGuardia.
And we note they went on the business class door. They're not the first class door. As many staff members. And by the way, we're told about 1,800 people are at Joint Base Andrews for the send-off of former President and First Lady Obama. So we're going to show that to you when they arrive, and we do expect some remarks. There's a lot more coverage. This day is hardly begun on this Inauguration Day, and our NBC News coverage will continue from Washington right after a short break.
Repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
you, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
If I had one word to describe how I'm feeling about your upcoming presidency, it would be anxious.
Perplexed.
Hopeful.
Shocking. Solution.
Incompetency. It's hard to know what to expect right now.
I think you're going to be awesome.
I'm hopeful that you do not govern in the way that you campaigned.
You will stand up firmly for what is right in America, for our veterans.
I feel that you're totally unqualified for the job.
You are going to focus on putting America first.
I'm hopeful that we will not lose the progress that we have made and that we'll be able to fight for more progress.
No, it's the other way.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
NBC News live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump continues. Here's Lester Holt.
America has a new president. Donald Trump has been sworn in as the 45th president of the United States. He delivered a 16-minute stirring speech, sticking close to his values that he has talked about for almost many months on the campaign trail about America first. And you're looking at a live picture right now of a VIP Marine helicopter carrying former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. They will be disembarking from the chopper here shortly. We would expect to hear from the former president before he and his family board an Air Force jet that will take them to Palm Springs, California for vacation. We're told about 1,800 people, mostly staffers, are there. The former president has been had a number of intimate goodbyes over the last couple of weeks. On his last flight out of Andrews aboard Air Force One a little over a week ago, before the flight, he spent time in the hangar without the cameras and thanking the people that maintain and have kept Air Force One in the pristine condition that it's in. And we saw him at that time spending time with the crew members on these helicopters as well. But he will pull up here shortly, and when he makes his remarks, we will certainly carry them. I'm here with Tom Brokaw, Chuck Todd, and Michael Beschloss joins us as well, Hugh Hewitt, and we continue our conversation here. How much of a force do you think Barack Obama will have in the future rebuilding of the Democratic Party, Tom?
You know, it's very hard to say. I mean, I think it depends, first of all, on his enthusiasm for that task. He has said that he wants to go read and write some more. He is a scholar, after all. That's how he came into politics in the first place. And what he's been saying is that I'm going to be alert to what we need to do about how the country begins to change or not change. And I think that will drive it more than him stepping up and saying, I'm here to help. I think he's going to wait for conditions.
But I think he is, without a leader right now, the Democratic Party. Right. He is essentially the default leader of the party. And he fills that vacuum to a point. The question is, how often will he choose to speak out? I go back to, I think actually Joe Biden, of the two of them, we will probably hear more from Joe Biden, and he may channel what a Barack Obama might want to say, but I do think President Obama is mindful and appreciative that President Bush himself didn't do criticism. It was left to Cheney almost. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's left to Biden.
And just before I respond, Tom, just want to let folks know the right side of your screen there, the procession about to start into Statuary Hall for a luncheon. Of course, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will be attending, but continue.
Well, I was going to say about President Obama, look, he goes out on a high. I mean, he's got good numbers going out. People feel good about him. They've been graceful in how they've treated the incoming president. And anything you do back in the public arena, again, runs the risk of taking that down or diminishing it. So you want to cherish what you've got. and not risk it at some point. And he's going to be very mindful of that, I would think.
But you know what? He is mindful that the Democratic Party is a mess. He is taken responsibility for it, and I actually think he wants to spend time doing some things for the party that I think in hindsight he regrets he didn't do as president.
Well, you can do that with papers. You can do that in conferences with people when you're talking about it. You don't have to put yourself out there and say, I'm going to be the guy on the white horse who's going to repair all of this. That's a risky proposition.
There is one thing that is different in this Democratic Party, and my entire adult lifetime, basically, the Clintons have been among the leadership of the party, and we are now the Clintons are in the past. They have no role in this party now. It is what's left, Barack Obama.
Hey, Hugh Hewitt, as we wait to see the former president, former First Lady leave, do you think Mr. Obama will take an opportunity to respond at all to what we heard on
I am so curious because I do believe he wants to act as Eisenhower did to Kennedy as a resource for a new president who may not, in fact, understand the complexity of the job or the overwhelming nature of the pace of international events. So he may want to preserve the opportunity. But subtly, yes, because there was quite an indictment of everything in the president's 16-minute speech today. Such an indictment that some of his most loyal people will want him to, and they will be making eye contact with him. We'll see if he resists.
And they may be upset at him if he doesn't. There have been some in the Democratic base that, they're upset that, President Obama didn't, talk more about Russia before the campaign, things like that. So that is, I think you're right. I think there's a tension there, and I think he's got to give them something.
Yeah, here are the Obamas.
The fact of the matter is that all the attention in the foreseeable future is going to be on the new president.
That's right.
And what he does in the Oval Office and how he interacts with Congress and interacts with the American public and uses the bully pulpit that he now has.
Let me go to Kelly O'Donnell right now. She's getting more congressional reaction to what we have seen. Kelly?
Lester, I'm here with Debbie Stabenow, Democrat of Michigan. She's also part of the leadership team. You heard the new president's message.
Yes.
Do you feel that it does anything to unify your state? Of course, had a lot of support for Donald Trump. You are a Democrat. Where do things stand now that he's president?
Well, certainly, I'm going to work with him on the things that actually are good for Michigan and Michigan workers. I was surprised at how dark his comments were today. It felt depressing and dark when I was hoping, as other presidents, that he would be more hopeful and inspiring. Even in Detroit, there's such important, wonderful things happening. People working very hard, businesses working very hard, jobs coming back, great things happening, and yet once again he described it as a horrible place. So
you would hope for something different.
I would have hoped for something different.
I know you have to get into the lunch. We thank you so much for your time, and we'll look forward to hearing how you respond and work with him in the months to come. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lester, back to you.
All right, Kelly, thanks. Kevin Tibbles is in Pemberville, Ohio, trying to get more reaction as we sweep around the country to the president's speech. Kevin?
If he's on it.
Well, Lester, I am in Pemberville, Ohio. I'm in the historic Opera House here, 125 years old. This is a town that has voted for how many presidents?
24
of the last
30.
And you voted this. Right? You voted for Donald J. Trump this time around. Bob, what did you want him to say today, and did you hear it?
I wanted to hear the unity thing is a huge thing. I think the country's got to come together, whether you like him or not. You better hope that he's successful. I'm not sure why you would want him to not be successful.
Absolutely. Now, Bob here runs the local grocery store and the butcher shop. Carol repairs pianos. And you voted Republican as well. You are a Republican.
I am.
My question is, he spoke a lot about listening to Middle America. We are in Middle America. Do you believe that?
I think that he's listening to the collective voice of Middle America. I do. I think he hears that we want jobs. I think he hears that we want Obamacare, dealt back. Yeah, I think he's listening. I think he hears from people.
Now, Laura, next here, is in the minority because you are the Democrat. Is there any
Democrat in town?
At least in our little group, you're the town's Democrat.
There's a couple.
Listen, tell me, what were you looking to hear today? Obviously, your candidate was not successful. Are you looking to perhaps heal some of the wounds?
I think so. I really want our president to build on the strengths of our country. I want him to recognize and respect everyone.
Everyone. Well, Lester, that is the voice from Pemberville, Ohio. As we just mentioned, they voted this time for Donald J. Trump, our new president. I'll send it back to you from the Opera House.
All right, Kevin, thanks very much, and thank the folks there as well for sticking around and talking with us. Let's go back to the Capitol. Kelly O'Donnell has got another guest for us.
Yes, Lester, we're here with Rob Portman of Ohio. He was reelected in the same environment where Donald Trump won Ohio, won both of our home state. When you hear the new president speaking today, do you think he is setting a tone that he will reach out to those Americans who did not vote for him?
Absolutely. He talked about unity and the fact that we as Americans are stronger and we're unified. I liked his comments about patriotism, that if you're a patriot, you look out for everybody. So I think it's a good start, but it will depend on how he reaches out, not just to Democrats and Republicans, but how he reaches out to Congress and how Congress reaches back to him to work together, because we have big problems to tackle. And I hope that this is the start of a new relationship where we can actually get things done, like tax reform and getting the economy moving, strengthening our military, which you talked about today.
And now that the job is his, is there something you'd like to see him do differently, tactically, relationship-wise? How should he change, if at all, right now?
He should continue to reach out. He's the president of all Americans. This is no longer the campaign. I think he acknowledges that in his comments today when he talked about unity. I think that's the step in the right direction.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate your time. Senator Rob Portman of Ohio.
All right, Kelly. This, of course, is being covered and watched all over the world. Certainly high interest in Russia, which has become a key issue, certainly in this during this transition. We want to go to Richard Engel right now. He's in Red Square. Are they carrying this wall to wall on television there? What's the level of coverage, Richard?
A lot of people are watching this. In fact, there is something of a Trump mania in this country. There are viewing parties, there are Trump bans. There is one town outside of Moscow where they have a branded Trump sugar. People are very excited that Trump could reset relations with Washington and with Moscow. Vladimir Putin, however, reportedly is not watching the ceremonies live. According to his official spokesman, the ceremony was too long and that he would catch up on it on the news. But in general in this country, there is a tremendous interest. When you look across the world, however, there is a lot of trepidation. Not everyone is excited as Russia is. In Europe, they are watching this as part of a general rise of populism, a symptom of anger that they are feeling within the European Union. In the Middle East, frankly, a lot of people don't know what to make of Donald Trump. They hear his comments about that he made during the campaign about banning Muslims. They hear the kind of protectionist, they might even say authoritarian speech that he gave. There are some comments in Libya where they were talking about his fist pumping and said it looked like Muammar Gaddafi. So I think a lot of people outside of Russia are trying to take a measure of the man.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you very much. We were watching on the other side of the screen there briefly, former President Obama and Michelle Obama. National anthem being played there. This is at Joint Base Andrews. Let's watch. The former president joining a very exclusive and small club of former presidents. We expect him to make remarks here in just a moment before he and his family depart on to vacation in Palm Springs, California. This is a view on the right side of the Capitol. Rudy Giuliani, the former New York mayor, there in Statuary Hall, where a luncheon will be held in the new president's honor here in just a few minutes.
We are literally seeing the old establishment, the new establishment, sort of Right there in that split screen.
All right, here's Barack Obama.
Hello, everybody. You know, Michelle and I, we've really been milking this goodbye thing. So it behooves me to be very brief. Yes. You know, I've said before, and I will say again, that when we started on this journey, we did so with an abiding faith in the American people and their ability, our ability, to join together and change the country in ways that would make life better for our kids and our grandkids. The change didn't happen from the top down, but it happened from the bottom up. It was met sometimes with skepticism and doubt. Some folks didn't think we could pull it off. There were those who felt that the institutions of power and privilege in this country were too deeply entrenched. And yet, all of you came together in small towns, big cities. A whole bunch of you really young.
Remarkable split screen moment. Former President Obama speaking on the right. President Trump, who is about to sign some executive orders, some official signings before attending a luncheon.
We didn't know how to pronounce Barack Obama. And you got to know each other. And you went into communities that maybe you'd never even thought about visiting, and met people that on the surface seemed completely different than you. Didn't look like you or talk like you or watch the same TV programs as you, and yet once you started talking to them, it turned out that you had something in common. And it grew and it built. And people took notice. And throughout, it was infused.
So as soon as the signing begins, we'll take you full into the room there, where President Trump is about to put his signatures to some his first orders of business.
It wasn't naivete. It wasn't willful ignorance to all the challenges that America faces. It was hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty. You proved. And throughout this process, Michelle and I, we've just been your front men and women. We have been the face, sometimes the voice.
Let's listen in now.
Up front on the TV screen or in front of the microphone, but
let's listen in now, President Trump.
We have to sign that.
I know that.
Before, and then they'll.
I thought it was healthcare. We're going to get Chuck to sign it. Where would you like me to sign this?
You just sign it underneath.
Just underneath.
Any place you want.
As long as it's signed.
Okay, you want to use a couple different pens.
Good. 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 Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Who's got the more to sign?
So this is General Mattis, and that was a popular decision by everybody. Thank you, Chuck.
That's your first law.
That's it. General Mattis is our first signing. It's great. Okay, and we'll take that pen with it. And this one I'm signing quite a few times, folks. This This is for Rex. I assume he was approved today?
It's coming though, right, Chuck? Well, it looks like you added some letters into your name.
It's hard to copy. That's the only.
We believe what the president is signing now are really the official nominations for his cabinet picks. So these are his first executive actions.
We know for sure 2 cabinet secretaries are going to get confirmed today. Jim Mattis is Secretary of Defense. John Kelly is Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. The real question mark is going to be Mike Pompeo of CIA. There was some hope by Republicans in the Trump transition that he could also get confirmed today. It's our understanding that at least one Democratic senator is holding that up. John Cornyn, and the Republican in the Senate, says he wants to keep the Senate up, working through past midnight tonight to get Pompeo confirmed. But that doesn't seem likely, according to, but we'll see. Believe it or not, there are still some negotiations on that because Donald Trump plans to go to the CIA tomorrow. Having Mike Pompeo confirmed today would make that visit a little less awkward.
And this picture reminds us that the president is a grandfather. I believe those are his grandchildren. We'll double check on that.
I think you're right.
That's Arabella. That's Ivanka Trump's daughter there that you see just to the right of the president. And she seems to be the keeper of the pens.
Oh, yeah, he uses a different pen for every signature, so you can give them away to friends and family, nice souvenirs.
It's a long tradition in Washington.
It is.
Okay, I'll start doing it. How about we'll do Nancy first? Is that okay?
But Chuck, in the coming days, he's going to be putting his pen to paper on some documents that are going to erase part of the, or much of the Obama legacy.
And I think that's look, we know he's going to do a bunch of executive orders, most of them Monday, the ones that are very policy oriented, maybe there's 1 or 2 today, but most of them on Monday. And it's the immigration ones that actually we still don't know for sure. Mike Pence told me they're looking for ways perhaps to even start building the wall with an executive action. Maybe they can reappropriate some money, so they're looking into that. But what orders does he resend and how quickly? The DACA order is the one that, there is a bill sponsored by some Republicans, the so-called Dreamers, those that were brought over into this country as children by their parents that were undocumented, and they were undocumented. We'll see. Does he rescind it immediately, or does he wait for Congress to pass a Dreamer bill and then rescind it?
Well, let's listen to some of this dialogue.
Tom is not himself.
No, Mr. President, the leader wants it.
You know what? The leader should have a lecture. That's good. Good idea. Come on.
You get price back.
That's good. You got price back.
I'll take them.
Those would be very good. I'll take them.
Put them back, Spencer.
This is, you did very well yesterday. Rick Perry. Yes. Look, check this. Torn.
It's better than Carson.
Okay, who would like? I want Rick Perry. Good. Andy, you get them ready for me? It's a tough group of people we have. They're learning the hard way.
Exactly.
Betsy, education, right? Yes. Oh. I thought Chuck wanted it.
Not that one, no. Thank you, Mr. President.
It's a rough group, isn't it?
It is. I'm happy to take it.
Next. I think we're going to need some more pens, by the way. Labor. Wasner.
No. Don't you? Where's Kelly?
Okay. Come on, Senator. I think the Senator likes that. He's going to do a good job.
It makes me feel okay. So it's great.
This is a person who's gotten great reviews, not well known. This is the Veterans Administration. I think Chuck might like it. You want to trade out?
I'll make a trade.
All right, I'll let you make the trade.
It's good.
Everyone's talking about it.
Who'd you return it?
I traded Carson for the veterans.
Oh, that's a
Thank you.
Good pen. It's a good one. This is what a lot of people are going to want, John Kelly.
Oh, yeah, he's a good one.
Good man. He's a good man.
Chuck, you're going to put the cap on it. You're going to get your shirt stained.
This has got to help me hammer in a nail.
Yeah, I know. I'm always helping him.
John Kelly.
No, just pull it off.
Pull it off.
Ryan, you should get something here, right? Come on, Ryan. John Kelly. It's a very non-contact.
Close it, Ryan, so it gets stained.
You getting some more pens back there? This is fun.
These are.
Oh, Dan Coates. So who's?
It's an equal number for the cap.
I think Dan. I think Dan is.
Vice President should get coats.
I think Dan is a good man, right?
So what you're watching here is President Trump signing some of the official things he has to sign to move ahead with his cabinet, signing the official nominations, we believe, of his cabinet picks. And as these things go in Washington, the pen is very important. You see a whole row of them, and as he signs, he will pass the pens out to various members of Congress and other folks who are gathered there. And he's got able and ready grandkids helping him with that process, and he seems to be clearly enjoying this moment here.
Trading like baseball cards. Carson for Kelly.
One I think that Nancy would like. Again, she'd like a double. Scott Pruitt.
Oh, yeah. He's trolling.
I'll say he's okay.
Scott is going to do a great job.
Absolutely.
Speaker would like that. Oh, well, I think
He's still working the pen. He's still working the pen.
Todd just won World
And by the
Series
way,
with his team and the family.
Somewhere in this process today, the new president has found time to tweet on his personal address. One says, today we're not merely transferring power from one administration to another or from one party to another, but we are transferring power from D.C. and giving it back to you, really pretty much echoing what we heard in his speech. But if there was any doubt whether he would continue tweeting, that doubt has been put to rest.
And in the rest of President Obama's speech, it's hard to say, it's hard to classify it as any sort of response to the inaugural. He didn't do that.
You're talking about the remarks he made?
Remarks he made at Hangar. We've gotten the update. I know we've been watching this, and we went away from it. In case you were wondering, folks wondering what was said, more thanks to the staff, things like that, but he did not, there was no direct response.
After he finishes this, we believe he'll go on into the Statuary Hall for the official luncheon. And then remember, we've got a parade that is going to follow a bit later on, the inaugural parade. So a lot of the folks you saw in the mall will be now lining that route along Pennsylvania Avenue, claiming their space to watch that particular chapter in this day of history.
I think Nikki's going to do a good job.
And there you go. There's some of the folks right now who are aligned along the parade route, and plenty of police, as you can see, they were keeping company.
We're running out of people to give it to. Here, two more. You have two Nikki Haley's. Is she applying for two positions? You want a second one? I'll sign it just in case. Maybe there's two positions. Okay. Terry Branstad, the governor, longest serving governor. And China loves him, and he loves China. He's a good man. You'll get that.
I was hoping he would get natural resources because he's for the renewable fuel standard.
Well, I'll tell you, he's a terrific guy. Longest serving governor. Longest serving governor, 24 years, longest in history.
Wind and corn.
So here's one that's not at all controversial. David Friedman from New York, who you must know, right?
I never met him.
Never did. You sort of said that about me.
I didn't say that. I said never took me to dinner with my God.
David's going to do a great job. Back there. Good. Somebody. Okay. Thank you. Here. One more. Who's left? Your check. Proclamation. Okay? Day of National Patriotism. What is it?
Day of Patriotism Proclamation.
All right.
Thank you, Ron.
Day's work.
So applause all around for President Trump as he takes some of his first official, if not perfunctory, actions there as President of the United States, signing another number of documents related to his cabinet picks. And he will now make his way into the hall for today's luncheon. On the left side of your screen is the picture from Joint Base Andrews, not too far away, where former President Obama is saying farewell to the folks, some of the staff members, Air Force and other military people who were there, some of the staffers. A nice send-off before they head out of town. As we noted, this is a round trip. They will make Washington their residency for approximately the next year. And there's the airplane they'll be flying on, one they have logged tens and hundreds of thousands of miles on before. It'll have a different call sign. It'll be Executive One, not Air Force One, simply because he is no longer the president. But that will carry them on this vacation. It's a tradition that outgoing presidents ride on the presidential jet for their final trip out of the nation's capital. On the right there is President Clinton in the background and Hillary Clinton in the foreground there. They will be attending the luncheon in honor of the new president.
Should a former president there. We got a nice update here, officially from George H.W. Bush's office, that he's been breathing well on his own, and he's comfortable watching the inauguration coverage together with Mrs. Bush, Neil, daughter-in-law Maria. They are all there, and while he's still remaining in ICU for observation, they are watching this together tonight.
Well, we don't know if they're watching us, but if they are, we send our well wishes for a speedy recovery. Rudy Giuliani.
Rosa DeLauro right next to him there, Democratic Congresswoman from Connecticut.
Giuliani, another interesting figure we watched during the transition, who seemed to be a shoe-in for a prominent post, but
it's Wilbur Ross.
Somewhere along the line, things went south.
The new Commerce Secretary there. Of course, Rick Perry.
Governor Perry.
Energy.
Rick Perry, who went from trying to get rid of the Energy Department to heading the Energy Department.
Not yet, but we'll see. I mean, most likely not been confirmed.
Yeah, if he gets confirmed.
A couple more. There's President Carter there in the background. You see them.
And we keep noting how remarkably good he looks, and what a great story he has to tell about his battle with cancer.
Rex Tillerson and Chief Justice Roberts sharing the table there.
Yeah, the inaugurations make for some interesting pairings and groups sometimes, at least.
Like I said, the new establishment establishing themselves here a little bit, putting in their roots.
But the hard work begins right away. We know that the president is expecting, Dan Quayle there, former vice president, we know the president is expected to make a trip out to the CIA over the weekend and begin trying to mend fences with the intelligence community that have been damaged regarding some of the Russian allegations.
If Mike Pompeo is not confirmed tonight, it would be it's my understanding, and talking to Jeremy Bash, who of course is a contributor to us now and used to work over at the CIA, it would be the number 3 person, as sort of a careerist, who's the acting director who would be taking
Josh Earnest, the press secretary for the former president, getting a hug.
With his son. Already looking like a civilian there, right? No tie. Probably couldn't wait to get rid of that.
Listen,
I rode into Washington with Bill and Hillary Clinton and with Tipper and Al Gore when they came to take
bus
their
trip.
place. We rode from Monticello on an RV. I had my camper crew with me. We were doing a special report, and it was a little unsettling. I got off at Memorial Bridge. There's members of the family now.
Making their way to the luncheon after the signing ceremony.
Anyhow, I got off the RV on the Memorial Bridge and realized for the first time the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States are younger than I am.
Dennis McDonough up there on the left.
Outgoing Chief of Staff.
To them it took the President a while to find that Chief of Staff that is basically him.
But he bonded with us.
They really did. These are Dennis McDonough could channel President Obama in ways that no other Chief of Staff. He had good relations with his Chief of Staff, don't get me wrong. But Dennis McDonough was had a connection with him.
He was a Johnny, a football player at St. John's in Minnesota.
It's unfortunately a Vikings fan, but I don't hold that up.
And it's important to point out for those of us who cover these White Houses, you have to understand how hard all these folks really work. The sacrifice of staff members, and certainly the Trump folks are about to find that out. The very, very long hours. And there's a real sense of loyalty between a president and staff. And we've seen that certainly with this outgoing White House, and I'm sure we'll see it in this new White House.
Robert Gibbs once said to me, he says, you know, this is a family-friendly White House for one family, the first family, and that's how it works.
Reince Priebus, the new chief of staff. There's Eric Trump, Tiffany Trump in the white coat.
Reince Priebus, in the political world, gets high fives. I mean, he hung in there for a long time. He was there 4 years ago. He's stuck in there this time. He found a way to work with Trump.
He kept this party together.
Yep.
So many, the pressure he was under at times to dump Trump.
Yep.
And he wouldn't do it. He stuck by. He kept the party from totally fracturing.
A few minutes ago, you were talking
it's a big deal what he did.
You were talking about the damaged Democratic Party, but remember 4 months ago, we were talking about the Republican Party was in critical condition.
That's right, and it's just a different. Now I'll tell you this: there is a different group of people in charge of this party now, and it is a different makeup of this party. I think that I think we thought, okay, if he loses, there's going to be a fight between these two wings of the party. The Trump wing won. The Trump wing is in charge. So that is, and it's sort of, the question is, what happens to the Bush Republicans, the Chamber of Commerce Republicans, others might call them? Do they find a way to fit in? How do they find a way to fit, or vice versa? Does Trump find ways to bring them in?
There's Speaker Paul Ryan. As we're talking, I look to my left and look who's dropped by, Jackie Ivanko, who we heard sing the national anthem at the inauguration. Congratulations, you did a terrific job.
Thank you so much.
Well done.
What was it like?
Oh, it was crazy, freezing cold, but it was amazing. It was a great experience.
Well, you sang warmly. You warmed us.
Oh, thank you so much.
That's a very hard. I'm sorry. I was just going to ask. I'm not a singer, but I know that from all the singers, it's a very hard one to hit the notes.
It is, but it's mainly just because of the pressure of the song itself, not the notes. It's a big song. You don't want to mess it up.
Have you seen it? Because there it is, right? I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah, there you are.
You are watching it.
Wow.
It was just a wonderful moment.
Thank you.
Bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
I think so. They tell me that.
I've got my kids are making them instrumentalists, so send a message. How often do you practice?
Well, for this, I practice pretty much every day, so pretty often.
That's right. Absolutely. So tell us about how when did you know you wanted to be a singer?
I've always known that I wanted to be a singer. I just was not always good at it.
You could have fooled us.
Thank you.
What turned it around? What was the moment?
When I got my tonsils removed, I could my whole voice changed. So that's when I was 6. And then
So that's what's wrong with my singing.
There you go. Across America right now, parents are going, let's get rid of those tonsils out of our kids.
Well, Jackie, well done. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I hope you get to watch it all in a more comfortable setting. But you did a terrific job.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Congratulations.
And someone else has done a terrific job is Hallie Jackson. So terrific, we decided to bring her out of the cold and into our studio.
I have to say, Jackie, thank you guys. Jackie, I was across the Capitol from where you were, where the media was, and it was freezing, but you didn't look cold at all. You stayed warm enough?
Oh, I was freezing. You can't exactly look nervous and cold when you're performing the national anthem. So.
Well, you did a really lovely job.
And here's the farewell for the Obamas here. They're going to walk past the honor guards. And we'll see if he salutes one more time.
Lester, that too is an American journey. You think about where he came from.
And he did.
Kenyan father, mother from Kansas. She was raised in Chicago in a working class family, Harvard and Princeton, and then became president and first lady, and leave with a great sense in this country of what great parents they were and stewards of family values.
And
the placemat. The placemat. I think about the placemat. Changed forever in ways. It sent a message to all Americans.
And the Obama era is over as he boards the Air Force jet that'll carry them on vacation into the next chapter of their lives. Barack and Michelle Obama. On the right there's Vice President Pence, Karen Pence, making their way into the luncheon. And in a moment, we would expect to see President Trump and the First Lady. There they are.
There they are.
And Lester, you talk about this being the end of the Obama era in Washington. It's the start, of course, of the Trump era, and that means, I think, a lot for the Republicans who are in this room on Capitol Hill. What this means for a Republican Party that for a long time wouldn't accept Donald Trump, many parts of it refusing to. Now, not only forced to, but almost excited about the possibility of what they can accomplish moving forward. His speech was very interesting. Some reviews even from one member of Congress who I was texting back and forth with, thinking that it was so similar, as we've been talking about, to a campaign speech, and wondering, is that going to be the kind of rhetoric that we're going to see from him moving forward, or will at some point he try to strike that more inspirational and hopeful tone?
You had a pretty good view there. Were there many applause lines, when I say applause lines, that everyone joined in on?
It was interesting.
Or was it very partisan?
Well, I think it was partisan. I mean, you were watching, my producer said to me, watch President Obama right now, former President Obama at that point, and see when he claps and see what he does. And there weren't many moments where you saw that sort of round of applause together during the oath as we sort of watch this here.
All right, let's watch their introduction. President greeting President Clinton.
Well, here we go. If you could read lips there.
The only thing I could read was thank you at the end.
I thought it was thank you for coming.
But it seemed to be come from a good place as he reached out, extended his hand to Hillary Clinton. To the best of my knowledge, the first time they have exchanged pleasantries
in person.
The election in person, yeah. Yeah, there was the phone call, of course.
Well, welcome to this lunch, and if everybody would be seated. You may discover you're sitting on my road. This is time to stand back So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, honored guests, welcome to this inaugural luncheon. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies has been pleased to host this lunch at least since 1953 with President Eisenhower. In 1981, President Reagan's first inauguration, the lunch took its current form and moved to this grand hall, the National Statuary Hall, which served until 1857 as the chamber of the House of Representatives. The statues that line the walls of this room are placed throughout the Capitol, and they recognize important figures in our national history. The collection in Statuary Hall doesn't change very often, but actually since this lunch was held the last time, it's had several additions. Rosa Parks is now in Statuary Hall, and she is, of course, seated rather than standing, as she should be. When Mrs. Parks died in 2005, one of the few people who never held any public office or served in the military to lay to honor in the Capitol Rotunda. And several of us were there that day. Another addition, Norman Berglund, the leader of the Green Revolution, though this Green Revolution was about his great efforts to feed people, the demands in food production, and he was really a leader in that area. Talking to Governor Perdue last night about what's going to happen as world food demand doubles in 35 or 40 years and the great opportunity we have there. Barry Goldwater, a real inspiration to a generation of conservatives, was added to Statuary Hall over the last few years. And Thomas Edison of Ohio, who discovered more than 10,000 ways not to make a light bulb, and until he discovered the one way to make that light bulb. The painting in the middle of the room is from a great Missouri artist, George Caleb Bingham. He did 3 election series, the painting here, a 3 painting series. One was stump speaking, one was the county election, and this one is Verdict of the People. In the 1850s, when this was painted, often it was several days after the election before the results were announced, and all kinds of people are in this painting, people from all walks of life, people who are excited, people who are confused, people who wonder what's happened, and people who wonder what's going to happen are all there. Actually, he painted this painting about the same time that in this very room, some of the least successful debates in the history of our country were being held. And of course, that we paid the price for not being able to find solutions. And one of my favorite statues in the building is in a room that I have here in the Capitol right now. I had it in the whip's office when I was the whip in the House. And it's one of my favorites because nobody knows who it is. And I don't mean nobody here can guess who it is. I mean nobody knows who it is, and nobody's known who it was since about 1930. Couldn't have been in the Capitol building more than 100 years before people began to wonder, who is this person? And I think it's a great reminder that what we do here is a lot more important than who we are. So we have work in front of us. It's a wonderful opportunity. It is a great day. And I'm asking Barry Black, the chaplain of the Senate, to come and give us our opening prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal Lord God, our refuge and strength, we praise you that we have nothing to fear. We can stand fearlessly during this season of peaceful transition because we know your providence will prevail. Lord, we're grateful for this inaugural luncheon and for your providence that has brought President Donald J. Trump to this milestone moment. You have admonished us to pray for leaders and governments, so we pray for our new president. Lord, crown his labors with success, leading him to the destination you have chosen. Surround him, his family, and the members of his cabinet with the shield of your divine protection and favor. May President Trump seek your wisdom, justice, and grace, leading with your strength, which reaches out to those on life's margins, the lost, lonely, last, least, and left out. May he remember that those who would leave a legacy of greatness must strive to become servants of all. Lord, inspire our president to perform his God-appointed duties with such reverence for you that his tenure will be like the sun shining forth on a cloudless morning, like a rainbow after a storm, and like the singing of the birds at dawn. Bless our food and fellowship, we pray, in your sovereign name. Amen.
Lunch will be served.
And that luncheon is about to begin. You heard lunch serve, and they are actually going to turn the cameras off there, so we will not be able to bring you anything more in this room. Of course, we've still got a lot of the day ahead. The inaugural parade down Pennsylvania Avenue that will carry the new first family to the White House. We'll be here for all the coverage of that. And we'll talk more about the speech and about the future of this family when we come back from this break. This is NBC News coverage of the inauguration.
This is the food system. But what if it didn't have to be?
To you, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
If I had one word to describe how I'm feeling about your upcoming presidency, it would be anxious.
Perplexed.
Hopeful.
Shocking. Solution.
Incompetency. It's hard to know what to expect right now.
I think you're going to be awesome.
I'm hopeful that you do not govern in the way that you campaigned.
You will stand up firmly for what is right in America, for our veterans.
I feel that you're totally unqualified for the job.
You are going to focus on putting America first.
I'm hopeful that we will not lose the progress that we have made and that we'll be able to fight for more progress.
Assembled here today are issuing a new decree to be heard in every city, in every foreign capital, and in every hall of power. From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
The defining line, arguably, in Donald Trump's inaugural speech, President Trump. We actually have a word cloud of the entire speech. We put it up there, and one word dominates. As you can see there, Tom Brokaw, America, American. America first. There is a history to that phrase.
There is, and it's checkered in a lot of ways, and he has reactivated it, and it's been an extent. This speech today was an extension of how he first began, when he first came down that escalator at Trump Tower. These were the themes that got him to where he is. and this is what he wants to do to advance the country. We do live in a different world now, obviously, and there's great concern about isolation of America from an economic point of view, as well as from a defense point of view, a cultural point of view. Right. We've always been the leader of the West, and we've reached out to Europe and to our allies, including Japan, to find our way. But there is in this White House now a really strong belief that you've got to isolate America out and concentrate on the values that make up this country and who we are and how we're going to get to where we're going to go.
You know, let's bring in quickly Doris Kearns Goodwin. Doris, America first. That there's pre-World War II. That was a phrase that sent a signal to many Americans.
Oh, without a question. I mean, in those days, in 1939, 1940, 1941, the American First people really were arguing for American isolationism after the experience of World War I. And if they hadn't been overdone by FDR and the interventionists, we might have taken even longer to really get mobilized for the war, even before Pearl Harbor. And I think it's a scary thing to have those words coming back to us right now, given that after World War II, we became the world leader in part because we had alliances, and that's what we need again.
All right, we want to go onto the streets of Washington now, where some of the protests are apparently getting a bit out of hand. Jacob Rascone, where are you, and what can you tell us? Hello, Jacob.
Oh, my.
I'm not exactly sure. I can't hear from Jacob, but you can see what appears to be a tear gas and police moving in on a crowd here.
We have had reports that tear gas was used.
This is 12th and L, 12th and L, if you're familiar with the Washington, D.C. area. Police have been wanting to keep away. Those sound like tear gas shells to me. They have been trying to separate protesters on either side. There were some promises of protesters to shut down some key intersections and try to block access to the parade route, but something has instigated this around the area of 12th and L here in Washington, D.C. Jacob Rascone, can you hear me? Okay, still not in contact with Jacob, but yeah, Jacob? Okay. No, we haven't heard from him yet, but we continue to watch this play out. Appeared several tear gas. Yeah, okay, we got you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jacob. Go ahead, Jacob.
Lester, I apologize for the audio issues. All of a sudden, the police officers started to spray pepper spray, and they got our audio technician, and so we lost that audio. And then we were running because they were throwing flashbangs very, very loud. At the same time, they were arresting some people. These protesters that you're seeing behind us, and I'm going to stay close to the camera so you can hear me, they've been here for hours. We're talking about a dozen groups or more of protesters that were trying to block checkpoints this morning. And then maybe a couple of hours ago, they started to converge into one group, and they started to smash some windows as they were running around and throw tables. And that's when we saw a few hundred police officers come and try to corner them. They were running around for a half hour or so. They finally cornered a lot of them and started making arrests, and it was calm for a couple of hours until just now. They're coming. See us running because they're going to throw more flashbangs. You're going to hear them as they do this. We've been trying to control these protesters again for hours, and at this point, I would guess that there are near 1,000 protesters total. You're going to see things flying because these protesters are throwing bricks or rocks or bottles. We know from DC police that at least 3 of their officers were hurt earlier today. We've seen protesters, of course, also injured because of the pepper spray. I should clarify that most of the protesters are not throwing things. It's a small group of maybe 50, 60 of them that have their faces covered and they're dressed all in black. We're going to look over here and you're going to see them trying to carry a gate. They're going to try to throw this at the officers. We've moved back a little bit, again, because we were being hit by the pepper spray, Lester.
All right, Jacob Rascon, I will be honest, we didn't hear everything you were saying, but we understand it's small groups within the larger group who have been throwing objects, that police are responding with flash bang grenades, which are non-lethal grenades, and there has been some pepper spray dispersed in the area to get people to move back. And I see you have you've moved back, which we're grateful you're okay. Was this a moving demonstration, Jacob, or was it always planned for this area?
So, Lester, this morning there were a dozen or more separate groups, as I said, that were trying to shut down checkpoints. And at about 11 o'clock, we had a group of maybe 100 protesters that were mostly dressed in black with their faces covered. That were not just walking, they were running around and tossing chairs and throwing tables. And then there was a couple of them.
They're coming down, we got to move.
Smashing windows with a hammer. And that's the group of protesters that the police surrounded, and for the last couple of hours, or for a couple of hours, I should say, were chasing. And as President Trump was taking the oath of office, they had them surrounded, and mostly it was quiet, and we were stationary in one intersection for a while until just now, until 5 minutes ago, when some of the protesters, it appears, were pushing against the police line. Police started to push back, and that's when they started to spray more pepper spray. You're going to see now the line of police officers are now close enough, or they're close enough to us where you can see them. I would say that they're shooting right now out of what look like paintball guns. It's like a pepper spray ball that they spray, and it hits, and you can smell, your eyes can feel it. It's difficult to breathe. We were seeing that earlier.
Hey, Jacob, can you give us some sense as to how far this is from the parade route from the Capitol?
Lester, 12th Street and K Street is probably 6 or 7 blocks away from the parade route. Watch here, you're going to see somebody with a hammer smashing this. Apologize for the audio issues here. So we're probably about 5 or 6 blocks away from the parade route in the inauguration, Lester.
That may sound close to some people, but that's actually here. That's actually a fairly long way. There's a lot of perimeter, a lot of security. This shouldn't be disruptive to the parade or those attending the parade.
This is they have shut down a lot of streets, certainly in preparation. They have practiced for this kind of thing. It is a striking counter image to the peaceful transfer of power we witnessed a little over an hour ago.
To be honest, the audio is jarring on this day. It's just jarring that in the city, the capital city of the United States of America on Inauguration Day, we're hearing these sounds.
Yeah, we don't. Jacob, have you seen anyone injured at all?
Lester, we've seen a couple of officers being treated, and then we've seen a few protesters as well who were carried out by other protesters because they were being sprayed by pepper spray. Earlier today, there was at least one protester that was bleeding from the head and was actually carried off in a stretcher. And up and down I Street, where the protesters were running around earlier, there are windows smashed on a couple of hotels. On a Starbucks, they smashed all the windows as they were running by. All of that happened a couple of hours ago. And again, it was pretty quiet. You're seeing now a new team of officers, specially trained with their riot gear. They are moving in.
And we see some objects that appear to be being tossed at the police officers, who seem to be forming almost a moving wall now as they continue to try and move the crowd farther up the street and to contain them. Again, they have certainly been rehearsing and practicing for civil disobedience and seem to have been controlling that street to some extent. But it is clearly a volatile situation anytime that police are forced to use tear gas or some of their non-lethal tactics. It is jarring, as Chuck points out.
Some of these are anarchists that almost have nothing to do with wanting to protest what's going on today. A different type of protest. I think some of these folks are, the ones
and
you see a lot of.
The big protest is scheduled for tomorrow.
Correct.
And women are coming here from all over America.
I don't think this has any connection to that one.
Yeah.
Pete Williams is in our Washington bureau. He's got a better handle on the situation with protests overall. What are you hearing, Pete?
Well, Lester,
I don't
Washington,
wanna go on that
D.C. police who are in charge of keeping the peace in the streets here, this is not a Secret Service or FBI mission, this is Washington police. They
How
say
about
they've
this?
arrested 95 people so far today. One person was arrested last night in a demonstration outside a place where some Trump supporters were gathering. Washington, D.C.'s acting police chief stresses that the number of people arrested and the number of people who've broken windows and taken on other violent acts is a small number of total number of protesters. But this is pretty much the image that these violent protesters wanted. They wanted these encounters with the police to demonstrate their unhappiness. But the police chief says that windows were broken in 4 or 5 businesses. This is right around an area called Franklin Park. It's about 6 blocks north of the Pennsylvania Avenue parade route. So it's well away from where the president will be walking a few hours from now.
All right, Pete Williams, we'll continue to thanks. We'll continue to monitor this situation here. The police seem to be successfully moving the crowd back, but as we noted, it's a volatile situation. Jacob Rascone and our crew, I know, will take proper precautions. We will continue to check back as that situation develops, but we're back here with our panel talking about the day that was so far and what's ahead as we look forward to the inauguration parade on Pennsylvania Avenue. And Chuck, obviously we knew there was going to be a lot of opposition. There were going to be a lot of protests. How much of a, since we're on the subject, how much of a galvanizing force will it be for the left in general to move some of that passion into the political arena looking forward to the next election?
Look, I think, though, for every action, there's a reaction, and there's going to be a reaction to that. I mean, and I have to say, part of me believes that when you think about some of those folks around Donald Trump who believe that, you know what, this is a galvanizing moment, and that we may view this, that he made a mistake not trying to unify, they see it as almost cementing their base and realizing this is going to be a political war for 4 years. Keep their troops fired up and ready to go. So you may see it. There could be at times where we may be in for what feels like even more polarizing moments than we've experienced. And I think that, look, the Democratic Party, some of the leaders don't want to be as resistant as maybe the rank and file does. And I think that tension's going to play itself out. But that tension will increase tension on the right, too.
And what we don't know is the organizing center of all of this, frankly. How much of this is random. There were several different groups that were involved there. But you're quite right. I think that I can see the Trump people at home saying, "Get him."
That's right.
You know, this is why we ran. This is why he won. It's not about them in the streets, about us in the factories, and about how he wants to change everything in Washington.
But would a message of unity in his speech today, not one necessarily directed to folks in the street, but a broader message of unity, would that have paid dividends down the road?
Look, I believe it depends on what you believe is the best way to succeed as president, right? You had Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton, I always said, wanted to be 60% presidents, meaning they knew they weren't going to ever get 60% of the vote, but they always, the goal was a 60% approval rating, right? To know that you've got people on the other side that approve of the job you're doing. In the Bush-Obama era, as we became a little more divided, it became a 50% proposition. If I can just get to 50% plus one, that is the closest I'm going to get. In some ways, and some Trump people believe this, that we are in such polarizing times that if you have a core 40 to 45%, maybe that's all you need. If you keep the other side off its heels a little bit, a little divided. And I'll tell you that, I think that was the tension in the speech, and I have no doubt a tension inside Trump world. I think Steve Bannon, that was a marker he wanted to do, who's a chief advisor. He very much believes this nationalist ideology is an international movement. I think that I'm sure the Reince Priebus side of Donald Trump's advisors are thinking, well, this isn't going to help us get Chuck Schumer to work with us. And so those tensions, I think, are going to continue to play.
We are going to take a break. When we come back, we are going to have a broader discussion about the first family and their direction going forward as a family and their impact in America when we come back from Washington.
You, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
If I had one word to describe how I'm feeling about your upcoming presidency, it would be anxious.
Perplexed. Hopeful.
Shocking solution. Incompetency.
It's hard to know what to expect right now.
I think you're going to be awesome.
I'm hopeful that you do not govern in the way that you campaigned.
You will stand up firmly for what is right in America, for our veterans.
I feel that you're totally unqualified for the job.
You are going to focus on putting America first.
I'm hopeful that we will not lose the progress that we have made and that we'll be able to fight for more progress.
Repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I alone can fix it.
Yeah, I got video of that. Yeah, carrying him in some of these homes, child.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
When America is united, America is totally unstoppable.
NBC News live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump continues. Here's Lester Holt.
And welcome back, everyone. The Capitol inside a closed-door luncheon underway right now, being in the honor of the First Family. We would expect to see them just a little bit after that lunch, and they will then begin the inauguration parade, which, of course, will have live coverage. We're also watching some disruption on the streets of Washington right now. There have been some protests and apparently a few injuries here. Tear gas or pepper spray being used on the crowd. We also heard what appear to be flash bang grenades. This in the area of 12th and L, several blocks from the parade route today. We're told there had been some people within groups of protesters who had been throwing objects, and police responded by moving them back with pepper spray, their shields, and these flashbang grenades, it appears. So we're going to continue to watch that situation play out and let you know as events warrant. But we want to turn right now to the broader discussion about the First Family. And for that, Robin Givhan, fashion editor of the Washington Post, joins us. Nice to have you with us.
Nice to be here.
We've seen the new First Lady a lot today, but we haven't seen her a lot during the campaign. She didn't appear a lot. She spoke at the Republican National Convention. She's talked about wanting to champion issues against bullying. How would you expect she will fit into this kind of a role?
Well, I think that, it's all sort of speculation because she really has been not in hiding, but certainly not in the spotlight. And, I think the first sense of that we got today just by the way that she sort of handled all the attention, by the choices that she made in terms of how she wanted to be seen on the Capitol stage and in the spotlight. And I thought she made some very sort of smart, subtle choices by, for instance, deciding that amidst all of the furor about what she was going to wear and the politics of that and designers not wanting to get involved, that she would choose someone like Ralph Lauren, who is extraordinarily bipartisan. I mean, he dressed Hillary Clinton for the inauguration as well. And I think those kinds of subtle decisions, those little details suggest that she is attuned to the divisiveness of this particular election, and possibly, it's something that she will be keenly aware of in whatever she decides to take on.
You see her as being, we saw it with First Lady Michelle Obama. She became somewhat of a fashion icon. This First Lady is a former model, so more pressure on her?
I don't know if it's necessarily more pressure. In some ways, I think that it makes her a little bit more removed, and it's more challenging for her to form that kind of warm, real woman relationship with the vast citizenry. Models, after all, are rarefied creatures. They are born, they are not made. So I think it's in some ways something that she will have to overcome a little bit.
How much of a statement does it make, an important statement, that she is staying in New York for the time being with her youngest son to get him to the school year before moving on? That's a kind of decision a lot of families have to make when there is a job relocation.
I think it says that she's going to do this very much in her own way. And, as much as people talk about the role of First Lady is, defined by the woman or the spouse who is in it, I think in general we tend to see them kind of fall within certain parameters. And she is falling as far outside of those parameters that I think we've seen in a long time.
Michelle Obama brought her mom to come help with the kids. At the time, they were very young when they moved in. Melania's family, her side of the family, is she going to bring some help with her? Because it is balancing that duty of being there for your school-age child, and at the same time some of the duties that come with the office.
As some would say, that that's not a question that you would ask Donald Trump. That is he bringing along a family member to help him care for his son? But as far as we know, there's been no acknowledgement that she is planning to bring a family member, and she has spoken quite emphatically that she is, a mom first, and that she doesn't work with a nanny, that she's very hands-on. So, it sounds like that is going to be a significant portion of her role. But just as with Michelle Obama, she balanced that out, and she limited the amount of time that she worked publicly and spent a good portion of her time working with her girls when they were younger.
Doris Kearns Goodwin, presidential historian, is with us again. And Doris, how long has there historically been this pressure, or maybe not pressure, but expectation on first ladies to have a specific defined role or cause?
I think obviously Eleanor Roosevelt started it in a certain way. I remember hearing that when she talked to Bess Truman, who was coming in after her, and she said to Bess, "Do you want me to introduce you to the women of the press? Because I hold weekly press conferences with them." And Bess said, "What? I'm not going to be talking to the press." I think it's important to give each First Lady space to be the kind of First Lady they want to be. If balancing the kids at a certain time in their life is first, if they want a single issue. It seems that what we've had recently is usually the First Ladies following on one or two particular issues, whether it's literacy or alcoholism or obesity. And they have to decide it for themselves. They didn't run for office, and I think both the media and the American people have to let them decide as it fits their life and fits who they are.
And Doris, let me expand the conversation to Donald Trump. He tends to have, kind of one volume. We count or look to our presidents to be consolers at times, to inspire us during tough and challenging moments in our history. How much will Donald Trump differ from past presidents with regard to that role?
I think it's something that he's going to have to evolve to learn how to do, because you do need a different kind of, I see exactly what you're saying, that one volume and that one kind of fighting spirit. Teddy Roosevelt had that similar kind of fighting spirit, and he could speak in short, catchy phrases, as Mr. Trump can as well. But there are times when you have to do something different with the nation. You have to be there when there's a killing. You have to be there for the challenger, as Reagan was. And that's a very different way of talking. And the best presidents know how to be funny at times. They know how to be sympathetic at times. They know how to be fighting spirits at times and to be unifying at times. That's the different hats that a president has to wear. And the voice and the tone will be a very big part of that. That's why I wish today that there had been that other voice, as we were talking about earlier, not just the fighting voice today, but the one that he showed after the election night, which was a more conciliatory voice. You need to bring those voices together if you're going to be an effective president.
Well, there's a lot to learn, I guess, being a president, and you've got to come up to speed very quickly. And I think we all wish him the best as he takes his new role. Doris, thank you very much. We've been on several split screens today for various reasons. One of the situations we're watching is an outbreak of some violence, things being thrown, and police responding around 12th and I here in Washington with a group of protesters. Let's go back to Jacob Rascone. Jacob, how are things there now?
Lester, I would say that in all today we've had maybe 1,000 protesters, and we have now a small group of protesters wearing all black, and they have their faces covered, who have been battling back and forth with police now for about a half hour. And off and on, the protesters will throw rocks or bricks or other objects at the police, and they will respond by spraying something like pepper spray and as well throwing flashbangs, just really loud. Just moments ago, they rushed from where they were, their position, their line, and they moved it so that they created space in the intersection. And as they did that, some of the protesters resisted moving, and they were pushed, and they were sprayed with pepper spray. And so now we're at a standstill here until, people start throwing rocks again, which I expect that they might do because it's been constant over the last half hour or so. Lester?
All right, Jacob, thanks for keeping an eye there and taking care of you and your crew. Let me go to Kate Snow right now. She's at John Marshall Park, where another group has been out today vowing to protect the president and the parade area from protesters. Bikers for Trump. Kate, what's going on there?
Hey, Lester, so we're about 6 blocks to the east and 6 blocks to the south of where Jacob is, where you're seeing that those protests going on. And this is such a different scene. Look behind me. You see all kinds of families here, a lot of Make America Great Again hats. And as you said, we have the Bikers for Trump who got a permit to be here today. There's a whole bunch of them all behind us here. And I've got with me now Eddie, Sean, Joe, Jimmy, and Mark. We've got a bunch of them. Most of you guys are from New Jersey.
Yes.
Eddie, you came in from Jersey, and it's your first inauguration.
Yes.
Actually, most of you, right, have never been to an inauguration before. No, none of you have.
We're here for Trump.
What did you think of his speech?
I thought it was incredible. It was patriotic. He's looking out for the working man, which is us.
And what was the message that resonated with you? You were talking to me about the people and taking the power back for the people.
Yes, so he's bringing the power back to us. He's here for us, to support us, looking out for us.
One of the things he said was, "You will not be ignored again." He tweeted that as well. Is that what you felt when you heard it?
Absolutely. Happy Obama Day, by the way. So here's the thing. We are all.
You were happy to see Obama get on that plane.
Absolutely. We are all patriots, and we believe Trump is a true patriot. He's here for the people, from coast to coast, border to border. He's here for all the people in America. That's why we love him.
What did you think about the protesters? They were here by our checkpoint a little bit earlier, and you were all watching them very keenly, occasionally yelling a few things at them. They're up right now, blocks away from us, making disrupting some stuff and even doing some damage.
Well, I think number one, I don't have the time to protest because I have a job. Number two, their behavior today is the reason that President Trump was elected, and he'll be the reason he gets elected for a second term.
You guys have said, your leader has said that you'll be a wall of meat if you're needed, if you're called upon today. So far, everything is super peaceful here, right? I mean, there's been no interaction between the bikers and the protesters.
Actually, we spent the last couple days just taking picture after picture. The public's been so thankful for us being here, and it's been really great.
I do have to say, as we've been standing here, Lester, waiting for you to come to us, we've been here, 40 minutes, and people, one after the next, are coming up and wanting pictures with these guys. And just one other note, I've talked to a lot of people in the crowd today, Lester, who drove miles and miles, a family from Minnesota, others from the Carolinas, you're from San Diego, and they just wanted to be here. And many, many people, Lester, telling me that they've never been to Washington, D.C. before, and this is the first time they felt that they were welcome and that they should come for an inauguration. Lester?
Well, there's nothing quite like an inauguration. Kate Snow, thank you very much. We are keeping our eye on the Capitol. If they're on schedule right now, the new president and his family should be moving into a holding room, exiting the luncheon there in the Capitol. And in a short while, we would expect to see the president with a review of the troops before leaving the Capitol and beginning the inaugural parade. We'll be watching it all for you as soon as he comes back into view. We will train our cameras on him. But we will take a break. More coverage of the presidential inauguration when we continue on NBC News.
we've seen a lot of protest groups today, different flags, different signs. Yourself and many others cover their faces. Why is that? What's that about?
Well, I mean, the tear gas is one thing and stuff like that, and I don't know, I'll uncover my face. I just do it myself is because when the tear gas, like, if you have it soaked in milk and magnesia, the tear gas doesn't burn your nose and your lungs as much.
So you've got that's to help in case you're pepper sprayed.
Right, and then you can spit it. Oh, look out. It neutralizes the acid in it so it doesn't burn as much. But as for what's going on here, I was a part of the Standing Rock protest. We locked down the gates. Everything was super peaceful. We were dancing in the streets, and then we saw some people that were like surrounded by a ring of police. I don't know what it was all about, but people got aggressive. You know, a lot of people are really angry right now, you know? Really angry at
who?
The state, you know? These people consider this to be fascism.
This meaning Donald Trump?
Yes, Donald Trump, and I think more than that as well. I don't know myself. I personally have anti-establishment slants, but I don't think that this is anything that I want to be a part of.
Anything you want to be a part of? I mean, the rock throwing?
The rock throwing, the insults, you know, if we want to create a world where we can live well together, this is not how we're going to do it. But some people are just so angry, and I understand that anger. You know, we live in a world where there's rampant inequality and police brutality happens. But
Welcome back. Washington, D.C., a city in contrast today, from the Capitol and the pageantry of the inauguration of a new president to protests in the streets and involving tear gas and some objects being thrown. We're watching a situation at 12th and Elm, that area here in Washington, D.C. But we want to continue our coverage of this historic day. And we're joined now by Nicole Wallace, NBC News political analyst, who's back with us. We haven't spoken to you about the speech. Let's talk about some of the themes: a national effort to rebuild our country, giving power back to the people. He questioned subsidizing and helping other countries in their military. Only America first, he said. What are your thoughts?
Well, it was unnecessarily dark, in my view. These themes about the forgotten man and woman, and the line that really sort of grabbed me, and it took me a minute to sort of process and really understand his connection with his voters, was that line about how factories closed, people suffered, and yet in the halls of power, in the halls of Washington, people enriched themselves. That was America's sort of anthem, our answer to Brexit. And I thought he really hugged that instead of sort of turning away from some of that divisive language. And he wants to divide us along new lines, it would seem. You know, he really is embracing the class warfare that Republicans have typically rejected. It used to be Democrats that tried to wage national campaigns along lines of class warfare. He's not just embracing them, he's really doubling down on them. And you know, we talked before the speech about how of all the presidents that were on the dais today, none of them had voted for him. That's because they were against the isolationism and the protectionism and the nativism that were some of the central themes of his speech.
Tell me what you think was going through George W. Bush's mind. It felt like at times he was repudiating every single president on that dais.
Well, I texted one of our colleagues here during the speech and I said, does it feel to you like like he is really saying, it's not lost on me that none of the four of you voted for me. And so I'm going to lump you in with everyone that I am going to stand up to. But we can't underestimate how effective it was during the campaign. But I think it's legitimate to question how helpful it's going to be as he has to now govern.
All right, I talk about the incredible split-screen moments of the day. Let's go back to that situation on the streets of Washington right now. Jacob Rascon, it appears there's more action happening.
So since we last spoke, what we've seen is just more push and shove. The police line moved forward. Some protesters resisted. They've been picking up bricks from off of the street. They've literally just been breaking the street, picking up the bricks and tossing them at police. And then the police respond with the flashbangs, with the pepper spray. I've been able to talk to some of these protesters, and they rarely want to identify themselves. As we spoke, before they cover their faces, they were all black. But some of them are willing to say that they came from Chicago or they came from Denver or other places. They traveled here specifically for this. They wanted to make a statement. It looks like they're doing it. I spoke to one person from Chicago who came here who stood with Standing Rock. That was his purpose here. You know what? Let's walk over here, Brian, because I'm going to show you an example of what happens along the route. Sometimes we see things like this. Along the way, they take the bricks or the rocks and they smash in the windows, this happening to be a limousine. So most of the protesters, I want to emphasize, don't seem to be here to cause violence or trouble like this, but a small group of people are specifically here to cause trouble. Wherever they go, they're knocking over trash cans, they're pulling out newsstands, and they're smashing windows and then again throwing bricks and rocks. A small number of the protesters, but they're causing a significant amount of problems here. Lester?
Are they trying to corral them into a specific area? They keep pushing them down the street. Are they aiming toward a target?
It seems that that's what they're trying to do, and in fact, before the swearing in, as we spoke earlier, they were successful in that. They had a few hundred police officers coming from different sides of an intersection, and they had cornered them, and it was like that in quiet for a couple of hours. And then there was the push and shove, and ever since then, they can't seem to get around them, and it would be very difficult to do so because in every direction, and as we turn around, you'll see, and most of these are just people at this point watching, who are not involved in the protest, but it would be very, very difficult to corner these protesters at this point.
It's not clear to me about what they're protesting at this point, except for the fact that Donald Trump was elected president, and they may disagree with some of his policies. But there's no definition to this protest, Jacob, is there? Are they holding up signs? Are they getting a hold of you and saying, this is what enrages us?
No, you know what, Tom, I would say that, during Donald Trump's campaign, I happened to cover a lot of the protest at his rallies, and it just so happened that there was usually a small number of people who would cover their faces and do this kind of thing. And it wasn't so much about Donald Trump to them, as I talked with them, as it was just anti-establishment. They not only hated, they said, Donald Trump, they also hated, they said, Hillary Clinton, and they hated Congress, and they hated a lot of things. And so it was not specifically Donald Trump alone. It was the establishment, they called it. They were sick of and tired of a laundry list of things. And so it wasn't very focused. It wasn't one purpose. And those who do have a purpose, like the Queer Resistance Group who was out earlier today, or those standing with Standing Rock, they aren't usually the types that we see cause this kind of trouble.
And we know those are non-lethal grenades being set off, but they certainly are jarring to hear those explosions in the street. Jacob, thanks very much. Nicole, you were gone a little while ago. We were hearing from members of Bikers for Trump, and they noted, the protesters and the imagery that sends. In the broader picture, what does that say when that picture gets put alongside a peaceful swearing in of Donald Trump?
I agree with the bikers who said that that's part of why he won. There was a moment during the campaign, I think it was over the summer, where there were extraordinary flashpoints of violence. I think it was in Chicago. And his convention speech, I think, was a reaction to that violent period over the summer where he talked about law and order. And it's been generations since the national political figures talked about law and order in a convention speech. So it wasn't just an undercurrent. One of the themes of his candidacy was to sort of restore law and order. And frankly, when he made his pitch and his case to the inner cities, he talked about curbing violence and strengthening police and standing behind local police departments.
You see that vehicle was being attacked there.
Yeah, that's right. Tom, all through this campaign, many times, you, Peter Hart, you know, a lot of people that I've learned from and look up to always were painting this picture in '68 together. Do you feel 68, 69, that period now? I mean, that's what's so, it's like on one hand,
because it's not to scale, right? It's not to scale.
No, that's what I mean. The picture may be that way, and the politics are that divisive, but it feels like an alternative reality.
No, the close-up here is that the fact is you pull back, there are not that many people, and they're shutting down A Street. The mob came here and shut down the entire Capitol. And when they took over, for example, the Washington Monument, and President Nixon went out in the middle of the night to try to talk to them about what was going on, because that was driven by the moral imperative of Vietnam and going to war. And it's also always worth pointing out, once they entered the draft, bang, demonstrations went away in a hurry. Didn't go away altogether, but a lot of the passion was about, I don't want to go to that war, and with good reason. Here, it's unclear to me, this is a kind of formless protest for the sake of protesting.
It's like the G8 protests, right? If you
That's
travel
what I
with
thought
the
it
president,
was. Yeah,
they're just anarchists. And Jacob has done some of his reports. I've heard him talk about how the protesters have masks on. They don't want to be identified. If you're protesting for a cause, you go and use the media to get out your message.
Seattle 03, right? I mean, that's what I'm going back to.
Well, let's hear from some people right now who are here in Washington, are not necessarily in support of Trump. Craig Melvin's at Freedom Plaza. Craig, what are you hearing there?
Lester, these are two ladies from out your neck of the woods out there. They're from the San Francisco area, and they're in town for the march tomorrow, but they also decided to spend some time at the inauguration today. This is Diane. This is Darcy. Why did you feel like it was so important for you to be here?
Well, I wanted to come here and have my voice be heard. I think that we are entering into a time that could be extremely disruptive to the rights that we've gained over the last 200 years, and
more specifically, Diane.
More specifically, well, I've got them all listed here on my sign. I'm afraid that women will lose their right to reproductive choice. I'm afraid about what's going to happen to our environment with climate change. I'm afraid that our world and our nation will become much more divided in terms of race division, gender equality, education. Saving public education is very important to me. I'm a retired educator, and that's a very important part for me to really pay attention to. So we're here from California to protest in a way that is going to be meaningful, and we're trying to think about what can we do in our own lives to make a difference.
And Darcy, you have a creative sign that you brought with you from San Francisco.
Yes, I do. Well, I think that for me, this whole election cycle was really disappointing on many fronts, and I think the level of dialogue that we've had is unacceptable, and we should hold people to higher standards. And for me, this is really about upholding our values as Americans and thinking about liberty and justice for all, and that's really why I'm here. I talk to people out on the street. I talk to taxi drivers. People are afraid. People are afraid to practice their religion. They're afraid that they're going to be deported. They're afraid that they're going to lose their health care. And I think that all of those things are important for us to have a conversation about.
And Darcy, you pointed out a few minutes ago, as the unrest started to unfold, we should note, Lester, that's 6-7 blocks from where we are, but you said you could almost smell the tear gas.
Yeah, you can smell the tear gas, and I hope that that's not the way that this goes from now on. I really think we need to start having important conversations, educated conversations, not based on rumor, not based on emotion, but based on facts.
Darcy, Diane, thank you both. Safe travels. And again, Lester, just perspective here for our viewers, where Jacob was, or where Jacob is right now, that's outside the secure zone, 6 or 7 blocks. You can probably also start to hear the announcer here along the parade route, getting ready for that parade that's going to start here less than an hour from now.
All right, Craig, those ladies are articulating their dissent in ways certainly that perhaps more productive than what we saw in those other pictures. I want to pick up, Nicole, on something that the woman was talking about, the sense of fear. You and I both spent some time on the road recently talking to voters, and I kept hearing about this fear, but a lot of it was based on what they think might happen. We have to remind ourselves that a lot of that President Trump has changed and put nuances in a lot of his positions on things like immigration and the Muslim ban. And so I found a lot of people were like, we don't quite know what he knows. We don't quite understand where he's at. We're afraid almost of the unknown.
Exactly. And you know, she talked about reproductive rights. I asked a group of 3 women who had voted for President Obama twice, who voted for Trump in this election year, what they thought he was. I said, is he pro-life or pro-choice? And we ran around, and one said pro-life, one said pro-choice, one said pro-choice, but then he was pro-life. And I said, what are you? And they were all pro-choice. And I said, well, are you afraid? They said, well, I think he's just going to listen. And, you know, and I think everything is up for negotiation. So, you know, it depends where you come down on the Trump question. If you're for him, you like that he's said positive things about Planned Parenthood because you think it signals some flexibility. If you're against him, you project onto him, you know, your worst fears about where he's going to land.
But if I say Muslims right now, how would you articulate where he stands?
Well, I think where he landed was in favor of extreme vetting from people of countries where terrorism is a threat. That's my understanding of his current position, right?
I think that's a fair way. But I tell you what I keep picking up today, especially, again, the information divide. You know, there's such apocalyptic language right now used to describe each political side that you can hear. What's amazing is that this is the damage that this, I think, apocalyptic language that is used by left and right to describe the other side, is that the supporters echo it back. And they're parroting sort of the most distorted stereotype of the other side. And this to me, this is the information divide that has helped, frankly, make it easier to polarize.
Well, when the president goes by this particular stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue, he'll see Tamron Hall there, as well as his new hotel with a big sign. Tamron, set the scene for us there.
So here's what we've seen happen in the last 10 minutes. People that we believe are employees of this Trump hotel, which opened September 2016, have walked out. They have a huge sign saying thank you to the new president. It's believed, Lester, that the president will stop here, possibly in front of his hotel. Now, to my left, not very far away, a decent size of group of protesters, and for a minute or two there was a chant going back and forth between these protesters and some of these people, again, who appear to work at Trump International. This hotel will later also be a part of the discussion of conflicts of interest. This particular hotel is leased by the Trump Organization. They pay $3 million a month for this hotel. But according to the lease, it cannot be owned by an elected official. So this potentially could be one of those conflicts of interest that we've talked so much about later on. There's already been a organization who filed a complaint about the president now being an owner, or his organization owning this particular hotel. But right now, this could be the scene of the very first walk for the president and the new first lady. These employees are out front. They've been anticipating something. It's been very quiet throughout the day, and then all of a sudden, we saw these people walk out. There are about 260 rooms here. The president has visited now twice. Thursday night was his latest visit. This could actually be the second most popular place for him outside of the White House. It happens to, just for historical purposes, twice now been the target of demolition. It did not come down. 1914 is when it was built. It was the main post office for Washington, D.C. Trump took it over. He says it was under budget, the renovation project itself. And here we are now. This could be the very spot that he gets out. And when you think about it, Lester, could he have imagined when he took on this project that this time he would be walking past or driving past it on his way to his new home as president of the United States? It is remarkable and a part of what we've discussed for 18 months.
Yeah, certainly a symbol of his success as a business person, but as you point out, it may be another complication as he tries to separate his business interests from his job as president of the United States. There's a lot to explore. We do expect to see the president again shortly. He'll be reviewing the troops outside the Capitol before the inauguration parade begins, where they're running a little bit late in that luncheon. The cameras may come on there. We may see some of the end of that program here shortly, but let us take a quick break ahead of that. This is NBC News coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump.
Trump's been inaugurated, and it's a terrifying moment in the history of the world.
Love, not hate, makes the world great. Love, not hate, makes the world great. Love, not hate, makes the world great. Let me hear it. Love, not hate, makes the world great.
Filipinos from Manila to Washington to New York are joining protest actions against what we believe to be is a fascist and racist regime.
To you, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President.
If I had one word to describe how I'm feeling about your upcoming presidency, it would be anxious.
Perplexed. Hopeful.
Shocking. Solution.
Incompetency.
It's hard to know what to expect right now.
I think you're going to be awesome.
I'm hopeful that you do not govern in the way that you campaigned.
You will stand up firmly for what is right in America, for our veterans.
I feel that you're totally unqualified for the job.
You are going to focus on putting America first.
I'm hopeful that we will not lose the progress that we have made and that we'll be able to fight for more progress.
Hey, can you hear me?
I lost him.
Where are you?
Okay, we're all going to the same place.
Rafaela? Okay.
And as we await the President Trump's next appearance at the Capitol ahead of the inauguration parade, we want to continue our conversation here on Capitol Hill. We're joined by the Reverend Franklin Graham, President and CEO of the Billy Graham and Evangelistic Association. Thanks for being here. I saw you yesterday. I said you're going to be nervous, and you were a little nervous today?
I think you're always a little nervous when you're before that many people, but it's a great opportunity to be able to pray and to read God's Word. So I was thankful for that privilege, a great privilege.
You have been supportive of this president, even during some of his more challenging times. Talk to me about the speech, and how do you think it will resonate, not only among those who have supported him like yourself, but those who have not?
Well, first of all, I did not endorse any candidate in this election. I went to all 50 state capitals and held prayer rallies on all 50 state ground on the Capitol steps. And that's what I tried to do this year, to get people to pray. And hundreds of thousands of people joined me to pray for this nation. So, when we talk about his speech, he's the president, whether you voted for him or not, and he's going to be the president for the next 4 years. And I think America needs to come together. Donald Trump has been saying the same thing since he first entered the race. He hasn't backed up. He hasn't changed. He's not a politician. He's saying what he wants to do.
Is that why he's here? Because he's not a politician?
He's not a politician. I mean, just look at him. He's a businessman, and he gets himself in trouble by saying things that's in his heart or on his mind, and sometimes he offends people. And I don't think he tries to do it. I think he's just honest. And it's refreshing in some ways to see somebody who's honest, who says what he thinks and what he's going to do. And if he can do half of what he says he's going to do, he might go down as the greatest president in American history.
And right now, we showed it a while ago, there are protesters on the streets here. Most of them have the best of intentions, but some of them, as we saw, have gotten out of hand and throwing objects and lighting fires. How does he speak, though, to the segment of the population that just feels uncomfortable and afraid? What advice would you give him? And is there something he could have said today that might have gone a long way?
Well, we can always nitpick his speech, and I'm sure he does that himself. He'll probably say, I wish I'd said that or been a little more gracious to this person or that person. But there's a segment of this country, no question, that's very unhappy. They lost. And one of the problems we have today with the millennials, everybody gets a trophy. You play soccer, or even the losers get trophies. And people are not used to losing. And so you had people, the Democratic Party lost. But okay, get over it and sharpen your message up and run 4 years from now and win. But we got to come together for the next 4 years. And if we don't, we're not going to make it as a country. We can't continue like this. And Donald Trump did not divide America. It's been divided for some time. And I think it goes back to Watergate, when we begin to see the division come into our politics. So I'm glad to see Donald Trump say what he has said. I hope he can do it. I'm going to pray that he can do it. If he can't, we'll all be losers.
Reverend, how do you square the morality question here? There have been some folks who are uncomfortable with some of the personal behaviors or personal things that Donald Trump has said, fearing that that's not a proper role model. As a man of faith, how do you square it?
Well, President Clinton was sitting right in front of me, and he wasn't much of a role model in that area either. But he was our president, regardless. Our presidents are human beings, and they have their weaknesses and they have their strengths. And we just need to pray that Donald Trump will do well. And because if he does well, we'll all do well as a nation.
You said you think he regrets and maybe goes back and says, I wish I'd been more gracious. Have you ever heard him express that privately, the desire that he had been more gracious toward anyone?
I'm just thinking.
No, but him. You know him. Have you ever heard him express regret for not being gracious?
No, I'm just saying, for me as a speaker, I know that many times I think,
but you're always gracious.
You're kind. Thank you. But I think people always, any of us, from time to time.
Donald Trump, you think regrets not being gracious?
No, I'm just saying he may have something in his mind that he wish he had done this or done that, because we all are like that. But I think Donald Trump is who he is. What you see is what you get. So.
and Reverend Graham, I was struck by two things. First of all, when we had representatives of the faith at the podium offering prayers before and after, it was very ecumenical.
Right.
Everybody got together. Donald Trump, in his speech, it seems to me at least, didn't reach out deliberately to other groups and say, I know some of you didn't vote for me, but I'm here to help you as well as the people that I have been representing. Right. Could he have been more ecumenical, and would that have been more effective, do you think?
No, I don't know. I'm sure he could have. But at the same time, I think he gave a vision for America. And that's what America needs right now. We need a vision for the future, where we're going, what we're going to do. And he's certainly laid that out. He's going to build the military. He's going to put a lot of money into this infrastructure. We're going to put America first. We're going to put American jobs first. And when you think of what happened with, started with Bill Clinton and then the Bushes after him, with NAFTA and taking our industries overseas, it has done great harm to this nation. And Donald Trump is the first person to come along and say, hey, I'm going to put a stop to this. And we're going to bring the jobs back to America. And I just say, God bless you. If you can do that. See, I live in North Carolina where we had the textile industry. And to see all those textile mills closed. And, you know, people say, well, they'll get retrained. They don't want to be retrained. Their fathers worked in those mills, their grandfathers worked in them, and they were proud of the products that they made. Just like the coal miners. Coal miners don't want to be a computer programmer, and I'm nothing against computer programmers. I don't want to get them mad at me. But they want to work in the coal mines because that's where they grew up in their families. That's their heritage. And they're proud to be coal miners. And I think at some point the Democratic Party lost touch with these constituents in America. And Donald Trump connected with them. When I went to all 50 state capitals to hold these prayer rallies, I could see these are working people that came out there in the middle of the day without jobs. And they were wanting someone to speak up for them because their party was not speaking up for them anymore.
All right. Well, Reverend Graham, great to have you here. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Always good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
And we are keeping a very close eye on Capitol Hill right now, where I think they're about to turn the cameras back on in the luncheon honoring President Trump and his family. In fact, they have. There's a live view.
The President and the First Lady. And we can't let the First Lady and the President leave till we recognize them with a few tokens and mementos of the day. And I'm certainly pleased that the House leaders, Congressman Pelosi and Congressman McCarthy, are here to make that first presentation.
More toasts.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, it is only fitting that our first meal is here in Statuary Hall, because this is the very first chambers when it came to Congress. It is, to me, my favorite room. Because sitting right back over there by Father Sarah was a young congressman who served one term, who I believe was our finest president, Abraham Lincoln. I will give tours, and when I give tours to people come through, we'll go and we'll stand on the tile. I'll tell them to stand at that exact spot of his desk, and I tell them to look back at that clock. And I tell them to recite the time. And I tell them to tell me what time that was, and they ask me why, because I said that's the exact same view that Abraham Lincoln had. And I wonder what his ideas and thoughts were. The challenges what he had at that time were the greatest to our Constitution ever in the history. Our challenges today are different, but we still have big challenges. So today we have a gift for you, Mr. President. While you were being sworn in, the flag that was flown over the U.S. Capitol. But Mr. Lincoln had very inspiring words. The times were different, but in his annual message to Congress, I thought these words meant the most. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy president. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, we must act anew and think anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. Mr. President, I wish you the best of luck.
Mr. President and Madam First Lady, congratulations on the inauguration. The American people pray for your family and for the success of your administration. Following up on the history theme that Mr. Blunt so beautifully started us on this morning, and Mr. Schumer continued, and I follow our House Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy. Yes, in this room, this was the original chamber. Lincoln sat there, and here we are gathered today in that old House chamber where Lincoln served beneath the same clock that Lincoln heard ticking, but under the gaze of Cleo. Mr. President, right up there above that door, the muse of history, Cleo. For almost 2 centuries, Cleo and her clock have reminded the men and women in these hallowed halls that we are part of history, that our words and actions will face the judgment of history, and that we are part of the long and honorable heritage of our democracy. That is Cleo's advice. We come to this sacred inauguration day united in respect for our democracy and determined to make a difference in the lives of hardworking Americans. I have the privilege of presenting a flag to the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, one of the House of Representatives' own, right, Mr. Speaker? We know that Vice President Pence is strengthened by his faith, by his family, and by the foundation of experience he built here in this halls. I told him, Mr. President, he knows the territory. He knows the territory. It is now my honor to present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. We pray for you, for your beloved wife, Karen, for Michael, Charlotte, and Audrey, all of your family. God bless you, Mr. Vice President. And remembering that this flag that we pledge to every day for liberty and justice for all is our calling. I look forward to working with you. Now it's my honor to present you with this flag.
Well, those of us who served in the House or still serve in the House think the Senate is never quite as quick as the House, but maybe when it comes to photographs we are, and my good friend Chuck Schumer is going to come and make that presentation.
Well, thank you, Roy. And first, let's have a hand for Roy. He did a great job, he and his staff, on this inauguration. Now, Mr. President, earlier this year, Iris and I were truly blessed. We watched our older daughter, Jessica, marry the boy of her dreams. We are so happy. That's when I learned, though, that nothing's official until there's a photo of it. So, Mr. President, now it's official. I present to you the photograph of your inauguration.
So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Mrs. Trump and Mrs. Pence, a gift that you're going to have a chance to look at more later and a lot more over the years is something that really a tradition that started now. This is the 8th inauguration where the Lennox Company has made a special presentation of a gift made uniquely for each of you and uniquely for this event. This year, the company proposed and the committee determined that the bowl they had in mind was something that you would value for a long time. The one that the President has and the First Lady has is an etching of the White House looking directly across at the Jefferson Memorial, and the one that the Pences will be presented with and have at their home would be the Capitol looking down at the Lincoln Memorial. The artist who was with us the other day talked about trying to capture LaFont's design for the city as well as how this city came together. Timothy Carter was the designer. The glassmaster Peter O'Rourke made these. They also have a compass in the bottom of them, or an etched-in compass. And remembering, Mr. President, as the Vice President already knows, that the center of Washington is not at the White House. It's actually right here in the center of the Capitol building. And the city is then laid out northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast from that place. The other unique thing for the First Lady and her parents that would never have been such an important thing before, the glass came from Slovenia. The designer thought that the best glass in the world for this particular design, which he began to work on last summer, was glass from Slovenia. Maybe he knew something that none of us quite knew for sure at that time. I'd now like to have the toast to the Vice President and the President. And the Speaker and I both served with Mike Pence, so it was a challenge for me to give up this moment. But Mike Pence, a man of the House, the Speaker of the House, will bring that toast, and then the Majority Leader will come and toast to the President. And Mr. President, if you have anything to say at the end of those remarks, I'd also like to say, so I don't forget to do it, thanks so much to the staff that made all this effort happen today. Stacy McBride, the staff director of the Rules Committee and the staff director for the Joint Committee on the Inauguration, Maria Lohmeyer, who came on board to do this. Her last event was the Pope's visit, so that just got her ready, Mr. President, for your visit. The great work of the Capitol Police, the Sergeant-at-Arms of the House and the Senate, the cooperative effort of the D.C. Police. Our goal today was for this event to be an event where people came, and when they left the event outside, that they felt like they had all the freedom that you could possibly have and still have all the security you needed. I hope people left feeling that way, and if they did, it was the great work of so many other people. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Roy. This is a great honor and privilege to toast my dear friend and former colleague, Vice President Mike Pence. I just really enjoy saying that. I think about the times that we've walked back and forth just down this hall on the way to a vote. But if memory serves, more often than not, we walked that way because we were being hauled into the Speaker's office for being admonished for being rabble-rousers in the Republican Study Committee. We've had so many great memories here. I know this job makes you an officer of the Senate, but you, Mike Pence, will always be a part of the people's house. We talk about our two bodies quite a bit, and if I had to use a sports analogy, I would say we play rugby, they play golf. Just saying. I'm reminded of something, though, that I think is pretty profound. That makes me think of Mike Pence. I'm reminded of the words of Mike's favorite author, Mark Halperin. As long as you have life and breath, believe. As long as you have life and breath, believe. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no one that I have served with who brings more belief to his work than Mike Pence. No one believes more deeply in our country and her people. No one believes more deeply in our capacity to do great things. He is a happy warrior. The president could not have chosen a better partner for this work than Mike Pence. So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we raise our glasses to you, to Karen, and to your beautiful family. May you have every blessing and success as the 48th Vice President of the United States of America. Sláinte.
Well, the theme of today's inauguration is uniquely American. There are some words that come to mind when you hear that phrase. Big, bold, energetic, enterprising, and resilient. Always looking to the next horizon. Sure sounds like our country, and it sure sounds like Donald Trump. Our president has surmounted formidable challenges getting to this moment. He's been underestimated often, but he never let it stop him from succeeding. We're wishing him similar success as he turns to the charge of governing. We face many challenges, but we've been challenged before and emerged stronger. We live in changing times, yes, but some things endure, and we celebrate one of them today. This inauguration is a reminder of our common story as Americans. And on this most uniquely American of occasions, I ask you to stand and join me in raising a glass Mr. President, may you find every success in the years ahead. May you unite our country behind a common vision and renew the promise that makes our country so great. Hear, hear.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Paul and our great Vice President. I don't think anybody wants to hear me speak anymore today, right? So we'll cut it short. But we have so many of our cabinet members here. I see my generals. Those generals are going to keep us so safe. They're going to have a lot of problems the other side. They're going to look at a couple of them. These are central casting. If I'm doing a movie, I pick you, General Mattis, who's doing really well. Even Chuck likes General Mattis, right? And General Kelly. And we had a very interesting talk. Kiddingly, he thinks we're doing great at the cabinet level, but we're going to do just fine. We're going to do just fine. But you know, I'll tell you, there is something that I wanted to say, because I was very honored, very, very honored when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today, and I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. I'd like you to stand up. And honestly, there's nothing more I can say because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here. And we're going to have 4 great years, hopefully of peace and prosperity. We'll be working very, very hard. Our cabinet's lined up and ready. I know eventually Chuck's going to approve them, I'm sure. I really believe that. And we're all dealing together. We all want the same thing. We're all good people. Whether you're a Republican or Democrat, doesn't make any difference. We're going to get along. Again, thank you very much. It's an honor. And Roy, you have done a spectacular job. You and Tom Barrett. And I want to thank you. Your wife. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Two quick final things. You can remain standing if you want to. Shh. So quickly, 2 things we need to do as we leave. One, just to mention the gifts, the mementos of this event. There are some note cards and a really great box put together by the government printing office, but the note cards representing all 3 branches of government and identified with this event this day were done by a St. Louis artist, a friend of mine, Ed Fisher.
We're watching the end of a luncheon in honor of President Trump. He will go into a holding area, and then we will see him emerge shortly to honor the troops. And we just witnessed one of the most remarkable moments of the day when something he did not do in his speech. President Trump acknowledged Hillary Clinton and President Clinton, who were in the room, and invited the audience to stand for a long round of applause, and said he has respect for these 2 people. So not quite the embrace. They had actually
let us pray.
They shook hands at the beginning of this event, but that was the first acknowledgement.
We give you thanks, O Lord, for the meal we have shared and for those who worked hard to prepare and deliver it to us. May we be always grateful for the kindnesses we receive. We thank you as well for the celebration of this day when our nation once again models for the world the greatness of peaceful transition of power. We ask a special blessing upon our new president, Donald Trump. Give him an understanding heart to discern between good and evil. May he be strengthened in his work and grow in understanding as he proves ever attentive to the American people. We pray that he might become his best self. Bless as well all those who are in place to exercise power in our nation. Save them from seeking those things eschewed by Solomon: long life, riches for self, and the lives of enemies, and impel them to seek the gift of discernment so as to understand justice. Lord, may the people of this nation stand with our president and all our leaders to face any challenge, endure any difficulty without fear, learn how to accept every success and every failure with grace, and support our president and leaders with encouragement and prayer. Now, as we move forward this day and through all days, may all that is done be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Pence, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart.
And as
National
we watch them
Statuary
make
Hall.
their exit, let me bring back Nicole and Chuck on this. I'm curious, as we noted, that he called for an ovation there for Hillary Clinton. Did that repair some of the? He's taking kind of a beating on social media for not mentioning her earlier.
Look, yes. I mean, absolutely. It was important that he did it. It was, I think, an omission during the inaugural, a missed opportunity. But yes, I think he did his best he could to make up for what I think was an omission at the time.
He's a guy who's always screwing the wings on at 50,000 feet, and I think this is what his supporters get and his detractors don't. As the day went on, he wanted to make an adjustment, and he may have checked Twitter. He may have asked someone, "Hey, how's the coverage?" Because he's deeply interested in how everything he says and does is received.
Right.
And he may, I don't know, I'm just guessing. He may have heard that he was taking some lumps,
But
but
there was
I
clearly
think the warmth is genuine. I mean, they know each other.
But
They
there
went
was clearly a decision not to include it in the original speech.
Clearly, and you have to imagine it came up, but maybe he didn't focus on it. And so as the day rolled on, maybe he's feeling good. Maybe he's feeling, wow, it really is nice. I don't know if I could have done. Who knows what went through his mind? But it was a genuine moment.
That's the thing about it, and why it, I think, is that seemed very genuine. That is the Donald Trump that many of us on here have spoken with behind the scenes. That has this sort of, he's can be in a good mood, enthusiastic, upbeat, and that's what he sounded like there in talking about the Clintons.
I'm not so sure I agree with you. I think that he knew exactly what he was doing with the big speech, that he wanted to solidify and reach out to his constituency and send a signal. This is who I am, and get ready. And then when he came in here, this was a much smaller moment than that speech was, frankly. And he was able to pay tribute to them, which I think is genuine. I mean, they went to his wedding. He gave money to the campaign when he was a Democrat. He's known him a long, long time. But I think that first speech that he made was the speech that he came to this town intending to give. And based on the MOS and on the street stuff that we've heard, the bikers who come here and other people coming,
They liked it.
they liked it. Because that's what they wanted from him. That's how he got there.
I just don't think the bikers would have been offended if there had been 20 words in the
And
speech
honestly,
that said, and I
there's
appreciate that my opponent was here.
And unfortunately, not as many people are watching this.
But Tom's point is that was by design.
As watching the inaugural,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
what
why it still feels like a missed opportunity.
And to note that they did shake hands at the beginning.
I think in the State of the Union, I mean in the inaugural address, he was sending a signal. There's not a different Donald Trump. I'm the one who got here on these terms, and these are the terms in which I'm going to govern.
And you're putting it in a political calculation, which is what it feels like to me, of saying, this is how we're going to govern. We're going to govern. We're going to govern. In a confrontational way. This is going to be a confrontational administration because that's what that's the message, that's the mandate they believe they got. Get out there and go give them.
But I think he lives for the constant feedback loop. And I think it's also possible that he heard that some of the feedback was that he hadn't been particularly gracious to them, that they didn't have to be there.
Well, that piece of it
and I
could
think
have
it's
been true.
possible that he heard that and thought, wow, well, God, I am glad they're here, so let me get up and say so.
That piece of it could have been true. I'm just saying about
the speech.
That he knew exactly where he wanted to go and how he wanted to get there, and didn't want to in any way diminish the centrality of his message.
And we saw the Clintons make their exit after a few greetings just a few moments ago. There's former Vice President Dan Quayle
talking to Dr. Price.
And as we look down at this camera, it looks like Tiffany Trump and Donald Jr. And I guess
look, you get to see the thickness of the doors.
Yeah,
Look at that. You don't rarely. It's an interesting
You
shot
are
we get.
hermetically sealed.
Yes.
That vehicle. It's got.
So what is it again,
its own
Lester?
air system. It's the door closes. It's just
it looks like it's a vault.
Like something out of Get Smart with the cone of silence. But up to this point, he's been riding around in a armored SUV. But the first family will be in these presidential limousines for the trip back. Now I don't know obviously, the President and First Lady will be riding for most of the journey along Pennsylvania Avenue, and they'll go to the White House and then come back out to the reviewing stand. But the parade will be getting underway here quite shortly. The President right now in a holding area there in the Capitol. But when they get to the White House this time, it'll be for good, for the next 4 years at least, as the new first family. You say something, Chuck?
Just watching the beast. I love this shot. You don't normally get a shot like that, I'm telling you.
And here's Secretary Clinton, Huma Abedin, who we haven't seen in a while, back there as well.
They, of course, have a residence here in Washington still, as well as one in New York.
And he gets Secret Service protection, as she does as well, so they'll...
And there's President Clinton. It's been a day full of emotion for a lot of people, and certainly that couple.
In front of President Clinton's Tina Flournoy, who's been his chief of staff for the last few years as former president.
What's in Hillary Clinton's future?
I don't know how much of a public figure she wants to be or is going to be. I think that's a question. Does she have another book in her? Does she want to?
Will she be radioactive as far as the party is concerned?
Honestly, I think she will be. I mean, what's interesting is there's been a growing, but it's still a quiet sentiment among Democrats where while they look at Russia and they look at all these things, but there is a more and more of a reluctant acceptance that a lot of this loss does belong to her. And then, and what does that mean? What lesson? I think there are people in the party still coming to grips with that. Those that are very loyal to the Clintons, not ready to fully embrace that explanation because of the other clouds that hang out there. But what it will do is you will not see a lot of Democrats right now.
I think the Women's March tomorrow, that's still a crowd very eager to have her voice heard. I think there are women who believe that sexism played a part. It's not to blame for her defeat, but it played a part. This sort of hidden distrust of her. Lots of people said that what she did was worse than what he said. A lot of women, liberal women, feminists, people who consider themselves feminists, hear some sexism in those explanations and justifications. And I think she'll be very welcome in sort of fighting for Planned Parenthood or fighting for helping to redefine feminism or lending her voice to those causes. In those circles, she remains very influential.
Let me bring in Anita McBride, who's been good enough to join us, former assistant to President George W. Bush and chief of staff to First Lady Laura Bush. Great to see you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Let's put aside the politics for a minute. Talk about the nitty-gritty. How do you learn to be the first family? I mean, forget about you suddenly move into the White House, the most famous address. I mean, how do you do this?
Oh my gosh, you've got one of the most famous historians here who has researched all these people and try and explain this, but no one can completely prepare you for walking into something like that and walking into the White House and having these expectations that everyone has of you on what you should do.
But is there a career employee who sits you down and says, this is the way it works, you're going to need this person, you're going to need that person?
No, there's not a career employee for that. Actually, I have to say my first job in the White House was reading Ronald Reagan's mail, and the woman that taught me how to read mail and analyze it was someone that was hired in the last days of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We'll never forget it. She had done that job for years, but there's no one really like that. That's an operational side of the White House. There's no one like that really on the political side. I mean, there's no one that told you what to do. There's an expectation that you know a little bit what to do. But for someone like Laura Bush, who I had worked for, she had been the first lady of a state, so she had somewhat of a framework. She also had the example of her mother-in-law, and that sort of helped. She was probably one of the most prepared of the first ladies to go into the White House. But I think, for this family, they're not only just a new first family, they're new to politics entirely and have really not lived a life in the public eye as politicians. So this will be, it will definitely be different.
But they have been in the public eye. That does help a little bit, right?
It does help.
The fact that they have been you think about Michelle Obama, she hadn't been in the public eye.
That's
or
right.
even, in that way. So that must help some.
No, definitely, and they're certainly used to being photographed and certainly used to being followed around, and you're right that does help. But you know what? You are now moving into a situation where everybody has an expectation. They want to know what your life is like behind those walls of the White House. And that's very hard to do, to make that pivot from trying to manage a private life in the public eye. But they'll need a staff. We haven't really seen announcements about the staff for Mrs. Trump yet. And one of the most important positions, I think, even Chief of Staff aside, is the press secretary.
She's being self-deprecating.
Yeah.
She was a power center in the George W. Bush White House.
We had a lot of great
Really have
people.
written that book I was talking about, right?
We had a lot of great
the
people
power.
to work with, and we all sort of helped each other, as Nicole knows. But you know what? The East Wing is a very, very special place to be. And I always felt it really is sort of the heart of the complex, don't you think?
Yes.
It really
I've seen
is.
the most jaded people walk in there and suddenly not so jaded. There's something about
No, you're not so
something
jaded.
larger than politics, the presidency.
It's like you know you're a custodian of the people's house, right?
And you know, I think that is one of the most interesting things. I've been there when presidents have walked into the House for the first time, and also when they've left for the last time. But when you're walking in for the first time and you're being welcomed by the chief usher, Mr. President, welcome to your new home, and you're surrounded by the portraits of all the former presidents, including George Washington and then Martha Washington, that is an awesome, breathtaking away experience, no doubt about it.
Anita, great to have you stop by.
Thank you. Thanks for having
taking
me.
the time for us. We are looking outside the east front of the Capitol, where we'll see President Trump again shortly. He'll review the troops, and before he begins his journey to his new home. We will take a break and show you that when we come back.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
No matter what your circumstances or where you are part of this day. You are part of the life of our great nation.
Our democracy must be not only the envy of the world, but the engine of our own renewal. There is nothing wrong with America that cannot be cured by what is right with America.
Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. They will not be met easily or in a short span of time. But know this, America, they will be met.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Let me assert my firm belief that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
I have to do a lot more of that. I've spent my time at lunch today.
But whether our government is controlled by the people. January 20th, 2017 will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
And with those words, the Trump era has begun here in Washington. The swearing in today, the inaugural address. We want to show you what is going to happen next. The parade route, the inaugural parade route from the U.S. Capitol to the White House. Here's what it will look like from the Capitol. Shortly, the procession will make its way down Constitution Avenue to Pennsylvania Avenue. And that's where the President and First Lady will then pass by the Navy Memorial. It'll be on their right. They'll pass the Trump International Hotel on their left. They'll pass by Freedom Plaza before they end up at the north side of the White House, arriving at their new home for the first time as President and First Lady. So we're waiting for that to start. But while we do, let's go to the east front of the Capitol. Oh, by the way, there's a great live picture right now of the parade route. You can see the police up in front and lots of folks, lots of American flags along the sides there, people who are perched and many of the media on some of the rooftops looking down. It is a spectacle. Behold, it's part of the tradition of ushering in a new presidency or a new term. So let's go to Chris Jansing right now in the east front of the Capitol, where the president will be emerging. What happens next there?
Yeah, another part of this tradition, which is the traditional review of the troops. They have been waiting here patiently, Lester, for more than an hour now. This program running a little bit behind. Representatives from all 5 branches, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard. And you look at them, as I have been, standing at attention for the last hour plus, and it really does inspire a sense of pride and appreciation for all that they do. And you have to believe that when the newly minted President Trump comes out here and sees them parading past him, there has to be an awesome sense of responsibility that he is the one who makes decisions to send them in harm's way as they have volunteered to defend and protect our country and our Constitution. Also worth noting that we saw him signing those many papers right before he went into the luncheon after the inaugural address. One of them was a waiver that would allow General James Mattis to run the Pentagon as the Secretary of Defense should the Senate approve him. I will say one more thing. This will start the parade. I spoke yesterday to the CEO of the inaugural committee, Sarah Armstrong. She said one of the directives from then President-elect Trump was that he didn't want this parade to go on and on. Some of them have been 4 hours long. She says it will last about 90 minutes, and 2 reasons why. One, he was worried about people standing in the cold or the inclement weather, and I can tell you the rain has been coming on and off. We've been seeing the drivers of the limousines trying to polish them every time the rain lets up, and then it starts to rain again. And he was also worried about it getting dark, and so sunset here is at 5:16, and as I check my watch, if it's a 90-minute parade, they're getting close to what the new president considers the cutoff time. Lester?
All right, Chris Jansing and Kate Snow is along the parade route. People there have been waiting, not at attention, but certainly they've been waiting in the cold as well. What's it like there, Kate?
Yeah, a lot of people got here around 6 o'clock this morning to get through the Secret Service. So, yeah, they've been waiting a long time for this. And, Lester, let me show you right behind me. That's the beginning of the parade. You can see several marching bands lined up in formation there. You see the Army well represented. And that's because this parade will be kind of organized into 5 divisions by branch of military, beginning with the Army. Then you'll see the Marines, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Coast Guard. And we're told that after each division, we'll also see the Boy Scouts of America. The Girl Scouts are here as well. You know, the tradition of this really dates back all the way to George Washington. Remember, he went from Mount Vernon all the way up to New York City for his inauguration. And I guess what happened was, you know, along the way, armies started to follow him and sort of parade alongside. And so that became sort of the beginning of this tradition. It wasn't really formal until Madison. And now here we are waiting for this one to begin, very anxiously here, surrounded by a lot of people.
All right, Kate Snow, thank you. Stephanie Gosk is one of the checkpoints we showed you a moment ago, the Navy Memorial. And Stephanie, when we saw the higher shot, we saw kind of a line of police. Will people have a pretty good view when they go by?
They will. They'll have a reasonably good view. What you can see from this particular shot, Lester, is that the Navy Memorial is actually elevated a little bit, so the people that are gathering there will be able to see. This is the largest protest along the parade route. The organizers told us that they were hoping to get 20,000. Well, I can tell you that there's certainly nowhere near 20,000 out here right now, but they do have thousands, and they have been increasing in numbers all day long. The rain, not a deterrent for them, and it is getting louder and louder. And we do see a larger presence of police here outside these barricades than perhaps on the other side of the street where there are stands for supporters. Now, everyone anticipates President Trump possibly getting out of the motorcade at some point and walking along the parade route. It would seem to be that would be very unlikely in this particular spot. Lester?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you very much. Al Roker is part of our coverage today. We give him one assignment every inauguration, and we hope he comes through. It has to do we position Al by the White House, and we ask one thing: simply get a soundbite with the president or vice president. It worked in 2013 with Vice President Biden. Look at that. He came over to him, shook his hand. You got to deliver. You got to deliver.
Yeah, well, Lester, I don't know. We've got a light drizzle right now, so I don't know if the president or the vice president will be getting out of the car. But it's very light, so we're being very hopeful. We're being very hopeful. We will endeavor to get some sort of reaction from President Trump and Vice President Pence, and see what happens. Who knows? But I'm always optimistic. I'm always optimistic, and I have candy with me, so that may also be something that you never know. A nice snack between the lunch and the reviewing stand. You don't know how far that can go.
The president likes his McDonald's. Maybe you ought to sneak over and get a little McDonald's over there. Right, not far.
I actually have a Taco Bell in my pocket.
So where are you in relation to the White House now?
We are almost diagonally. Aaron, if we can just kind of spin over this way. Here's the White House over here, and then the reviewing stand just a little further down. So
Gotcha.
we're in prime position right here. And again, I've got Snickers bars. So that's also a good thing.
Yeah, and you also have a big police officer there behind you. So behave.
I do. He's been moving with me. He obviously doesn't trust me. So where I'm going, he's going. I don't know. It's like he's like a human blockade. So I may have problems.
Well, Washington's finest doing a great job out there. All right, thank you, Al. We'll look for you. Hopefully we'll welcome you back with a soundbite. All right, we continue to watch that parade. They will be kicking off very shortly, and as we noted, those troops. So let's go to the shot now, if we have it on the east front. There is the president and the first lady, and the vice president and Mrs. Pence.
POTUS is on the steps, walking down.
They will review the troops.
It is great. Again, that the weather is somewhat warm. I'm thinking about this for all those folks that are in these parades, the troops, and again, those great high school students playing those instruments. They're not going to have those mouthpieces stick to their lips.
Band guy PTSD.
All right. It's hard for us, but it is. Remember.
The new commander-in-chief reviewing the troops before he makes his way to begin the inaugural parade. And as we watch that, we have to note that there are U.S. service people in harm's way even as we speak. Afghanistan, Iraq, flying air missions against ISIS targets over Syria, just to name a few places.
Uninterrupted
in the world
today. When you think about this, uninterrupted, that's the amazing aspect of our peaceful transition.
And most presidents tell you that's one of the weightiest things of the job, knowing that their lives are in your hands to the extent that you set the forces in motion. And so his first reminder of that here in this formal ceremonial reviewing of the troops. The President and First Lady now will make their way out of the Capitol on Independence, and as we said, our Constitution Avenue, Constitution.
Well, no, it'll be
Constitution Avenue.
And then
You're
on
the Washington guy, so keep me honest. And then on to Pennsylvania Avenue.
And then, of course, thanks to Andrew Jackson, the awkward jut. Since it's not a straight shot.
There's a story behind that.
There's a story, right, Mr. Beschloss?
Yes, go right ahead.
Donald Trump is Jacksonian. He would appreciate it, right? He hated Congress so much.
He did not want it to be a straight shot.
And he built Treasury.
Right, so that would be impossible.
He wanted his view blocked.
Really?
How about that?
I knew I'd learn something sitting between you two.
Yeah, me too.
We're trying.
Oh, we'll give you one more. How about the Blair House and Andrew Jackson?
Blair House was, Blair was Francis Blair, who was Andrew Jackson's close friend and political advisor, and at the same time he was the publisher of the Washington Globe, which was the official Democratic newspaper, and basically sort of that day's version of state-run television. It was a state-run newspaper. And he also kept a milk cow in the garden and brought milk to Jackson every day, which helped to keep up the friendship.
Blair bought that house and then gave it to the
Yes.
I feel like the next Hamilton is being crafted right
here.
now before my eyes. The two of you.
I feel like I'm in a Jeopardy episode. I'll take
It's all right.
that. Presidential history for 500.
Here's the irony. I had to learn it all from Michael. That's not.
Well, all right. When was the first time a president rode for a while in an armored limousine?
Wait, rode for?
In other words, started riding regularly in an armored limousine, heavily armored.
Actually, was it Kennedy?
No, it was
Reagan.
actually after Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
Because after the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941, Franklin Roosevelt security people said, this car that you have, which is oftentimes open, may put you in danger. So they looked for a car quickly that was armored. The only one they could find was a car that the government had confiscated from, of all people, Al Capone. So Roosevelt rode up for his first speech to Congress in Al Capone's car, although
even Chuck didn't
I
know that.
flunked Jeopardy worse than last week.
The Al Capone connection. I love it.
So this is not the parade itself, but they're making their way off the Capitol grounds, and then it'll be a little bit
as you can see
in front of the public. But he's got a little company there as he makes his way away from the Capitol. It's been a tradition the last several. This is where you can help me. Last several inaugurations where the president and first lady come out for a while. Who started that?
started walking.
Yeah.
In recent times, Thomas Jefferson did in days of yore, but 1977, Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter walked not in the way that we have seen in recent years because of security. It's for a short distance near the White House. They walked almost the entire route, over a mile. And Carter later on said, this was my way of expressing the fact that I had faith in the American people, that nothing would happen to me, and that I was beginning a new open...
You know, as the threat environment has changed over the years, are we becoming more and more personally disconnected from our presidents?
Certainly so. I mean, as Chuck was mentioning, John Kennedy, before the tragedy of Dallas, would ride in these open cars for 20 miles, and people would come up to him and shake hands. And Kennedy said, actually, just before Dallas, to the Secret Service agents, I don't even want you walking around my car or standing on the running boards because it makes me seem inaccessible. I have to be accessible to the people, he said, especially because I'm running for re-election.
Yeah, here's this is picture. You're right. I remember this now. The Carters walking
almost the whole way,
virtually the whole way, right?
And that was a risk. I mean, this would never happen nowadays for obvious reasons. But even in 1977, that was 2 years after two very near-miss assassination attempts against Gerald Ford.
Thought I heard the voice of John Chancellor.
I think that was
and
John
always
Chancellor,
nice
my
to
predecessor.
always nice to hear that, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of the car, Lyndon Johnson, after Dallas, for reasons mainly of economy, took President Kennedy's car that had been in Dallas, had it quietly, refurbished, armored, hard top put on it, and it was the same car. And so the car that LBJ rode in the inaugural parade in 1965, no one knew it, but that was that same famous Lincoln Continental from Dallas.
I had an opportunity to do a story several years ago for the Today Show. We went to the Secret Service training facility here in, I believe it's in Maryland, and they walked me through some of the drills. And they have the old Beast, and they have a mock-up of a jet, and they do the whole thing where I'm the protectee, and then something happens, and they shove you in the back, and it all happens so fluidly. But you can see the phalanx of security there for the new president, and this again has become standard.
It has. I mean, if you think about it, we talk about Pennsylvania Avenue, we're talking about Treasury. I mean, when I first got here, and Bill Clinton's first term, I mean, you'd got stuck in traffic in front of Pennsylvania Avenue, in front of the White House, both sides. Now there are no civilian cars that are allowed really to drive on either side of the White House anymore.
That's exactly right.
Let me show you, since we're doing trivia, let me pull up, just off the top
I think I started this.
Off the top of my head,
there we go.
I remember this picture from 1953. This was the first NBC vehicle to cover an inauguration. That was a...
Looks the same today. We've got
It's
one of those.
kind of looks like a hearse, but that's how we used to get in front of the parade to shoot it. And let me show you how we do it in 2017, or better yet, let's Kristen Welker.
I was just going to say, I think.
Show us what it looks like. Hey, Kristen.
Wonderful.
Hi there, Lester. Well, we are about to set off. We are right in front of the Capitol, about to turn on to Constitution. We're at the intersection of Constitution and Delaware, and you all are talking so much history. A lot of folks have been bringing up Jimmy Carter today, the fact that he walked the entire length of the parade route, really the only president to do that. And we're thinking about him because of the rain and wondering whether we're going to see President Donald Trump at all, whether they will get out and walk a portion of the parade route. If he does, we're looking at Trump Hotel to see if possibly that's a place where he gets out and waves to people and then walks the rest of the length to the White House. We'll have to see if that happens. But we know that people have been lined up since 6 a.m. this morning, a lot of anticipation. This is always one of the more exciting parts of the inaugural celebrations. And because you're talking history, I'll give you a few more historical nuggets about this great parade. One is that the first time that African Americans participated in this parade was under President Lincoln in 1865, and the first time that women participated in the parade was 1917 under President Woodrow Wilson. So a little bit more history to chew on as we await President Trump and the First Lady Melania taking their ride down this historic route. Lester?
All right, Kristen, thanks. I think we have this we can pop up. It's a remarkable picture from Pete Souza, the presidential photographer. It was taken, do we have the picture from Marine One? Actually from Executive One. We're looking for it. It was put out just a short time ago.
Put it on his Instagram account, I believe.
Yeah, Instagram. I'll bring it up for you in a bit. It's a great picture of former President Obama looking back down at the White House from the chopper.
But it was an inaugural trivia for 1,000 there.
That was it. That's
for 1,000 from Welker there.
And yet I couldn't put it on the screen there.
Mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm starting to sweat. This pageantry of this day. Even at the luncheon, we heard Donald Trump talking about his.
There it is.
Yeah.
There's that picture from not Marine One, but Executive One, and you see the reviewing stand there in the foreground. And 8 years that they were the occupants.
It's a great tradition, and it seems like as the presidents leave, they give them this final sort of circle of them all, right, Michael? That they all get to a view. Talk about rarefied air. Not many people get to see that view.
It's unbelievable.
Right, and that began with Gerald Ford when he was leaving in 1977, and Ronald Reagan in 1989 was taking exactly this trip with Nancy, and just at the same moment of the snapshot that we just saw, Ronald Reagan said to Nancy, "Honey, there's our little shack." And it made the turn and went on to Andrews.
I love what former President Obama said the other day at his news conference about, being ex-president. He says, I won't miss hearing my voice, or something to that effect. You know,
Talk and,
yeah, I mean.
But they all miss Marine One and Air Force One, every last one of them. I was thinking, though, that for all of the imagery of this day, you know, Donald Trump is from outside of politics, but just an hour ago at his luncheon, he was talking about General Mattis, his new defense secretary, looking like he's from Central Casting. I would love to know how he's experiencing this day. I don't know that he's ever even been to an inauguration before. Do you? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
I think we would know if that had happened, don't you think?
It's interesting, though. He does think visually.
Right.
Very much so.
It's just such a
Said
spectacular...
the same thing about choosing a Secretary of State.
That's right. He wants...
Exactly, and a vice president.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's some... Look, it supposedly wasn't helpful to Bob Corker that he didn't look the part, or John Bolton didn't look the part. Whatever the part is that President Trump views it as. But he does... He cares about stagecraft. And look, the fact is he gets it. He gets it. And
well, we
say that. He knows how to connect.
He knows our business very well.
Very well.
He knows how the camera works. Every time I've sat down with him, he has made some comment about the arrangement. He goes, "Okay, we got a camera there. We got a camera there. Okay."
He is. I've done interviews with him. After we're done, he wants to take a look at it. Just the shot. I mean, he's mindful. He wants. Yeah. Look,
listen, we're in a visual era,
and he's he's a brander, and he has his brand. He wants to make sure he's always represented the exact same way. I really think that's really what it is.
And behind that thick glass is the new president and the first lady as this procession is formally underway. We don't believe they have made their way in front of any crowds yet, but they will soon make the turn here. Looks like mainly staff.
I think we're
military.
About to say the parade's beginning, right? I mean, it's sort of, it feels like it's about to, we're as they merge with everything. Oh, this is.
Oh, we can see them out our window.
We're all peeking out our window to see, see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes, we do. It is behind us.
That is a fact.
We got a pretty good view here.
Yeah.
But you guys on watching have a better view, we promise.
There you go.
We are giving you the best view.
I was going to say, these things are not quite as military as they sometimes were during the Cold War. Kennedy's in 1961, you saw Nike missiles and other Army things
Cold
like
War
that.
looking.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was some thought. We had heard there was scuttlebutt. Nobody knows for sure that the Trump transition was wondering, should there be more military involved in the parade itself? And it seemed that the Defense Department wasn't so keen on it.
So Nicole, we heard President Trump deliver this speech in which he was highly critical of the Washington machine and the traditions. Now he's in Washington, and for the first time in his life, he's going to have to report to someone. He's going to have to be accountable to this thing called Congress, to the American people. What's that going to be like? We've seen him during the transition try to use the force of his personality with companies, with Boeing and Carrier and that sort of thing. Is that going to play as he tries to?
I think it's going to be uneven because I think he will have impulses to work with people like Chuck Schumer, a New Yorker who he's known a very long time, on things that they both care about, like infrastructure. But there will be limits, I think, even on his own staff, in terms of how much running room they'll give him to work with Democrats. I mean, there are some very ideological people inside the West Wing, and there are some completely non-ideological people inside the White House. But I think for a little while, most of the sort of struggles and battles that break out and you read about in the press coverage will be intra-party and intra-Trump circles. I mean, I think Republicans right now are broken along sort of the McCain, Rubio, Graham faction and the Trump wing, and then people who are afraid to weigh in on one side or the other on the question of Russia and Putin and how aggressive to be. I think that Donald Trump's White House staff may break down over just how generous to be in terms of how much they spend on infrastructure, if it's to get something done. I think Donald Trump's impulse will be to try to get deals done.
He likes to win, though.
He likes to win, and he likes to put points on the board. But I think I think he will feel hemmed in by the structure of the White House and by some of the people around him.
He is, but I tell you, he really, talk about somebody that is, you could tell, loves the idea that it is a bully pulpit. And every new president comes in thinking, how am I going to use it? And I think some use it better than others. But boy, Donald Trump plans on using it in ways that we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, Ronald Reagan, yes, used it and would talk over Washington a little bit, over the press, but it was always in very elegant tones. This is different. This is going to be a very confrontational leader. And how he does it, I think he's been very shrewd in how he's.
Well, you know how mom and dad
so
used to
far,
say,
I'll be honest.
because I said so? He uses a lot of that he makes a declaration and it is therefore so. But it's a different thing running up against the political.
And we got to remember one thing, and Nicole, you know, we talk about the speech. He went with a divisive tone instead of a unifying tone. At the same time, it is remarkable, actually, how ideologically diverse the staff is. There really is. He brought in tension into his own White House of the ideologicals, the Mike Pence wing of the party, right. Mike Pence, Paul Ryan wing of the party in one place, and then simultaneously having sort of the libertarian streak, the outsider streak, the populist out there, and then even a guy, again, ideologically neutral to slash maybe quiet Democrat, including Jared Kushner or Gary Cohn. So that actually is a healthy thing to do as president, right?
Oh, I think it's a very healthy thing to do as long as you've got the president really involved managing the competition. If that doesn't happen, they all basically kill each other by the constant warfare. But one great example of this was during Reagan. You had George Shultz, who was in favor of trying to negotiate with the Soviets as they then were, and Caspar Weinberger, who basically was emphasizing build up defense and be as tough as possible. And it was a great service to Ronald Reagan that you had those two people presenting different points of view and debating all the time, and Reagan could choose. But even Reagan finally got tired of it and, you know, got rid of Weinberger and got a defense secretary who was a little bit more.
But I don't think Trump will tire of it. And you look at the way his team, it's worth talking about his team for a minute. I mean, Kellyanne Conway is the face of the Trump presidency. And she went to war with Mitt Romney at the very moment that Mitt Romney was believed to be a candidate for Secretary of State.
Assuming that she was not asked to do that.
We'll never know. Yeah. But it played out in public view on television, which we know Donald Trump watches a whole lot of. So I'm not sure that Donald Trump will ever tire of the spectacle of these proxy fights playing out. And that will be riveting, but it's not clear how much of it will be real.
You know, it's interesting. There is a recent example of someone like Trump ascending to power like this, and it's Arnold Schwarzenegger in California. The LA Times has done some tremendous work showing that there's a lot more parallels. And Arnold Schwarzenegger came in with the same sort of split personality. Rock-ribbed conservative Republicans around him at some points for California. Yeah, obviously.
Right.
Degrees.
Our colleague Steve Schmidt.
And then, but then at the same time, you know, there was sort of, you could argue maybe it was the Maria Shriver wing of him. There was some different, and he shifted. He basically was a little more ideological at the beginning. It didn't work. And he literally hired a Democrat as his chief of staff and shifted and sort of moved with the winds a little bit so that he could get a few things done. And he had troubles in the first few years when it was more ideological, and he actually had some wins toward the end.
Here's some of the view that the president will see, and that view looking back at the motorcade, that's the same one that Kristen Welker has, because I believe she's on that vehicle. Kristen, has the procession reached the crowds yet?
We have just reached the crowds, Lester, and I can tell you we've just started to hear them chanting and cheering, and we're just passing someone holding a Trump 2016 sign right now. A lot of folks have their Make America Great Again hats on. Most people have their cell phones out, and they are taking pictures trying to capture this historic moment. We are traveling now at what seems like a fairly low rate of speed through this parade route, and that's giving the folks time to really absorb it, really take all of this in. We just passed the Taft Memorial a few moments ago, and you have people actually looking out at the parade from their windows, waving, trying to get a glimpse of the 45th president. And of course, this is a tradition that dates all the way back to the first president, George Washington. Of course, his parade route looked very different. He went from Mount Vernon to New York, where he took his oath of office, and he was followed by troops along the way. And that is part of why we have this military presence here. And I can tell you that there are members of the military lined up all along the parade route, as well as we continue to travel toward the White House. So a lot of excitement here, a lot of people cheering, chanting. We haven't seen any protesters yet, but of course we have gotten reports of them a little bit further along the parade route, so we'll look for those. But as of right now, a lot of folks cheering, a lot of Make America Great Again hats and Trump signs on the side. Lester?
All right, Kristen. And Chuck, I'll ask you about this since you live here. This isn't lost, though, as we see those crowds. I think 91% of people in the district voted for Hillary Clinton.
I'm going to give away a little something that you'll see on Sunday, but it is interesting. over the last 25 years, this is now, when you look at Republican presidents, when Ronald Reagan was inaugurated in 1981, he only had to go across the district's border to Arlington or to go to a county that voted for him. Right there, the suburban counties right around D.C. went Reagan. In 1988, George H.W. Bush would have had to drive basically one county in, I think to Fairfax County. George W. Bush had to go about 25 miles from Washington, D.C. to find the first place where he carried. Donald Trump, we believe, has to go 50 miles to find a
Virginia
county in either direction, Calvert County, Maryland, or I believe it's Fauquier County, Virginia. Why does that matter? Here's why it matters. Number one, I think it is contributing to the crowd size. There is some of that. Here's why it also matters. People in that 50-mile radius, there's a lot of federal workers. They all now work for, a lot of them work for Donald Trump today. The executive branches. And this is an interesting tension. These people work for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is their boss. And for the government to function well, he needs to have a good relationship with his employees. And this is going to be an interesting tension that is there when you know your workforce didn't vote for you.
And he came out with a fair amount of contempt for Washington, as we know it in his speech.
But by the way, Trump supporters love that fact, that there is that tension.
We saw Steve Bannon a bit earlier in the day. How much of that speech do you think was reflected in him as an architect?
In my sense is that that was Bannon's message. That was Bannon-esque. That wouldn't have been a Reince Priebus speech, who was the chief of staff. Steve Bannon and Donald Trump have channeled each other, I think, in some ways.
Yeah, the best advisors always do.
Yeah,
but he got him back in the game in many ways.
He did, and look, Steve Bannon has tapped into, and he believes in this nationalist movement that he believes is spreading internationally, particularly strong right now in Europe. We see it, and he does want to tap into that around the world.
And we see the crowds waving now as the president's limousine comes into view. One carrying the president and first lady, the other the vice president and his wife.
I think we know number one is the president there. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
License plate number one?
Yeah. You talked earlier about the view from inside the Beast, the presidential limo. I took a lot of rides with President George W. Bush, and you can see everything. You see all the protest signs, you see all the people, and George Bush, had a practice of, everyone got a thumbs up, whether they were there protesting the Iraq War or whether they were there to show their support. But I think it'll be interesting to see if he can grow some thick skin, because there's not a lot you can do from inside the motor. It's sort of symbolic, but from inside.
Do you think anybody comes into that job though with a thick skin?
Some people more than others. I mean, I think that No Drama Obama was much more focused on the critique of him at the beginning. I mean, he talked a lot about Fox News at the beginning of his presidency, and he seemed to grow a little less molested by the things that he said. George W. Bush never cared. I remember someone once said, someone very close to him, maybe even in his family, said, "Oh God, Keith Olbermann called him the worst person in the world." I said, "Please, he doesn't even know Keith Olbermann left ESPN. Do not tell him." I mean, some people didn't. George Bush really. And listen, maybe George Bush knew exactly where he was, but he never talked about it. I mean, some politicians are just. John McCain, on the other hand, cared very much about what the media.
But this is a president
Mark
that
Salter
obviously cares about his media.
Donald Trump cares very much.
Mark Salter, John McCain's longtime mate, I think, it was like, tell Senator McCain to stop turning on the television in his hotel room every night.
We had a whole scam, Mark Salter and I, with Senator McCain. We used to try to get the games. I guess you can buy baseball. I don't know, I'm not a sports fan. You can buy baseball games, and we'd try to get the games up before he could start flipping around the channels and hide the remote. Staff tries to be sneaky, because if you work for a politician who's bothered by their press coverage, which Donald Trump is affected by it. I don't know him well enough to know if he's bothered by it. It sure seems like he is, the way he tweets about it incessantly. But it can become an impediment to focusing on a policy discussion.
Well, I think we should have the discussion about the media and the relationship with this president. But before we do that, let me go to Kate Snow, because I think the motorcade is now reaching her location.
It is, Lester. And I think if you look at our shot, what you see are the press vehicles right now just ahead of President Trump's limousine. I can see the limo coming into view. I don't know if you can hear the crowd around me, but they're shouting Trump, Trump, Trump.
I think they're safe.
A lot of excitement here. People have been waiting for hours, and a lot of folks had to spend a long time going through security. It's been raining off and on. It's in the 40s. It's not particularly warm today. It's sort of that bone-chilling weather, but every person here that I've talked to said they had to be here today. I talked to families who've come in from far and wide. One family, a grandmother, a mother, and 2 daughters, all who packed in the car in Minnesota and drove all across the country just to be here for this. They'd never been to another inauguration, and they felt strongly about seeing President Trump.
And there they go. It is a slow-moving procession, but that's great. People get a chance to see the president and extend their greetings as he comes by. What is that? 6.65 miles.
Really, the parade begins after he gets to his reviewing stand.
Yeah,
This
is more the procession,
Yes.
and then he will actually go in with the family in the reviewing stand and watch. So let's talk about the relationship between this president and the media. Hugh Hewitt is back with us. He has said a lot of things about his level of trust or lack of trust with the media. Do you think that's going to change?
I do. I watched the luncheon toast with great interest. I thought it was the most Trumpian moment of the day. And I've done, like Chuck and Nicole and Michael and you, Lester, a lot of one-on-ones with the new president. And he can be quite charming. He can be quite gracious. It wasn't in the official speech today, but when he called upon the audience to recognize former President and former Secretary of State Clinton, I thought that was Trump at his best, and he can do that. And by reports of people who have been offered jobs, he has been dominating the room and very avuncular and completely in command of this transition process when he's alone in the room with the people, which is a completely different than the formal Donald Trump. And I do think a little bit of the speechwriter took over that speech today, because I still am surprised by it. I love the luncheon speech. I don't know if you folks were watching it.
But we talk about thick skin, thin skin. He tends to react to everything that's said about him that he perceives as negative as unfair. Does that by necessity change? When you're the president, you take a lot of grief.
Chuck mentioned earlier, I went to work for Richard Nixon when I was 22. He would not watch any coverage of himself. And he stuck by that rule, at least in retirement. I wasn't with him in the White House. And I think the Twitter age has made the incoming relentless, 24/7, and much harsher than you would have gotten from the networks. I mean, you could hit Nixon pretty hard if you were Sam Donaldson, but you wouldn't get hit as hard as if you look on Twitter. And I think all of us as public people know that you can turn it off when you want, but if you just sneak a peek, the incoming is awful.
But some of this is some of this is strategic by Trump. Okay, he knows you continue to do this and you beat up maybe an individual member of the press, or you keep doing it, and maybe that member of the press says, oh, you know what, I'm not going to say this today because I want to have a fight with him. I mean, and he's done this for years, done this in the tabloids and all this stuff. This is a strategy. This is not, this isn't happenstance with him. This is one of his tactics, and it has worked for him.
Although no White House has been perfectly happy with their press coverage.
I haven't met one that is.
I want to disagree slightly. I mean, he won, but he didn't win because he launched a hot war against Megyn Kelly and talked about her, bleeding from wherever, or because he bullied Katie Tur at rallies. He won despite those things. None of his supporters, and I met with dozens of them last week, none of them admire that he's combative with the media as a body, that he views them in an adversarial manner, because they think he's sticking up for himself. But I didn't meet anyone that likes or approves of the personal harassment of individuals. And I think when you're at your own rally, you are the home team and you single out a female reporter. I didn't meet any women that voted for him that said they like that behavior.
I'm not saying that they like it, but it's the sort of the look, I've had this conversation with him. I was like, bash us collectively. When you bash individually, you're creating an environment that's unnecessary for that person. Bash us collectively, you're still getting your point across.
Exactly.
I mean, it's sort of,
in a way that rallies his base.
But his base, even the individual attacks, I agree his supporters say they don't like the individual attacks, but it still sends the collective message that they did want, which is, I go back to what a Trump supporter said to me in Iowa at the State Fair, right after my first interview with him, and he says, you know what, he's my middle finger to all of you. Okay? And so Donald Trump is willing to do that, and so him getting mad at me, it's like, on, getting mad at you, Nicole. I mean, he's personalized it to you, to Lester, it is this
Loser,
And
sad, exclamation point.
I will tell you, several years ago, I had an opportunity to moderate a panel discussion with Walter Cronkite. It was such an honor, and I'll never forget. He told this great story about doing the news one night, and a staff member comes in and says, President Johnson's on the line. He wanted to complain about something, and they had to explain, well, Mr. President, Mr. Cronkite's on the air right now. But it reminds you that the relationship is always an adversarial one.
But you brought up the exact president, and when it comes to media obsession, right, Michael Beschloss,
it took him over.
LBJ couldn't stop watching television. You said Nixon never wanted to see it. He got the TVs ripped out, I think, on day one. Guess who's probably getting TVs installed right now into that side office?
That's right.
Right now, probably multiple TVs.
And in terms of getting in fights with alleged enemies, what did Nixon say in his final address? You know, others may hate you, but those who hate you don't win unless you hate them, and then you destroy yourself. What Nixon was saying was, I got into too many of these fights with people that I didn't need to and were not in my interest.
Well, and that was what a lot of people were frustrated with him, including some Republicans, but many Democrats, like, why get into an extra fight with John Lewis? There were some Democrats that weren't happy that John Lewis said what he said, but why elevate the fight?
Well, and John Lewis didn't attend George W. Bush's inauguration either, but George W. Bush would never have engaged in a war of words.
Wouldn't have done it because that's his way,
era.
and also because he knew that you engage, and it probably multiplies the number of Democrats who are not going to come to your inauguration.
You know, I mean, there were John Murtha was a big critic of the Iraq War. George W. Bush would never attack. I mean,
was not in him.
Wasn't his style.
Never attack Cindy Sheehan.
Never.
The president apparently has reached a point where he is in sight of some of the protesters. Kristen Welker, what would he be seeing right now?
Lester, we're seeing our first signs against President Trump. One saying defeat fascism, a Black Lives Matter sign. Another one that says, Trump, you should be ashamed of yourself. You can sort of hear the din behind me. Some people chanting Trump, some people booing. So this is what democracy sounds like along the parade route, which has gotten a lot thicker. The crowds are about 5 deep now. You can hear the noise level has raised quite significantly, and we're really in the thick of it now. And you can hear them booing as we pass. So President Trump encountering his first protesters. But as far as I can see, these are peaceful protesters, and we knew that this was coming. And to my left-hand side, you have a whole crowd chanting USA, trying to drown out some of the other protest voices that we're hearing. And of course, this is what happens. This is a part of our democracy. So we are making our way down Pennsylvania Avenue. We passed the museum not too long ago, so we're not too far away from the White House. But President Trump, again, taking this historic route that the first president took. Of course, the first president took a very different path. He went from to New York. He was sworn in New York, and this is a very different looking parade. But again, President Trump, you can hear the crowd shouting as he passes, and we're passing the National Archives right now, Lester. So you can hear the crowd getting a lot bigger and a lot more energized.
Yeah, very interesting. As you spoke and we heard the crowd swell, we saw more Secret Service kind of rush up to the side of the vehicle there. We don't know if this suggests he's going to come out. Maybe not, but certainly the crowd is. Well, let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Michael R. Pence.
Big barricade between spectators and the presidential motorcade procession. You can see lots of Members of the military and police there, then the steel barricades, and then folks, and you can see the various signs there. This is around the Navy Memorial there. There are some signs of protest, but as you hear, a lot of people chanting Trump, Trump.
I like what Kristen said. It's the sound of democracy.
Yeah, listen,
that's a very elegant way of putting it. It's the sound of democracy.
There are a lot of voices.
And it's what we were talking about. Presidents get into bubbles. One way that doesn't happen is if they're exposed to this not every hour of every day, but from time to time.
You can see some of the signs and see where people stand.
A lot of Russia references in there, if you saw a few hammer and sickles.
So that's the
still such a beautiful.
Would be the
shot.
Navy Memorial area they're passing by now. It should be coming up fairly shortly on the hotel.
We're getting there. Yeah, we are getting there.
At some point, there will probably be some estimate of the crowd size. It's they have varied from anywhere from 1.8 million, I think, for Barack Obama's first, to down in the low hundreds of thousands in recent history.
And again, I think, weather, proximity to where your supporters live, there's all sorts of reasons why you may see a swelling of sizes.
We mentioned this town and this region were not incredibly supportive, and that would have some effect.
Both Virginia and Maryland were blue.
And families are afraid. They hear a lot of things about protests. I know in Cleveland there was a lot of coverage about the protests. It ended up being a lovely 4 days in Cleveland. It felt very safe in and out of the perimeter. But if you're afraid that there are going to be protests and you've got kids, you're probably less likely to.
And there's a practical aspect. I flew into Reagan last night, and Memorial Bridge was closed as I came downtown, and you just don't want to deal with this anymore. There's just a part of
I'm well aware of it.
Those are high-class.
I take a bridge, and I was, as Nicole, I may have vented a little bit on Twitter, but it was amazing, when people. When there's a lot of traffic.
You were driving and rage tweeting.
No, I wasn't. Sadly, I wasn't driving. That was the point. I was not moving.
You were stopped in traffic, but there were updates at every intersection.
Yes. I did not drive and text. But I do think there is something to that, too. And look, this post 9/11 secure.
Right.
We secure these events so much. It actually does, I think, discourage people to go to big events now.
Yeah,
Some way.
I think that's fair. We cover a lot of big events, and even with press credentials, the hassle factor is high.
And we have ways in that are quicker than the general public.
I don't know where they are, but I'm not seeing in the shot porta potties. And let's be honest, no.
They're there. They're in the off and the.
Okay.
They're not in the line of sight here.
There were more on the mall that were visible than on this parade.
But it seemed to me that the Marine Corps Marathon this year was more heavily attended than this, and it was a vast experience of many people coming in. But you could park on the side of the road. You could go everywhere. The city's actually kind of easy to navigate around, unless it's a day like today where you're worried about.
Well, listen. I mean, his presidency is not going to be measured in how many people did or did not come out.
There we go.
Someone's getting out.
Someone's getting out. Or they think someone's getting out, or they're preparing.
They're preparing, or
and we're getting near the hotel.
Was that Pence's?
I'm not sure, but
the most important thing is Roker ready? Right? Is Roker ready?
I feel like we should just sweeten the pot for him.
Some kind of movement. There's a suggestion here that we may see the president. Let's see what happens here.
There's the president.
Our family's out because I see.
Let's take in this moment if we can.
Nice to see their smiles. It looks like they're taking it in.
This is a president who was a candidate, made it clear he loved big crowds, and would often note to us how big his rally crowds are. And they don't get much bigger than this, or they haven't gotten much bigger than this for him. His son Barron, First Lady Melania Trump.
So impressive impressive when the kids get in on it and seem to know what to do, to wave and.
He's been terrific today. I mean, this is not easy for anybody, adolescent and all those things. I mean, think about anybody else, with a 10 or 11 or 12-year-old.
Kristen Welker, are you seeing this from where you are?
I am, and what a sight, Lester. This is the moment that so many people in this crowd were waiting for, and they got their moment. And I have to tell you, we are just passing Trump Hotel, so likely no mistake that he's gotten out just a short distance before the hotel. But the crowd just erupted when the new first family got out, started waving. As you point out, President Donald Trump loves these moments. He feeds off of the crowd's energy, and you can see that. You could feel how energized they were when they got out of the car. So a lot of excitement, and of course, as we were just mentioning, we did pass protesters, so you could hear the din of the people chanting, cheering for the new president, and at the same time jeering the new president. A lot of people wondering what he's going to do now that he's actually in office. And I've been talking to folks who say he's going to be focused on things like trade, immigration, and health care as a part of some of the first actions that he takes. And we may see some of that start to unfold as early as Monday. But right now, Lester, he's soaking up this moment, soaking up the energy of all of these supporters who have come out to cheer him on, to celebrate the fact that he is now the 45th president of the United States. Lester.
Okay, it looks like they're going back to the car, but Tamron Hall is in front of the hotel. So were people expecting him to visit folks there?
So, Lester, we're sitting here, and the president stopped for a second. He seemed to signal to the First Lady that they were getting back in the car. And here's the thing here. We are next, right across the street from the hotel. There's a huge group of protesters combined with supporters, and they've been very vocal, and we've seen a few flare-ups. So we're not exactly sure what's going on. I am not clear if this was the plan for him to get back in the car. If you look at some of the body language of the Secret Service around him, his employees at Trump International Hotel also seem surprised. They've had their signs. They started chanting USA. They were moving, in a way that they were ready to be greeted, it seemed, by the president. And there is a change of plans now, I believe. He is back in his vehicle. He even walked toward where the media stand is right now, giving a thumbs up from his vehicle. He is right here in front of us. At this point, the employees are there. So this vehicle here, but it's not clear if the president had planned to walk a longer distance. We're about 50 yards away from when he originally got out of the vehicle. They walked very short distance and then seemed to abruptly get back inside. So we may learn more about what the plan was or if it changed. But you see the vehicle here. The president now is passing, again, this sizable, and you can listen into the booths a little bit. So there's a large group of protesters he's passing right now, number of signs that we've seen, familiar signs, dump Trump, etc. But now he's passed his hotel, and this motorcade is continuing now past this huge group of protesters assembled.
Yeah, maybe there was some reaction to the particular environment along that block. But yes, they did seem to get back in the car after just a short time walking. But the crowd obviously taking in that moment and getting a good look at the new president as he makes his way past his...
Well, they have to do the awkward jut. So they may be getting into the car where they have to go around Treasury. Maybe he gets back on when he gets back out, when he gets in the final.
That turn is still to come, though.
Still to come.
Yeah.
Turn is still to come. So it's possible that's what...
Roker Corner.
Roker Corner.
There you go. Okay.
You may call it Pennsylvania Avenue. 1600. We call it Roker Corner, right?
He's not standing there for nothing.
But it is quite a sight. What an amazing day this has been, watching a new president taking the oath of office, his speech, the luncheon, and now this parade. And as we know, this is more the procession than the parade. Once they get to the White House, they will reemerge in the first family will reemerge in the viewing stand and then watch the actual parade go by. And it is considerably shorter than some we've seen at past inaugurations.
Meanwhile,
so hopefully before sunset, it'll be over.
Meanwhile, There's all sorts of craziness happening at the actual residence now at the White House, isn't there, Michael? With everybody like
they're feverishly moving furniture
right?
and putting up
Well, they
pictures.
bought some time because they're running behind right now.
Yeah. So they've got a little while, but
do another coat of paint.
Jackie Kennedy said the first couple of days that she and John Kennedy were in the White House, they almost suffocated because the smell of paint, and in those days this was oil-based paint and not very good for a new president.
No lead testing then? Was what
No
you're
lead
saying?
testing, quite the opposite.
And the staff is probably moving into their offices. In the West Wing, the lights are getting turned on, email accounts activated.
Is there any crossing over? I mean, is it possible you walk into your new desk and someone's still packing it up? Or are there any awkward moments?
I think they've probably got some good protocols in place so that the Obama staff was out before the ceremony. But the staff gets their Blackberries today. Sean Spicer was here.
I love that little
9
description.
hours ago, and, describing out. So the staff is. When I worked for George W. Bush, I didn't watch the parade. I was in the West Wing working.
And the permanent
1201
staff downstairs, the clerk, the West Wing staff, they're permanently there. They are the ones who are actually shouldering the burden of this transition, not the political people who can't find the bathrooms yet. They're wandering around trying to figure it out.
They're useless for like a month.
For a month.
Yeah.
Right.
And even WhiteHouse.gov now has changed from what it was during the Obama
So
period.
let's make America great again together.
Yeah. Happens
Movement
instantly.
continues.
And this is a president who obviously adores his penthouse at Trump Tower in New York and has enjoyed the parade of visitors being photographed going up the elevator the last several months.
I'll be curious to see how often he ends up going back. You know, a lot of presidents come here thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to go home a lot.
President Obama.
President Obama thought he would, and he went once, and it was right, I believe it was President's Day weekend. It was went once, realized what an ordeal he was causing all his neighbors, and basically never, I don't think, spent another night there. Maybe one other time.
I think not overnight, but I think.
Do you expect him to be a Camp David president, Michael, in terms of?
No, not at all. I think you've heard Donald Trump's quote on Camp David. It's very nice, but only for about 30 minutes. So my guess is that
he's a city guy.
This is a city guy who is not going to be very happy.
Good news for Mike Pence.
Yeah.
Yes.
He might get Camp David.
Craig Melvin is at Freedom Plaza right now. Has the motorcade reached where you are?
Generically, because other people tend to come in, but I don't know who was talking to you.
Hello, Craig Melvin.
When you talk generically. Don't reference one person or another.
Well, Craig is taking it in as well. We'll get back to him a bit later, but you see some more of the view. You got some stands there along there. The crowd much thicker as you come down to this end of Pennsylvania Avenue.
And one reason why a lot of this looks actually quite nice, this view that we're seeing down Pennsylvania Avenue, is that when back to the Kennedys, when they were coming down Pennsylvania Avenue after John Kennedy was sworn in 1961, along a lot of Pennsylvania Avenue you saw sleazy establishments and souvenir stores, and it's quite ugly. And both John and Jacqueline Kennedy said this is really not an avenue that's fit for a new president, and they worked very hard to begin the redevelopment that led to what you're seeing here.
The Pennsylvania Avenue Redevelopment Corporation, a government entity, actually took over this, run by Dick Hauser for a while, and it is maybe the most beautiful street in America. I think it might be.
So sometimes government works.
Sometimes it does.
For parades.
All of downtown D.C., the transformation that has happened in the last 25 years, to be honest. First, it was just Pennsylvania Avenue that was fixed, but the whole surrounding area, I mean, it's been transformed when I think about the city I moved to in 1990 and what it looks like today.
That's I believe, the visitor center for the White House right behind us there.
Yes, it is. Now we're getting close to the turn.
Yeah, there's a turn here that takes them on, what's the name of the street? It's.
Oh, well, no, it'll be 15th.
It becomes 15th
yeah.
there.
So we'll
okay,
make a run in 15th.
You go by the
There we
Treasury
go.
Department.
Chief Justice of the United States, John G. Roberts. The Honorable Justice Anthony M. Kennedy.
Are we hearing
the announcer?
The announcer, I assume it's for people sitting in the reviewing stand?
Yeah, I think that's from the reviewing stand we're hearing, yeah.
I believe.
Here's the turn.
Kristen Walker can give us a little better view as they make the turn. She is in the one of the flatbed vehicles right in front of the president's vehicle. Kristen?
Lester, we're just about to pass the Treasury building, and I can tell you that the crowds continue to cheer as we get much closer to the White House. We're almost there. One of the things that struck me as we continue to pass protesters is how many of them are holding signs about Russia in particular. It is clear that this issue continues to resonate with people. The fact that intelligence agencies have determined that Russia tried to meddle in this election, the fact that you have President Trump doing what some would say, making very praiseworthy comments of Vladimir Putin. There have been a number of signs referencing all of that. So this is something clearly that he is going to be dealing with in the first days of his presidency. Clearly going to be answering a lot of tough questions about. The protesters very much a part of this parade route, as are his supporters. And as we get closer to the White House, we're seeing more and more of his supporters, the protesters, fading a little bit more into the background. And you can hear the announcer right now. The crowd's fallen a little bit more silent as they allow the announcer to welcome them here, as we are really just a few moments away from the White House at this point, Lester.
And they will enter the White House and then reemerge, correct?
Yes. The understanding is that once they approach the White House, they will maybe get out one more time and walk those final steps. We'll have to see if they decide to do that. But once he goes through the White House, he will likely walk through the White House and then come out again, walk along the lawn there, and then go to the reviewing stand. And that is where he will watch the rest of the parade and the festivities this afternoon. It is one of the great traditions. 4 years ago, of course, President Obama and the first family did the same thing, and you'll recall there were all of those memorable moments snapped between Malia and Sasha, and now a new family with new kids and grandkids will be witnessing all of that from the reviewing stand. Lester.
All right, we continue to watch this motorcade, this procession, and it'll be followed, as I've said, by the parade. And as we watch this, let's talk about first order of business. We know the president probably on Monday is going to sign some executive orders. He's talked about there will be a lot of signings in his first days. Affordable Care Act, how quickly will we move?
That's going to be, so there's sort of different aspects to things. So healthcare, that's a legislative front, okay? There might be a symbolic executive order or two, but healthcare is the sort of the immediate congressional challenge, and that's what's going on there. It's on immigration, I think, and a few even some potential trade things. That's where you're going to see the first sort of actionable, I think, items that they make a big deal out of on day one, which for them they have said is Monday.
Right. All right. We want to show you. We showed you earlier some protests that got a bit out of hand, many blocks away from this. But this is a limo that has been set on fire. I think we'd seen this same limo earlier. The windows had been broken out, but police did have to use pepper spray to try to contain the crowd. They were using flashbang grenades. We showed some of that to you live. But this is some tape from a short while ago of fire department responding to a vehicle fire apparently related to some of the protests. It is under control. The early reports we had, up to 95 people, maybe more now, have been arrested. There were some injuries, some police officers that may have been received injuries. We'll continue to keep an eye on that situation. We can tell you the protests that we and our correspondents along the way have observed along this route have been vocal at some point, but certainly peaceful. And it has remained so as the president gets closer now to the first family's new home, the White House.
We got some reports here that the complaints about some of the empty bleachers from some of the Trump folks, they believe it's because the luncheon ran late and everything has caused some invited guests not to get there in time.
Yeah,
I think they're mindful of it, and there may be a lot of reasons.
Yeah, and the whole crowd side, as I said, it's not going to be a measure of the success of this presidency.
The turn.
And there is the turn. That's Treasury behind you there. Back on to Pennsylvania.
All right, does he get out one more time? Because we are on Roker Court.
Yes, that's right.
This is the standard place in modern times that presidents get out to walk.
Right.
So.
Well, it's a little more secure here.
Right.
And here we go.
And you're close.
The car is...
And also Al is there.
With Snickers.
Yeah, slow down a little bit, but...
Yeah.
And there's Al Roker waiting for his moment. Hello, Al.
Hey, guys.
No pressure.
We're trying to will it.
By the way, I'm prepared. We're ready. In case anybody.
God. Who could pass you down? You know?
I have to say, I think you have a good shot with Pence for sure. I think he's got a little chocolate addiction. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the president's motorcade has made the turn onto Pennsylvania Avenue.
I'm reacting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and the First Lady, Melania Trump.
There will be rare opportunities in the next 4 years for they as a family to take a stroll without this kind of commotion.
I think those days of strolling without commotion are over for the First family. That's one thing you give up, other than the South Lawn these days.
And it looks like the rest of the Trump children now have joined, along with Barron.
Should we lower the bar for Roker and say if you can get any Trump?
That's right.
We understand it's tough to get the president to come over.
Lowering the degree of difficulty.
Nice.
Look, I'm trying to help you out, buddy. I'm trying to help you out.
Thanks, Chuck. With friends like you.
Yeah,
I mean, the Trumps are busy. I think any family member is a home run.
I agree.
Preston! Walker!
Kids are so impressive.
They
They don't run for office. This was not their plan for January 20th, and the kids just roll with it.
Especially the little ones, grandchildren and Barron. They've been just handling themselves so well.
All of them.
Coming back.
Some big clown.
I'm just noticing Don Jr. carrying his little girl. That is extra duty.
Those days.
Yeah, that's
4 or
extra
5.
duty.
Done walking, man. That's it. Going over the crowd. I'm done.
Can't tell if they're going back to the vehicle or if they're going back to the crowd.
Hard to tell. Is Kristen still in front of them? Kristen Welker?
Yeah. Kristen, are you in sight? Can you see what's happening?
I can't see that far back, Lester, but it seems as though they're still greeting the crowd. That's my sense of it. At this point, it seems as though the cars have come to a complete stop and that they have paused. So by my count, Al Roker has a very good shot. My money's on Al. It is worth noting, Lester, there are a number of seats that are empty here, and I heard the reporting that they are saying it's because of the luncheon, but certainly not the crowd that the president was hoping for, Lester.
Yeah, I can't really see now on this shot whether they're back in the vehicle. I see some car doors opening, but I can't see the president.
I thought they got back in, but I'm with you. I don't quite. It looked like they did go back in. Or
Al, I know they stopped short of where you are. Do you have any?
We can't quite see it. We thought maybe they were going over to the crowd, but at this moment, I don't have eyes on the president or the first lady. But the vehicles are still stopped right where we are. They're starting to move now very slowly, but I can't tell whether they're inside or not.
Yeah, we're looking at, I believe it's that vehicle is the one that was carrying the president. See him when I said the license plate. Reveal it's up number 1. Yeah, that's it. So it appears he's back in. So you do get a pass, Al.
The president's reviewing stand and further down Lafayette Park. He's almost here. Keep your eyes peeled.
Still got Mike Pence to come. So Al's day is not done.
Used to be able to drive down that street, but how many years ago
There he
was it they turned it into a...
I think they first closed it off
there he goes.
under
There's the
Reagan
president.
after the
He's-
first
he's not
year
getting
at
out of the
Christmas
car.
time. There were threats from Libya.
Oh, no.
I'm giving you that point. I think he was pointing to you, Al.
No, I don't think so. I would like to think so. Or he wanted the candy, one or the other. I'm not sure. But no sighting.
Well, if he's not walking past you, you absolutely get a pass. He's come out of the vehicle twice for very brief walks before getting back in the vehicle here. And they will make their way into the White House and perhaps freshen up a bit. Probably want to talk among themselves a little bit as a family, just like
Or walk into the Oval Office. At this point in 2001, this was when George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush first walked into the Oval Office together, and the son was the president, and he was in there with his father. So, and that was between, I believe, the inauguration and the parade viewing. So it's the first time they get to sort of check out their new digs.
And it's a new oval already, if I'm not mistaken, Michael. They've, the bus that he wants and the portraits that he
It's
wants.
not the one he designed yet, but he can put down any rug he wants.
And then I guess the question will be, does he keep the Resolute desk? We've gone a couple presidents in a row now, sticking with it.
Most have, and he has said that he's going to hang, as you will be delighted to hear, a letter from Richard Nixon saying that in the late 1980s, Mrs. Nixon predicting that Donald Trump would have a successful political career.
And Churchill is back. I believe by the time he returns, the bust of Churchill will be back.
Peter Alexander is in front of the reviewing stand, which is just coming into our view right now. Peter, what are you seeing from there?
Well, Lester, we're looking right down at the president's vehicle right now. It is now almost directly in front of the reviewing stand. Over the course of the last several, I'd say 30, 45 minutes, we've seen a lot of members of his cabinet arriving as the doors now open up. The Secret Service now surround the beast one more time. His opportunity to walk and to smile to members of his likely cabinet. We saw Ben Carson, Tom Price, Dr. Tom Price, the Health and Human Services nominee, arrive as well. Rick Perry is here and so many others. These crowds have been waiting, and we've been talking about how they've been sparse in places. Frankly, in the last half an hour in places, they've really filled up as he is now coming out to greet these individuals right in front of us for the first time, even waving to the media riser here, his son Barron by his side. And as he looks to the left, he'll be looking at the reviewing stand where so many members right now, so many members of his own team are there to greet him and to smile at him as well. Lester, what's striking about this is as they're arriving back here at the White House at about 4:30, traditionally that peaceful transition of property, that moving process, they say they anticipate they have about 4.5 hours to do it. Today, they'll have more than 6 hours, which is more than enough time, as having spoken to several of the chief ushers in the past. When the president walks inside, there will be snacks waiting for him. He'll have an opportunity to prepare with his family for the balls to take place later this afternoon, and ultimately see the residents for the first time as this process finally completes itself. Last night he stayed a matter of less than a football field away at the Blair House. Ultimately tonight he will sleep in the residence. There have been mix-ups of property as well as you look at the First Lady Melania Trump. It was back in 1993, then the First Lady Hillary Clinton. Her gown was there, but they couldn't find her shoes for the balls that night. Turns out they had been misplaced. They ultimately found them at the last minute in Chelsea's room.
Well, I can picture right now somebody in the White House says, they're almost here, hurry.
Yeah.
Grab your stuff.
Oh, they're ready. They are pros. They are ready.
He is not moving toward the crowd, but simply walking along and acknowledging people waving. This is the by the reviewing stand, which is right outside the White House. It's a glassed-in area, I think heated, and that's where the first family will join some of their cabinet picks, their military leadership, and others to watch the parade, which will be getting underway shortly. It's quite a structure they put up every 4 years.
And it's always interesting to watch them. It starts going up somewhere around November.
Yeah.
Right after the election.
Usually takes sometimes it's March before it feels like everything is completely down, and it
doesn't take that long.
Seemed like it.
More than a couple weeks.
And they used to be in different sizes and shapes. 80 years ago today, Franklin Roosevelt was inaugurated for the second time, and he said, I want my reviewing stand in the shape of the Hermitage, Andrew Jackson's home in Tennessee, and so it was.
They're all stopping here now to, I guess they're waving up at the reviewing stand itself. There's Dr. Ben Carson. Yeah, it looks like they'll be driven into the White House itself. Obviously, a very short drive. I think we can put up a map maybe and show you how they will enter the White House. And where, as I said, they'll have a little personal time before coming back to watch the parade itself, which will follow the same route they did. But a lot of folks braving a kind of a bone-chilling damp day here in Washington, D.C. to witness this chapter of history, the next chapter for the United States. The inauguration on a Friday. They have a nice weekend to kind of get their feet on the ground.
I was thinking about that. George W. Bush was inaugurated on a Tuesday, and so you went through all this. And
you got to get right to work.
Balls, and you went right back to work the next day. And
no recovery time.
I think for someone like Donald Trump, who's probably so eager to get going, it probably cuts both ways. It's nice to have the weekend, but he's probably eager to get at it.
I've been surprised that they are deciding to take the weekend because of that. I gotta think you have that antsiness.
Right.
At the same time, you're probably secretly going, you know what? Maybe I will take a day or two to sort of get, you know, there is probably something to having that.
I think most people can relate to that idea.
Yeah.
Give me a weekend to get my...
all right, and get a little acclimated.
Well, the whole family's here. They don't all live, his two sons aren't moving down here, just Ivanka and Jared, so.
And there we go. They're picking up a little speed there as they come along the Eisenhower...
well, now they're going to go around there.
They're coming in through the ellipse, maybe?
Yep. That's right there. We're at 17th in Pennsylvania, so they're probably going behind. They have built this giant, it looks more like a warehouse than a garage, where they now keep the beast. It's this giant structure. It's amazing. You don't see it until all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, how do they hide that behind the White House? And it's a fairly recent, a post 9/11 edition.
And there's the route. That's how they're going to get in, loop around and come back behind the White House.
So the northwest gate must be blocked by the...
So they'll be entering the west wing, and then make their way to the east wing, the residence.
And this scrum of grandchildren, I don't know how many grandchildren there are. I don't know that number, but it looks like half dozen or 8. They're going to go rolling through this. It's going to be... H.W. brought quite a lot of grandchildren with him when he arrived, but it'll be a lot of fun.
That is neat. When you see little kids running around the White House.
And it's their house now. I mean, they will be totally welcome and invited to do as they please.
And there's the welcoming committee of service members there.
And that wooden path has been built that way for decades, mainly in case it snows, but there's not been very much snow at inaugurals the last couple of decades.
As we saw, some of the protesters, many of the protesters are holding up signs as it relates to Russia, and that will continue to hover over like a cloud over this administration. And so we brought on Ambassador Michael McFaul. He's an NBC News Russia analyst and the former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for being. Thanks for having me here on this historic day.
Absolutely. You know, of course, Congressman John Lewis was the first of notable person to suggest there was a legitimacy question with the election because of Russia. That's a number of members of Congress boycotted today because of it. How complicated are things going to be? The president obviously is concerned about questions about his legitimacy, but how complicated will the day-to-day business be with Russia?
Well, you got two big dramas, I think, coming up. I mean, on the one hand, there's an ongoing investigation. It's still ongoing. There's now going to be a new chief administration. There's going to be a new president that's going to oversee it, but it's not going to stop because of President Trump. That's the first complication. The second complication is about policy. There is a big set of disagreements between the president and many people who have testified now and are soon, including today with General Mattis, have very different views about Russia. He wants to get along with Russia. He wants to work with Putin, but all the other people, as I listen to their testimony, have a very different view. So they're going to have to work out the policy as well, in addition to this scandal that is lingering.
So anything that's done that would seem to could be viewed as in Russia's favor, that's going to be seen with an eye of suspicion.
Of course, it's going to, you know, that there's many people that still believe the conspiracy and believe, therefore, that the president is going to do favors for Mr. Putin. Now, I actually believe in the interagency process. I think once they settle into their jobs, they sit down in the White House Situation Room, as we did. I joined the Obama administration the day after this day. I remember it very well, signing up. We did an interagency review process of Russia. They're going to do the same thing. And I suspect the outcome of that will not be as extreme in terms of what Mr. Trump has said as a candidate and as president-elect.
Ambassador McFaul, I'm curious, I'm going to read you a line from the inaugural speech, and I'm curious what you think Vladimir Putin thinks of this line. We will seek friendship and goodwill with the nations of the world, but we do so with the understanding that it is the right of all nations to put their own interests first. It was an interesting line that I got to think when you've got, you know, Putin, and he's not alone. I think Xi in China feels this way too. It's like, hey, we've got our region, sphere of influence, you've got yours, you stay out of our business, we'll stay out of your business.
Well, if he added that paragraph, Chuck, that you just said to the speech, Vladimir Putin would be thrilled. Because that's exactly the deal that Vladimir.
Isn't that what he's sort of saying?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of my skis there, but there was a hint of that. And if they sat down and said, okay, you got your sphere, I got my sphere, that is a kind of deal that Mr. Putin would want.
Hugh, what'd you make of that?
The same implication that you drew, I drew, which is that it's a message to the world that if we stay out of each other's way, we will be fine. But it doesn't play very well given what was said about the South China Sea and the artificial island. So it doesn't make sense in the Asia context like it does in the European context.
He mentioned subsidizing foreign militaries. Is that another signal about where he sees NATO, or how he views NATO?
Well, that line is not going to go down well in NATO. It's not going to go down well in Japan or Korea. They have a different view. They see that there's burden sharing, and that line is going to make them nervous.
In his defense, he did say they wanted to strengthen some alliances. So there was, if you are looking for comfort that he won't sort of scramble the NATO alliance, you can grab onto that.
Yep.
If you're nervous about it, you grab onto the other line.
But if you watch John McCain's questioning of General Mattis in his confirmation hearing, it would appear that General Mattis, who was confirmed today, I think, right? We've been here
within a minute or two, Mattis and John Kelly will be confirmed.
Has an understanding very much in line with John McCain's understanding of Vladimir Putin's designs on the region. When do you think the rubber meets the road between General Mattis and Donald Trump?
I think pretty soon. I know General Mattis is from Stanford, where I teach. We're losing him for a while, but I'm sure he'll come back. I know his views, and as you heard in testimony, they're different. They're very different from what the president-elect and campaign candidate Trump has been talking about. But now he's president of the United States, and I think it happens in that first NSC meeting when they talk about what are we going to do vis-a-vis Russia. So far, all the president has said is I want a good relationship with Putin. That's not enough for a policy. You need to say, to do what? What do we want out of this relationship?
He said more than that, though. When asked about Putin killing journalists, he said, well, we're not that great either. I mean, he's gone out of his way. He's fallen all over himself to be generous to Putin.
I agree, and I hope that that will change as he sits down in the White House Situation Room with some of those generals he was praising today.
Watching Vice President Pence and his family making their way. They've been walking a fair distance. They were walking at least as early as 15th Street, and now making their way toward the White House on foot. And maybe, just maybe, in range of Al Roker.
I was just going to say, there's a,
Al's
I think he's got a shot. I think he's got a shot.
I can see him in the distance.
You're in the game,
I can see him in the
Al.
distance. He's in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue right now. They're still walking. And
right. I'm going to text Mark Lauder right now, his guy, and say, come on, Mark, get him over to Al.
He's walking.
Candy offered.
Democracy
Candy
in action.
Yes,
candy.
we've got a lot of chocolate because I know the Vice President likes chocolate. So we're going with that.
Yeah, and we can hear the crowd swelling a little bit as he comes by.
To get excited. He's walking a fair bit, so he may have worked up an appetite.
It's all part of your plan.
Got to have a little energy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, he's getting close. Yep. Holding hands with Mrs. Pence. Walking with their kids.
There he is. We see him on your camera now.
Close. There he comes.
Let's hope he can appreciate the inauguration.
Mr. Vice President! 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 Vice President Pence! Mr. Vice President!
Tell him about the candy.
I got candy! Mr. Vice President, we have a snack!
Got him.
He got him.
He's looking.
Nothing.
Come on, he's coming. No, he's coming.
Nothing. I guess I had the wrong candy.
He paused, Al.
Nothing.
He paused.
He said something.
No, there was
to
no
you.
pause. He didn't even break stride.
Oh, we're trying, man.
Honest man.
A complete blow off.
Well, once again, they continue to buck tradition.
There you go.
I'm telling you. Wow.
They're not doing it the Washington way anymore.
Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break for a Kit Kat bar. What's up with that?
Well, you made it a moment regardless, Al.
That's right.
You made it a moment. Thanks for trying.
Hey, man, that's more candy for
Anytime.
us.
Yeah, more candy for us, yeah.
There was a unique moment today at the luncheon when Paul Ryan toasted Mike Pence, and it really demonstrated what a role he has. It was a very personal, warm, and I think he is such a significant player for the next 4 years.
Well, you know, we of course saw Vice President Biden had a big role in this previous administration. Where do you see Mike Pence fitting in? How is he going to be relied on?
I saw that Paul Ryan moment with him today. Everything that goes on that is accomplished will be done on that railroad running between Paul Ryan's office and
in terms of the legislative agenda.
The legislative agenda runs through the Vice President's office. He's just that well connected and much beloved.
I think it's deeper than that, though. I think that everywhere where a gentle nudge has been needed for Donald Trump to dig in a little deeper on something substantive, he's the one that can go to him and get him to focus on a key appointment or to focus on I think it's bigger. I think the role is bigger, and I think it surprised even President Trump, from my understanding, that he was picked for some of the superficial reasons that were in the news at the time. That the family felt very comfortable with him. He looked the part. But I think they have developed a very genuine relationship. I think he relies on him completely and trusts him entirely.
We saw him in the vice presidential debate really take on a role of defending Donald Trump, but on a very. He wasn't forceful in it, but he kind of tried to present this reasonable demeanor.
It was skillful. I mean, I remember saying that night.
He was put in some difficult positions.
Yeah, listen, that debate, I believe, came after some of the more inflammatory moments and difficult moments. And Vice President Cheney had that role. The vice presidential debate during the Bush reelect came after George W. Bush had a very challenging first debate against John Kerry. So the vice presidential debate in some cycles doesn't matter, in some it does very much. And in this fall cycle, it mattered, and Pence delivered.
Look, he is the keeper of what has become the modern conservative wing of the party, sort of the new movement conservatives of the 21st century, where Paul Ryan, that next generation, Paul Ryan, Mike Pence, very much sort of, you could argue, grabbing the baton from Jack Kemp. Perhaps Mike Pence a little more social conservative than some of the, a little more evangelical, but he's going to be the keeper of that flame. If you're a social conservative activist, you're going through Mike Pence's office, right, Hugh?
Yes.
That's where you're going to go through. Now, Steve Bannon is the keeper of the populist flame. I mean, there are different flame keepers sitting around the president, and obviously Pence will be a big one.
We've also been keeping an eye on what's going on in other parts of Washington related to all this and protests and the like. Let's go to Miguel Almaguer. He is along a police line at 14th and K here in the district. Miguel, what can you tell us?
Lester, good evening. We're just a few blocks away from your location. I want to give you the sense of the scene here. It's been incredibly tense over the last couple of minutes, and especially over the last few hours in this particular area. We were hit with pepper spray not a long time ago. Our camera and our cameraman is actually dripping with pepper spray at this hour. But to walk you around here, it's been a back and forth between police, and it seems to be picking up again here at this hour. We're going to try to keep our live signal here, Lester. Here's what's going on. So on one side here, we have hundreds and hundreds of protesters who have aggressively been trying to push up K Street here. And on the other side here, we have rows and rows of police officers. Just beyond them, a limousine was lit on fire a short time ago. The tension seems to come and go here in spurts. We're seeing another kind of calm in between that confrontation between police here. But we have seen some violence. Just beyond the police officers here, we've seen several bricks on the ground. Those were lobbed at them a short time ago. We've seen bottles fly through the air. And again, police themselves, we've seen them use pepper spray, also launch what looks like rubber bullets to back up the crowd into surges. Certainly some very tense moments here as this back and forth between police and protesters continues, Lester.
All right, Miguel, we'll keep a good eye there. We had seen earlier exchanges tear gas being lobbed and flashbang grenades, but we'll continue to watch that situation unfold. And back to the White House now. I don't know if the vice president has made his way into the White House yet, but here's the parade that follows now. This parade will go by the reviewing stand in a little bit, and by that point, the president and his family should be in the reviewing stand to watch. And this is, again, considerably shorter in length, we're told, than previous years, although time-wise, they seem to be running fairly late. We're approaching the 5 o'clock hour here in the East right now.
To be honest, I'm hoping the parade picks up. We get this parade started where the sun's going down.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a big moment for a lot of people around the country that come in for this parade. And I mean, we have decent lights on Pennsylvania Avenue, I think, these days, but I don't know if we can light it up like a stadium.
And the weather has, while it's been cool, has not been awful. The rain
Give
has
us a marching band weather report.
Oh, is that what you want?
What are the ideal?
It's getting a little, I was just going to say, as the sun goes down, it gets a little colder. That mouthpiece gets a little colder. Licking the lips is not a lot of fun. I mean, when you're prepared to play, I'm just telling.
Sunset is in about 18 minutes here in Washington.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, look at this.
Indianapolis.
Aw.
Very.
Yeah, it's always worth noting at this and previous inaugurations, you have police from all over the country.
Yeah.
I remember at the Obama inauguration, I looked up and I just moved from Chicago, and there was Chicago PD directing traffic in the streets.
And they want to come.
Yeah, I think it's an honor.
Every affiliate I talked to today, they were leading in with, and our police officers will be helping.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible security operation. I mean, it really is. When you figure
the
route.
Coordinated. I mean, they all, so fluid.
And the Secret Service has their responsibility of protecting the principals, but all these checkpoints and different lines, and just traffic control is quite some undertaking.
A lot of them are probably working tomorrow, too, a big event.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The police here are going to be really taxed. I don't know what the estimates are, but a very large crowd, the Women's March here in D.C. tomorrow.
Having inauguration falling on a Friday allows for protest planning on a weekend.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably going to swell the numbers.
And we've seen protests certainly in other parts of the country as well, all related to this. People will be, as we have been, dissecting the inaugural speech today, trying to get a read as to the president and where he plans to take the country, how quickly, and whether or not he will reach out, beyond his base of support. It's pretty interesting formation there.
Sure is. It was interesting. Casey Hunt, our Capitol Hill correspondent, said that during that luncheon, when the cameras was off, a very lengthy conversation between President Trump and Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader. Her reporting about some of the confirmations and trying to do this, but that it was for quite some time they spent time talking to each other. And you heard when we got to see the toast, you'd see these now after Casey's reporting, the veiled references. Oh, Chuck likes this one. Chuck referring to Chuck Schumer there. Clearly, and apparently Chuck Schumer made it clear there are two that he really has some problems with, or the Democrats have problems. Tom Price for HHS and Nick Mulvaney, the budget director pick, both of whom have a couple of ethics issues that they're dealing with right now.
But on your point about we made, I don't know, it feels like 37 hours ago, I think it was about 10 hours ago, we made Senator Schumer blush when we said Donald Trump likes you a lot. And, I don't know if it's uncomfortable or uncool because the Democrats 60 of them are boycotting today's inauguration. But there is a relationship there, and a president should, you need the pre-existing relationships wherever they lie.
Well, especially to the extent that he is a negotiator. This president he likes
not
to
an
make
ideological
a deal
guy.
and may not be bound to whatever the Republican orthodoxy is.
But the struggle for Chuck Schumer is he has got the base of the party wanting to go in one direction. He's got these red state senators that are up for re-election in 18, in North Dakota, in West Virginia, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania. So he's got to be mindful of that too. It's not an easy task to be the Senate Democratic leader.
He's a pretty skilled politician, and I think his appetite for deals he may be the only one whose appetite comes close to Donald Trump's appetite to get things done, deals done.
So we believe the first family is inside the White House right now, freshening up or doing what they have to do and maybe getting their first look.
Jumping on the beds.
Yeah,
Don't be stuck.
Or at least the grandkids might be.
This is their house.
Testing the wet paint sign, see if it's really wet.
For snacks. They live there now. It's their home.
And they usually slide down the banister.
Yep.
Because you can.
Because you can. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot to take in there. I mean, to the extent that they have visited the White House, they haven't really had a chance to get a full tour, have they? I mean, to really understand the workings of the place?
Yes. Mrs. Trump was there and saw Mrs. Obama, and I'm sure was shown around, but not in the way that you do when you take possession and you can look everywhere.
Yeah, not to that trip where you come in with the swatches and hand samples.
Precisely.
And there is the reviewing stand. Again, the president and the folks in the reviewing stand behind glass, and a little warmer than the crowd outside. And so the first family will join there in just a bit and review as the parade comes by. And then, of course, it won't be finished after the parade. There is a night of more celebrations, the inaugural balls.
Although only 2 this time, as compared to 14 in 1993 when Bill Clinton came in.
There were 14?
14, apparently. They also used to have enormous floats, sometimes relating to different moments in the new president's past life. And that's something that is much less, or maybe even by the wayside. In 1961,
I'm trying to remember the last float.
There was a huge model of the PT-109 on which John Kennedy gained his heroism in the South Pacific. And on top of the float were his crewmen, and they were all waving at him, and he thought that was just great. He was standing in the reviewing stand.
What ended that tradition?
I think just cost and effort and parades are not what they used to be.
Troops awaiting the arrival of the first family to exit the White House and make their way over to the reviewing stand. Is this the north lawn we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the view that you often see network correspondents, including
that's the backdrop.
During the backdrop there, yeah.
And the second floor rooms just under the portico are the rooms that usually the president's children live in. That's where the Obama girls were. And the upstairs on the far right, that's the upstairs kitchen.
And I actually had a viewer ask me what they thought, if there's a foil or something in the window. I believe that's just simply the glare.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself. I had never noticed that before, and I see it on, yeah.
But I see when we had a different angle, it wasn't there. So I think it's the glare of the windows. I believe some
windows. Yeah, you see it there in the West Wing
that's
as well,
right.
yeah.
I think some of these, there's that. And I believe some of these windows have been fortified now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So it's a different type of glass.
Or sound penetration as well as a ballistic.
Yes, just about everything.
Yeah, we see some movement in there.
But that is debris, I think.
That is probably children, or at least maybe Barron Trump going in and seeing his new room.
Are oh, that's the second floor above the portico. Okay,
Yep.
I see what we're looking at now, yeah.
And on the third floor are a huge number of guest rooms. And on a weekend like this, the new president's relatives are probably staying over for the weekend, and probably those rooms are full.
I find it fascinating, Michael, that apparently they can configure that third floor for different size rooms. That they can make the rooms bigger or smaller depending on the size of family. And the Bush family, they had to make, I think, double the amount of rooms. That's amazing
exactly
that they
right.
have that ability to essentially remodel the White House with walls.
That's every family can do the second floor and the third floor. If they try to, for instance, repaint the blue room or something like that, that's a little bit more difficult for a presidential family to do.
First floor they can't really touch, but second and third.
Well, they shouldn't, and there have been some tiffs in the past, but I think that will not happen.
It will certainly be a change from a Fifth Avenue penthouse.
Indeed.
Much different lifestyle. Of course, he has been living much like a president since his election. We've seen certainly the barricades and the block streets there in Midtown Manhattan, and his movements have been very restrictive. And seeing New York mostly through bulletproof glass and SUVs.
For sure.
I'm thinking of Harry Hopkins, who moved in and actually lived in the White House. And I don't think there is that figure for Donald Trump. Is there a Harry Hopkins kind of figure?
There doesn't seem to be yet, but at the beginning of the Roosevelt administration, Harry Hopkins didn't do that either, so maybe someone will evolve.
So before the sun totally goes down, we should check. How's Kristen Welker doing on our truck bed there? What you seeing, Kristen?
Chuck, I have made my way from the flatbed truck to the White House, my perch here at the White House, and we are waiting for President Trump, the first family, to emerge and to walk to the reviewing stand. This was a tradition that dates back to 1873. That's when President Grant decided to review the parade from the White House after his inaugural ceremony. And then in 1881, President James Garfield reviewed the parade from a specially built box. And that is why you have that enclosed box there. And I'm going to come right in front of the camera now. Hopefully we won't miss him walking. This is also a chance, by the way, for reporters to try to get a question to the new president as he takes this walk. As you can see, he's pretty close to me, so we'll give it our best shot. 4 years ago, we tried that with President Obama. We got a wave. So we'll see if we can do a little bit better this time. In terms of what they're doing inside, though, of course, only the first family really knows. But this is typically a moment of quiet reflection. And if you think about it, this is really the first time they've been in the White House as a family. And of course, they're joined by all of their new staffers. So part of it is getting to know those folks as well. They were here this morning, of course, with the Obamas, but it must be a very different feeling to be here for the first time and knowing that this is their new home.
Hey, Kristen, when did the Obama staffers leave? What was the changeover like?
Well, we know that the changeover overall takes about 5 hours. And what happens typically is the staffers here say goodbye to the outgoing first family and spend those 5 hours getting ready for the incoming new first family. And typically many of the staffers who work here at the White House stay. and they stay on here and continue to work with this new first family. However, in terms of the staffers at the West Wing, Lester, they had packed up yesterday and moved all of their stuff out of their offices, and I can tell you that it was a little bit somber here for a lot of the folks who've been here, particularly those who'd been with the Obamas since the very beginning, a lot of them on the campaign trail back in 2008. So the changeover is historic. It's momentous for so many reasons and for so many different people here in the nation's capital. And again, for the Trump family right now, probably a quiet moment of reflection and taking in this historic day. Lester.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing when you think of how many people had to be replaced in a fairly short time since early November until now.
One of the fun anecdotes I heard early on in the first meeting between President Obama and at the time President-elect Trump, obviously not President Obama, President Trump, is that Donald Trump was surprised at how few staff stayed. I think he thought the White House staff was that the permanent staff was much larger than we found out, and that was a eye-opening moment for him of not realizing, actually when you think about it, he's not somebody who's had a lot of experience in government, and if you're a CEO and you take over a company, people do stay. So it's understandable that he had that mindset going in, but that I'm told it was one of the, and he went, oh, I've got a lot more people to hire.
We talk about him being an outsider, but Mike, it's more than that. Michael, he is the first president with no public service experience.
Yeah,
or military.
And there are certain benefits from that, which he has talked a lot about, and there are certain things that you don't know and you have to come up to speed extremely fast. And I think the other thing is that he's been a successful businessman, but this has not been a Fortune 100 corporation. The Trump Organization is not a large organization of that kind. So, he also has not really managed anything with a huge number of people.
Mike McFaul, one of the transition periods that everybody's always concerned about is national security. You came in early on the national security staff first before you ended up being sent over to be our ambassador to Russia. Talk about these moments right now. I mean, there must be nervous moments when you're the new national security team realizing we're in charge now and somebody may test us right now if we're not careful.
Well, so a couple of things. I actually was in touch with a very senior White House official right as the swearing in was happening, because right up to that moment, some people have to be thinking about national security, and they were. The second thing, we don't know the names exactly, we don't know the full details, but the sense I get from the outgoing team is that the national security staff, the senior staff, is not staffed up. They're not ready. They're not coming in with a big group tomorrow. I mean, we came in the day after inauguration, and virtually every senior position at the White House was filled, and that's important because they don't have to be confirmed, right? We were not confirmed. It takes a long time for the rest of the government to get up and running. Having said that, just the top people change. I remember when I walked into the White House, every single person that was on my staff, January 21st, 2009, had worked for President George W. Bush the day before. And that's a good thing. Those people are going to be there. They're seconded from different pieces of the government, from the Pentagon, from the State Department, from the CIA. They'll be there working, and some of them should be working tomorrow.
The holdovers are important there. Peter Alexander, I want to check in with you. Peter, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, Chuck, right now we're in front of the reviewing stand, and frankly, the folks here who have been waiting for a while got their small window where they got to wave to the president, Donald Trump. They got to see the vice president, his family, and now they sit out in the cold for a little bit longer until they return to the reviewing stand and the parade ultimately can come through here. I just want to give you a sense. I know you've been talking about the crowds out here, where we are in some of the most highly sought after, the most coveted seats. There are risers that literally go for most of the block from 15th, where they made the turn on a Pennsylvania Avenue, already all the way to the reviewing stand that are almost empty. Literally, there's almost nobody in them right now, just to give you a sense of how different this scene is than the one Donald Trump had tweeted about in advance, saying there would be record numbers in attendance on this day. You're getting a look at it right there, and you can see sort of how stunning it is. Nonetheless, it is a celebration for those who have made the trek here, meeting some families from nearby in Virginia, others from as far away as Texas. It's a celebration, and one that they're privileged to be a part of on this day, Chuck.
Thank you, Peter. You know, Hugh Hewitt, crowds do matter to Donald Trump.
Yes, they do.
This is going to bother him, even though there are plenty of reasons why you could turn to, from the weather. They've been running late.
I have a guess.
Darkness, but this is going to bother him.
They're very thinly staffed. The ambassador just mentioned how thinly staffed they are on the national security side. They're also thinly staffed on the political side. And you know that there are people who would have been in those chairs had they been invited. But if you're thinly staffed, you can't reach down to that level. And they do have to staff up. It is a completely different organization than the Trump organization, which is lean and mean. This is deep. And I don't know how many desks there are at the National Security Council, Mr. Ambassador, but every one of them has got 3 or 4 different people on it, right?
Correct.
And you said how many of them are career at this point in that? And are they career, or are they career until they get nudged out? Do you know what I mean by that? Like, you know.
That's a solid question.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, the vast majority of the National Security Council staff are career. It's just the top jobs that are political. But those people are looking for guidance, right? And there's decisions that have to be made. There's incoming. There's intelligence that come in. And the rest of the world doesn't stop just because we're having our inauguration today, and the rest of the world doesn't stop on Saturdays either. Most of the national security staff, when I worked there, worked on Saturdays. So the notion that they're going to have a time to settle in, that's not the way the security world works. They got to be ready tomorrow.
And Michael, we have heard about a handful of holdovers that they've asked for. Frankly, it is for national security reasons, and this happens quite often.
It does, but I think we can begin to ask questions. You know, Donald Trump is now president. He's had since early November. He knew he was going to be president. You know, George W. Bush was able to get his administration up and running during a period of transition that was a little bit more than a month because the Supreme Court decided. So what is the reason that this is happening?
Well, look, you handicap yourself here a little bit, Hugh Hewitt, if you were a Republican and a never Trumper, or if you were a Republican with extensive Bush administration existence, you weren't high up on the list.
And it's going to take a long time for that to burn off. They do not. They are taking that list very, very seriously, the people who signed the letters.
Kristen Welker, you're there waiting to see. We are starting to see some movement there of the family.
We're starting to see some movement, Chuck, that's right. President Trump and his family, the First Lady Melania Trump, have just emerged from the White House, and they're about to walk down the length of this walkway here, and then they will enter the reviewing stand. This is, again, one of the more emotional, I think, moments of the day. If you are the first family, as you sort of take in this historic moment, you see there Eric Trump and his wife, Barron Trump, is there, followed by Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, who's of course going to be one of the top advisors at the White House. And that announcement got so much attention because, of course, a lot of questions about whether or not that violated any ethics rules to have your son-in-law serving as one of your top advisors. The Trump administration insisting it does not. And here we see, followed by the president's grandchildren, extended family.
President, the pressure's on you. Pressure's on you on that shouted question.
Pressure's
That's
on,
right.
Chuck. But look, we're very close. We are here on the north lawn of the White House. So he'll be able to hear me, that's for sure. The question is, will he decide to answer the question that we have for him this evening after he has been sworn in, taken the oath of office, and is now the 45th president of the United States. So we will certainly do our best. I'm one of several reporters here, so I know that we're all going to give it a big try. But again, this is a tradition that goes all the way back to President Grant. We haven't seen the president yet, but we anticipate that he will be walking along this walkway momentarily as the rest of his family has just come out. And again, what they were doing inside, only the first family really knows. But typically it's a moment of quiet reflection, the first time they have been in the White House together as a family.
Kristen,
they were here earlier with the Obamas.
But get ready, you now have the vice president is about to make the walk down there. So get
here
ready.
They come.
Get ready for that there.
That's right. Here comes Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. Vice President, how did it feel to be in the White House?
Very humbling.
What are your emotions at this hour, Mr. Vice President?
Hard to express. Very grateful. How do you feel about today, sir? How do you feel about today? Very humbling.
Well done, Kristen. Well done.
She scored.
Very humbling, hard to express, in case you couldn't hear it. That was his response. And we're going to try when President Trump comes along with the First Lady Melania. We'll give it another go. And again, he's very close. We're here along the north lawn of the White House, and as Lester pointed out earlier, this is where typically the White House press corps does our live shots. So this is a space that's very familiar, likely, to all of our viewers. We've spent a lot of time out here. President Trump, the First Lady, lingering a little bit before they walk out, take this final walk to the reviewing stand where they'll watch the rest
we got
of the parade.
a little predictable breaking news, is what I'll call it here, which is we now have a new defense secretary. Jim Mattis has just been officially confirmed by the United States Senate. Don't have a full number there. I'll get that for you. But General Mattis, who we knew going in had a lot of bipartisan, at least rhetorical support. We'll see what the final vote count is. Looks like so far it was 92-0 at last count. So I would call that, Mike McFaul, a show of bipartisan support. You know Jim Mattis very well.
I do know him well. I think it's great that he got that vote. I think he is a fantastic choice for Secretary of Defense. I hope that he will define the job bigger than just being a general. I think that's going to be his challenge. I want him to weigh in on everything, not just on defense.
I hear you.
All right. All right, Kristen. Here comes the 45th president of the United States.
We're going to give it another go. Hopefully, he will answer our questions. The vice president did. Hopefully, he will take a cue from his vice president. He is, of course, holding hands with the new First Lady, Melania Trump. And fortunately, the rain has held off for this walk for them and for the latter part of the parade, so that they were able to walk a short distance and greet folks. Mr. President, how does it feel to be the 45th President of the United States? What are your emotions at this hour, sir?
Beautiful day. Mr. President, how would you describe today, sir? Unbelievable. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
2 for 2, Kristen Welker.
2 for 2.
Well done there on that north lawn.
I'm the new Al Roker.
No candy.
Yeah, I don't know about that neck of the woods.
He said, beautiful, hard to describe. You could tell that both of them were incredibly humbled, I think, is how I would describe them walking out. They answered the questions, but they answered them almost very quietly. I think, again, this moment is so enormous for whomever is experiencing their first day as President of the United States. And of course, Donald Trump, now the 45th President of the United States, was able to spend some time with his family at the White House, and now he heads out to the reviewing stand. And again, this is a tradition that dates all the way back to President Grant. So it seemed to be a quite humbling moment for both the President and Vice President. Chuck, Lester.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kristen. You know, Michael Beschloss, it was interesting when we were watching Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump walk in. Correct me if I'm wrong, not since the Kennedys has family been so important.
Oh, I think that's exactly right. And of course, because family was so important.
45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Sorry about that, Michael, interrupting you there. I thought that was an important moment for everybody to enjoy. Hail to the chief. I'm guessing when you're a new president, you never get tired of hearing that.
No, I think that's right. Jackie Kennedy was once asked what Jack's favorite song was, and she said, "Hail to the Chief," and I think a lot of presidents feel that way.
I want to finish this thought, the idea of helping to run the country, having family involved in that, helping to run the country, really not since the Kennedys.
Right, and it was in response to that that Congress passed what is called the Bobby Kennedy Law, which is that a family member cannot serve in the cabinet. And so Jared Kushner can be on the White House staff, but if his father-in-law had wanted to put him in the cabinet, couldn't do it, and the reason was because JFK brought his brother into government as Attorney General.
But it wasn't even just his brother-in-law was an important advisor. I mean, it was a very similar
Peace Corps
way.
was started by Sergeant Shriver.
You know, do you expect it to be even more family involvement, Hugh Hewitt?
I do, and I especially believe Ivanka and Jared, with offices in the East Wing, are going to be intimately involved, as they have earned the right to be there. Both very savvy. They have had tremendous input in the operation of the campaign. They have made very tough personnel decisions, and he trusts them intimately. What a journey, though, Chuck Todd, thinking about this man sitting down from the time he came down in Trump Tower to this moment. It is the most unlikely journey I've watched in 60 years.
Thanks for keeping the conversation going. I'm rejoining you.
Welcome back.
I was involved with some of our preparation
Kristen Welker
for
went
Nightly
2 for 2.
News, and I understand that while I was recording something for Nightly. You kind of wonder how this is sweeping over him. Each moment of this day, how real this becomes. Of course, I guess once you sit in that Oval Office,
It
was funny. Mike Pence, I asked him that. I said, is it starting to sink in? And he admitted it was like
Now to tell you more.
only in the last couple of, suddenly it was like this, as I think he said, his family was coming in and you suddenly have to deal with more family. You know, he'd been working. All of a sudden, he says it's starting to hit you. And that was 2 days ago. I can only imagine what it feels like today.
And also, when all your old friends come and start calling you Mr. President, that's, that begins to allow that to sink in.
Relationship change. And remember, he's going to be surrounded by Washington by a lot of people of his party who were not ready to drop him, especially after that infamous tape came out.
By the way, that in some ways he sees that as a strength. He owes nobody anything. Right? That is, he has this freer hand than normal because he can feel like he owes nobody official in his party. At least he certainly doesn't believe he owes anybody, and that's pretty powerful.
It is. To succeed, though, he will need Leader McConnell and Speaker Ryan to cooperate with him to pass. If you want to replace and not merely repeal, you need some cooperation. And from Chuck Schumer, as you were talking about earlier, there is a great opportunity to get some things done. I'm hoping, indeed, an immigration overhaul, but we will see what comes of that cooperation. But he can't do it by himself.
And will he do those negotiations? I was going to say, will he do some of those negotiations unilaterally? I mean, cut out the middleman.
I think much more than President Obama, who is known for not having great relations, as Chuck wrote in the book, The Stranger, with Congress. I think President Trump is going to live quite a lot with members in his office.
Oh, and it may be just the opposite problem where staff is like, wait a minute, you promised Joe Manchin what, Mr. President? Or something like that.
Because he does end arounds, and we've seen that where sometimes his staff or spokespeople aren't up to, will say one thing, he'll say another.
They're learning it. I thought Sean Spicer, it was interesting. About a week ago, he was asked that, and he says, I see what he tweets when you see what he tweets. And when you're the communications director and White House press secretary, that's not what they taught you in press secretary school.
Yeah.
How much is it possible? He says when he wrote in his book, The Art of the Deal, 30 years ago, that one of the ways you make a deal is to begin with an extreme position and then let other people begin to talk you out of it. Let's begin with the inaugural address today, which some people, I think, among our group thought was pretty harsh and pretty extreme. Is there one way of looking at it, which was he was staking out his extreme position on a number of issues with the expectation that he's going to have to back up?
What's interesting is that's what I hear from his supporters. His supporters will say, when we've gone through this whole seriously, literally issue, you're taking him literally, we take him seriously. They see that. They bought into Donald Trump, the negotiator. They think half the statements he says is a tactic. So that's why they give him this pass. The question is, how long does that last?
Right. And to what end? What is his priority of accomplishment? Because eventually, at a run for re-election, you have to pass something. As President Obama passed the Affordable Care Act, he has to pass something, and that will require prioritization on his part.
Each of the services, bands are making their way past the reviewing stand.
Following them is the United States Army National Guard. Established in 1802, the District of Columbia National Guard has served the citizens of Washington, D.C. for over 200 years.
And the next group of fine young men and women of the United States Army Reserve 3rd Transportation Brigade. The Expeditionary Command marching in today's parade represents the 205,000 soldiers who currently serve in the Army Reserve. Upon hearing their nation's call, these warrior citizens have served in overseas contingency operations in Afghanistan, Iraq, and throughout the globe. Let's hear it
Reserve and
for our
Guard
United
forces have
States
carried a
Army
lot of
units.
water in the wars
They sure have.
of the last decade and beyond.
To keep referring to them as reserves, I feel like sometimes is unfair. They've been not the reserve. They have troops.
Yeah.
The newsstand, it's the NYPD Emerald Society.
And this president has talked a lot about rebuilding the military and about he hasn't quite always articulated what that means in terms of numbers or we know he's been active now in the negotiations regarding the next fighter airplane.
Well, and this is actually, and it's sort of like it depends on the eye of the beholder of what the military you want it to look like. There's different ways of increasing the military. Some people think we need to go to more 20th century metrics, troop levels, submarine levels, things like that. And then you've got, I think, in the Defense Department the last couple of years, including with Rumsfeld and Gates too, as well as Ash Carter, looking to modernize it in ways that sort of respond to 21st century warfare.
The president did lay down a 350 ship marker. It is the one marker I think that he will be held to account for in 4 years if he has those plans underway. I think he's asked Bob Work, the Undersecretary of Defense, to stay on with General Mattis in order to assure that that shipbuilding effort in particular gets moving. And he's already assembled, I think the CNO, Chief of Naval Operations, has a special group working on it. He's got a serious metric to meet.
But not every military planner thinks that's the right call, right, Mike McFall?
Right. I mean, where did that number 350 come from? What is the military mission that we're assigned to that? Those are the details that we don't know, and I think your point is a very important one. Secretary Carter most certainly wanted to modernize, innovate. He's opened offices in the Silicon Valley. Pentagon never had offices in the Silicon Valley until under Mr. Carter. That's a different model than what you were describing about just more troops and more boats.
But there is what many see as the growing threat in the South China Sea of the Chinese expansion there, these artificial islands, and whether the U.S. is prepared to challenge those in any meaningful way.
You know, this is where it's the challenge of being president, because on one hand, you have this shift of increasing our military presence in Asia. On the other hand, he wants to retreat on our economic presence in Asia with the TPP deal. Some would argue the best way to confront China is to unite the rest of Asia in a trade deal with the United States. So
exactly right.
This is the big debate.
Huge tension. When he says in his speech, we're going to do protection, some of our most important trading partners around the world are also our allies. And so that tension, I think, is front and center, especially in Asia, but also in Europe.
And Mr. Ambassador, when he said eradicate Islamic jihadism, the undertaking implied by that commitment is vaster than anything laid out in the campaign, I think.
I think he's going to hope that we're not going to remember that phrase in 4 years' time, because that's just not possible. But making that an aspiration means we're going to spend a lot more. And part of that is, if you want to eradicate ISIS, that may mean putting troops on the ground in places like Iraq and Syria in levels that, again, to Chuck's point, he's talked about pulling back. So there's some real foreign policy tensions there.
It struck me enough, I wrote it down. Eradicate from the face of the earth completely. That's you don't leave yourself a lot of wiggle room there.
He paints in black and white. Doesn't
black and white?
Yeah. No, but I mean, you know what I mean by that? There is, you know, we've been talking about it, that, you know, our new presidents are sort of the polar opposite of our previous president, right? And so many people thought George W. Bush only used black and white metaphors, and Barack Obama was all gray. Some people thought too much gray area, Hugh Hewitt sometimes,
yeah.
And now Donald Trump, to a more stark.
But to make a commitment that Lester writes down is to mean that it will be remembered and it will be reflected on. And everybody else got that, and in 4 years you're going to ask, is there a Brussels? Is there a Nice?
Well, and that's the thing. How do you? I mean, it's a hard threat to quantify, because we have seen ISIS-inspired individuals here in the United States. We've seen the ISIS on the ground in Syria and in Iraq. We've seen what's happened in Europe. So it is it's more than one place and more than one.
Hey, you wonder what General Mattis thought when he heard that part of the speech today?
New assignment.
But you know,
let's hear it again.
President Bush, when he might say something, I would also say, but Islam is we're not at war with Islam.
Right.
President Obama would have said the same thing. We didn't hear that from President Trump.
That's right. There was no nuance to it at all.
This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps distinctive honors. marching with their cadets dressed.
But what I also heard in that speech was, "This is why you elected me." And
I was just going to say, I'm not working off notes here. The New York Military Academy, is that?
Yeah, it might be his school.
Might be he's gotten very fired up about this. I think this is personal. Yep. That's got to be a neat feeling. You know? Think about where you were in childhood, and they're there honoring your presidency.
And now you're president. Pretty heady stuff.
Up next, the Boone County Elite 4-H Equestrian Drill Team from Burlington, Kentucky. Ranging in age from 9 to 61 years old, some of their members are carrying flags representing the armed service branches of their fathers and grandfathers. This is their very first inaugural parade. Next up, from Louisiana, it's the West Monroe High School Marching Band and Raiders. Marching units as they come by, giving his trademark thumbs up and saluting from time to time. Ron Allen is on the north lawn there, just beyond that reviewing stand. Ron, what are you seeing from there?
Well, Lester, it's quite a moment when the president and vice president and their families walked by here. You know, when Kristen Welker yelled out to the question and the other reporters here, you could see how this is all affecting them. Mr. Trump said it's just a beautiful day. Mr. Pence said it's a very humbling experience. And you could feel that as they were walking by here. They were walking by very slowly, and they were just trying to take it all in. They spent a relatively long period of time in the White House. This is usually just a stopover on the way out to the reviewing stand, but they stayed there and they seemed to linger there. We don't know exactly where they went, probably into the residence, which is the area they came out of. They walked through the West Wing. It's unclear whether Mr. Trump stopped by the Oval Office, but I think at this moment you were able to really get a sense of how this is affecting Mr. Trump and how this day is just probably very hard for him to take in. Also, I'm sure at this point he probably feels very clearly and without any doubt the weight of the office that he has now assumed and the challenges that face him and the challenges that face this country. Right now, they're just trying to enjoy themselves. We see some of the cabinet members coming out to go back into the White House. There are also other dignitaries going back and forth. But now, probably just a good moment for them to sit there, take in all these bands and all the entertainment, and just enjoy themselves and take a deep breath at the end of a very emotional day, no doubt, before they go out this evening and party into the night at several balls. Lester?
I know there was a skeleton crew there in the White House during the actual inauguration, but do you get the sense the place is coming back to life now that people are taking their positions?
That's a very good observation. Yes, this place is much more lively. We've been here all day, and at one point there was literally one press officer here from the new administration, and there was one from the old administration, and they were pretty much alone in the building. Also, a lot of offices were cleared out. The cleaning crews were in here. They had overtaken the place as they had about 6 hours or so. We couldn't go back to the south portico, but we could see a moving truck parked back there for that 6-hour changeover area. But yes, the area was just very eerie. It was very very quiet. There were some NSC staff here, we're told. There were some legal staff here, but not many other people. And we were told that very slowly, as the day went on and as the week unfolds, there will be more people coming in to, as they say, go on board is the term that was used here. But yes, now this place is full of life, full of energy. It's the White House again. It's not a place that's not occupied by either first family. And again, right here, standing here, you feel the power of this office. You feel the majesty of this moment. And as I said, when we could look Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence in the eyes, we could really feel and sense that it's a very humbling and very moving time for them to have come into the White House for the first time as President and Vice President of the United States.
Well, his speech today, Ron, certainly made it sound as if he has got a full head of steam, so it will be a very, very busy place as the new era in Washington, the Trump administration, takes over and sets their course. The president right now, and vice president for that matter, seem to be having a ball. He's been on his feet there for quite a while. He's clapping, he's saluting, he's giving a thumbs up. So clearly taking in this moment. I guess the hardest part of his day, making the speech, is over now, and now he's just trying to taking in all these marching units as they come by, and knowing it's all for him.
Michael Beschloss should be glad to know that we didn't just stumble on Jacksonian as a description of his inaugural address. Steve Bannon, his chief advisor, has said as much in the Washington Post, saying that it was meant to be Jacksonian in its delivery and in its reception.
Well, there were those tones, although I think a critic might come back and say, yes, he is trying to break with the elites, but at the same time, that cabinet is full of an awful lot of billionaires and people who have been associated with Wall Street elites in the past.
Yeah, I think that's in the eye of the beholder, who's the establishment and who's the elite, right? Depending on your political perspective these days.
Kirsten Gillibrand, the only one to vote against General Mattis in the Senate.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that's on a principle. She feels that it's important not to suspend the IDO.
Right. And by the way, the first bill that Donald Trump signed into law was actually the waiver for General Mattis there. That was passed both by the House and the Senate. It was supposed to be a 7-year that you're supposed to wait for military to serve in the Defense Department, and they have waived that rule for him.
So this has been a long and fascinating day. I want to kind of go around the horn here and get everyone's thoughts. Hugh, let me start with you. You heard the speech, the tone. What are your feelings on this day?
I'm very happy with the day. I welcome the change in Washington. I believe the emphasis on populism is very good. The emphasis on downsizing the government and returning the rule of the government to the people is very good. I would have wanted a little more lunch in the morning. I would have liked a little more of a recognition that everyone on that stage has served and that everyone deserves the respect. But he was delivering a message, as Stephen Bannon has confirmed, that he wanted not to adulterate or in any way diminish, and he did. But overall, I'm very happy with the day, and I'm glad that the new team is in town.
Chuck, what are your thoughts?
Well, look, it was a different kind of inaugural speech. I think he set a tone that's going to be, to some, somewhat confrontational. To others, they view it as this was a movement, and he's there to be the leader of that movement. It is. I think the speech was designed to say, hey, I'm not going to go along. You know, one of the big criticisms that some had of President Obama is like he ran as a major change agent, but he came here and he tried to make work within the system. Donald Trump was sending a message, at least today, that he is here to break the system. Whatever that means to people in a negative connotation, that he's here to break it. Let's see if he can and what that looks like if he does.
And he didn't make a promise to bring the country together. It was more to change.
No, I think it was a political tactic. I think they viewed
that's an expectation of its project on.
Well, and he views it as this is their best way to accomplish a goal is to be a little more confident.
Michael?
I think he's lost an opportunity. The last couple of months in this transition, he could have talked about unifying the country, could have put Democrats in the cabinet, maybe just one or two, and given some comfort to people who were skeptical about him or who voted against him. And he has chosen not to do that. He had the chance to go in that direction today, didn't do it once more. And I think if you look at the history of inaugural addresses, this sounded to me much more like a convention speech or a campaign speech, less like these unifying addresses that we've heard, even by presidents who were very combative, like Franklin Roosevelt at the start of his second term.
But isn't that a way of saying, yeah, I'm the same guy you elected. This is why you sent me here. This is what I'm going to do. Almost a confirmation or reassurance.
I think that's his strategy. I think it may wind up limiting him. I think there's a reason why if these polls are right, why his approval went from the high 40s of the popular vote that he got on election day to, our poll 38 to 40%. That's not progress. Usually during these transitions, presidents get to be more popular. Barack Obama at this point was, I think, 72%.
All right. And Ambassador, I want to thank you for joining us as well.
Thanks for having me.
It's been great having you. That's going to conclude our coverage on this Inauguration Day. Donald Trump, now the 45th President of the United States. We will have a complete wrap-up of today's events tonight on a special one-hour edition of NBC Nightly News. For Tom Brokaw, Chuck Todd, Nicole Wallace, and Michael Beschloss, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News in Washington. Good day, everyone.